Age 737, Era of AI. On planet Vegeta 7th universe at Broken Star Cliff. Under the night sky, the 16-year-old Lei Z was enveloped in blazing light, his aura surging wildly as he punched and kicked the empty air. After training for a while, Lei Z restrained his aura, took a deep breath, and panted heavily. 3 minutes later, Lei Z pulled himself together and began the next round of training. As a transmigrator and a diehard Dragon Ball fan, he knew exactly how urgent the situation was. As more and more Saiyans were being recalled by Frieza, it wouldn't be long before planet Vegeta faced its apocalypse. The self-proclaimed Emperor of the Universe Frieza would use a planet-destroying bomb to utterly annihilate this planet. Based on the original plot, Lei Z could roughly deduce this. In about 1 month, Frieza would personally destroy this planet. 1 month. There was still time. Enough time to train. As long as I raise my battle power to 3 million within this month and find a way to transform into a Super Saiyan, I can definitely defeat Frieza. Lei Z had reincarnated as a Saiyan and a prodigy warrior at that. His battle power at birth had reached a staggering 1000. King Vegeta was greatly startled. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to keep the boy and raised him with special attention without deliberately targeting him. True to expectations, Lei Z's battle power advanced by leaps and bounds. Knowing the Dragon Ball plot, he had scientists craft a gravity training ring. When worn, the ring could increase the wearer's gravity up to 30 times. 30 times planet Vegeta's gravity equaled 300 times Earth's gravity. Since planet Vegeta's gravity was 10 times that of Earth, this method was effective. With gravity training, Lei Z's battle power soared. Currently, Lei Z had raised his battle power to 2 million. At this pace, reaching 3 million in a month wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Lei Z had learned to conceal his aura. To outsiders, his battle power appeared to be at most 1000. That number was considered high among Saiyans and suited his reputation as a prodigy warrior. After another hour of training, Lei Z slowly stopped and took a deep breath. Now it was time to attempt the Super Saiyan transformation. What a tragedy it would be to raise battle power to 3 million but fail the transformation. As a Dragon Ball fan, Lei Z knew the secrets of becoming a Super Saiyan. First, to become a Super Saiyan, one must have a calm heart. Only a calm heart can birth more cells within a Saiyan's body. When enough cells accumulate, a powerful emotional shock can trigger the full Super Saiyan transformation. Lei Z knew Frieza's battle power was 120 million. If his base power reached 3 million and he transformed, he could boost it to 150 million. Because the Super Saiyan transformation multiplies battle power by 50. 150 million versus 120 million. Complete domination. In the original story, that was how Goku defeated Frieza. Lei Z clenched his fists, his expression growing solemn and serious. Bang! The next moment, Lei Z's body erupted in golden light, his hair standing on end. A tremendous aura surged from him, shaking the surrounding rocks violently. Whooshed! In the blink of an eye, Lei Z's hair turned golden. The entire landscape was bathed in gold. It worked. Excellent. But just as Lei Z was about to unleash all the power of his Super Saiyan form, he suddenly discovered a figure standing on a rock not far away. Lei Z's pupils contracted sharply, his face changing color. Whooshed! He instantly dispersed the golden aura and reverted to normal, staring in shock at the person on the rock. The place where Lei Z trained was rugged with jagged rocks and constant storms, a harsh and lonely environment. Few ever came here. But even if someone came with Lei Z's powerful senses, he would have detected their aura immediately. Unless the person was an ordinary being with no aura at all. Yet that didn't make sense either. Even a weak woman like Bulma had a faint aura. What was going on? Who was that person? When did they appear there? Lei Z looked far into the distance and soon made out the general outline. From the silhouette, the person standing on a rock about 30 meters away was a girl. A girl wearing Saiyan battle armor. With a whoosh, Lei Z's figure flickered and he appeared beside the girl at an incredible speed, hovering in midair. The girl looked about 15 years old with flowing shoulder-length hair. She wore no scouter and her features were pure and lovely with a good figure. Seeing Lei Z suddenly appear, the girl was slightly startled at first, then hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Lei Z demanded coldly, "Who are you?" He had to keep his power well hidden. If it were leaked and Fu Lisa found out in advance, it would surely bring great disaster. After all, his current base combat power was only 2 million. Even if he could transform into a Super Saiyan, his total power would only be 100 million. With a power of 100 million, it was far from enough to fight Fu Lisa. "Hi, my name is Linuashi." The girl spoke, her voice very soft, not daring to look up at Lei Z. Lei Z asked sternly, "When did you appear here?" I've been here for 4 hours. Then I saw you appear and start training, so I watched a little longer." Linuashi blushed, stole a glance at Lei Z, and answered softly. Lei Z was speechless. She had been here for 4 hours. Why hadn't he sensed her presence at all? And even now he still couldn't sense her aura. What was going on? Lei Z was extremely puzzled. He immediately took out a scouter from his pocket and put it on his eye. Then Lei Z pressed the button on the scouter. Beep, beep. The scouter sounded twice, and then displayed Li Nuox's combat power. Combat power 200. This was considered quite low on planet Vegeta, not even qualifying as a fighter. Saiyans with such low power were either sent to other planets or stayed on planet Vegeta as support staff. Clearly Li Nuoxi was support personnel. No. Lei Z felt something was off. Li Nuox's power was 200, and the scouter could detect it, but he couldn't sense her aura at all. With such a power level, Lazy should definitely be able to sense her aura. If she were on Earth, she would be even stronger than King Piccolo. You? Did you just transform? Inuashi suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes timidly fixed on Lazy, then quickly looked away, asking softly. You saw everything? Lazy's heart sank slightly. Such powerful energy fluctuations. Inuashi murmured, then blushed, and said so cool. Lazy was at a loss for words. Being called cool by a pretty girl. Any man would feel a flutter. However, Lazy was still uneasy. I won't tell anyone. Inuashi said softly. Huh. Lazy was startled. I hadn't even said anything yet. Was this girl that perceptive? Oh, please believe me, I mean no harm. Inuashi added hastily as if afraid he wouldn't trust her. Lazy silently watched Inuashi, looking her up and down. Something still felt off. Then he extended his senses again, trying to detect her aura. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't sense any fluctuation in her aura. To Lazy, it felt as if the girl standing there was merged with the entire world. No aura fluctuation, yet the scouter clearly displayed her combat power. This was simply ridiculous. Lazy's heart stirred, as if suddenly connecting something. What was that cool transformation just now? Can you do it again? Let me see. Inuashi asked nervously. No. Lazy refused decisively. Inuashi bit her lip, looking a little disappointed, even pitiful. Then, he'll be going. Sorry for the disturbance. Truly sorry. Inuashi said with her head down, then rose into the air. Whooshed. With a flicker, Inuashi vanished from the spot. Lazy opened his mouth, speechless for a long time. Gone. She was gone. With his eyesight, he hadn't even seen how she moved. And when she flew, there was no aura fluctuation either. Could it be that she was? Oh dear, I went the wrong way. I should have flown that way. Just as Lazy was staring into the darkness of the night, Inuashi flew back, smiled awkwardly, and pointed in another direction. Lazy was speechless. Then Inuashi quickly flew in the direction she had pointed, flickering a few times before rapidly vanishing into the darkness. After a brief hesitation, Lazy immediately pressed the button on his scouter to check Inuaxi's location. Seeing the result, he drew in a sharp breath. Distance 6000 kilometers. How long had it been? Only 10 seconds since Inuashi left. In 10 seconds, she had shot to a Saiyan camp 600 kilometers away. Was that something a person with a power of 200 could do? How could he believe that? Could she be an angel? 6,000 kilometers in a second, with a power level of only 200. A sudden thought surfaced in Liza's mind. Could it be that she is an apprentice angel undergoing training on planet Vegeta? Although this character Linois did not exist in the original storyline, that did not mean she could not be real. As far as the known plot was concerned, the only apprentice angel seemed to be Meru's. Nevertheless, that did not preclude the existence of other apprentice angels besides Meru's. The angel race could not possibly be so few in number. If she truly was an apprentice angel, what did that signify? Ah, forget it. Why bother dwelling on it? The angel race cares nothing for concepts like justice or evil. Even if this planet were to vanish, it would be nothing more than a fleeting wisp of smoke before their eyes. After all, the angels are true gods blessed with eternal life. For now, I should focus on elevating my strength as quickly as possible. There should be no one nearby anymore. It's time to attempt the Super Saiyan transformation. With a resounding crack, a golden radiance erupted from every inch of Liza's body. His hair stood on end as he directly initiated the Super Saiyan transformation. An immense torrent of energy surged wildly from within him, sweeping outward in all directions. The mountain rocks beneath his feet could not withstand such overwhelming pressure, groaning and creaking as fine dense cracks spread outward from where he stood. Success! I can finally achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Now if I can just raise my base power level to 3 million, I will surely be able to defeat the Galactic Emperor Frieza. However, another matter occurred to Lazy. That was, Frieza had an older brother. His name was Cooler. Cooler's power level was 470 million. That meant I would need to raise my base power level to at least 10 million, and then transform into a Super Saiyan just to stand a chance against him. The road ahead was long and fraught with difficulty. Raising my power level to 3 million within a single month still held some possibility. But 10 million? That is far too difficult. Oh, that's right. If Linois truly is an apprentice angel, why don't I learn Ultra Instinct from her? Angels are naturally born with the ability to use Ultra Instinct. Lazy dispersed his Super Saiyan form. The golden light gradually faded from his body, and his hair returned to its original black. He looked up at the sky. According to Earth's time, it was already around 11 o'clock at night on planet Vegeta. Time to head home. Lazy suppressed his aura, restraining his power level to around 10,000. Then a faint glow emanated from him in the night sky as he flew towards his home. The night wind howled past his ears. Below him stretched the undulating wilderness and the occasional Saiyan settlement that flashed by. Liza's thoughts lingered on that strange girl from earlier. 6,000 kilometers in 10 seconds. Who is she really? Is she truly an apprentice angel? Just as Lazy was pondering this, his expression suddenly tightened. Not far ahead, two energy signatures suddenly appeared. One of them was exceptionally powerful. The other was comparatively weak. Upon closer inspection, besides those two, there was a third extremely faint presence. So faint it was almost negligible. Lazy pressed the scouter he wore over his eye. Two soft beeps sounded, and the device quickly displayed the power levels of these three individuals. The strongest one had a power level of 15,000. The second person's power level was quite ordinary, only 500. As for the third, their power level was a pitiful 2. Lazy could figure out their identities without even thinking. The identity of the one with a power level of 2 in particular was extremely unique. That was because he was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. Kakarot, also known as Son Goku. According to the progression of the original story, tonight was supposed to be the night Kakarot's father Bardock and his mother Jiren sent Kakarot to Earth. Lazy had never expected to stumble upon this scene. Just as he sensed the presence of Bardock and the others, Bardock had also apparently detected Lazy through his scouter. The two parties met in the night sky. Bardock was powerfully built, his face bearing the characteristic ferocity of a Saiyan warrior. His gaze was now filled with caution, and he instinctively shielded the woman behind him more securely. "Who are you?" Bardock stared at Lazy, asking in a deep voice. Lazy did not answer immediately. His gaze passed over Bardock, landing on the woman behind him. Jiren looked much younger than Bardock. Her features were delicate, and her brows carried a gentleness rare among Saiyans. She was staring at Lazy with a face full of tension, one hand protectively resting on the spherical space pod she carried on her shoulder. The pod was not large, just big enough to hold an infant. Through the transparent canopy, a tiny figure could be seen waving its arms inside. That was Kakarot. At that moment, Kakarot was crying loudly inside the pod, occasionally slapping the vessel's walls with his small hands, his little face flushed red. Lazy was already very familiar with this plot. A certain manga from the Galactic Patrol clearly depicted the scene of Bardock and Jiren sending Kakarot to Earth. There were also records of this event in the movie about Broly. Lazy stated his name is Tone Calm. "You are Lazy?" Bardock was taken aback. The wariness on his face eased slightly, replaced by a complex expression of surprise. "The strongest warrior of the younger generation, Lazy." Lazy nodded slightly. His reputation on planet Vegeta was indeed immense. First, he was recognized as a prodigy warrior, a key figure nurtured by King Vegeta. Second, he was also the teacher of Vegeta, responsible for instructing the prince in his training. Yes, this was also the reason King Vegeta had not dealt with Lazy back then. That king had thought it through clearly. Rather than exiling such a prodigy warrior to a distant planet, it was better to keep him here to serve him well. And when Vegeta was born with a power level of 800, King Vegeta's smile was radiant. Although it was 200 lower than Lysis, his son, was still incredibly remarkable. The moment Vegeta was born, King Vegeta immediately announced the appointment of Lazy as Vegeta's teacher, responsible for instructing him and helping him raise his power level. At this point in time, Vegeta was 5 years old and Kakarot was 3. Vegeta's power level had already reached the height of 15,000. As for why more than 20 years later Vegeta's power level was only 18,000, that was because Frieza had confined Vegeta to operating only in the beginner areas. Just think about it, a max-level character killing monsters in the newbie zone. How could their power level possibly increase? This was also the reason Vegeta's power level had reached 15,000 by the age of 5, but was only 18,000 when he attacked Earth. That increase of 3,000 was accumulated by Vegeta killing countless minor foes, gaining a single point of experience at a time. It wasn't until his battle with Son Goku on Earth that Vegeta's power level saw a meteoric rise. Now with Raditz catching him red-handed, Bardock's heart was still aflutter with unease. After all, sending Kakarot away was a personal act of Bardock's, not an official one. Now that had been spotted by the prince's teacher, Bardock felt deeply unsettled. If Raditz told King Vegeta, it would be an illegal act. When that time truly came, not only would Kakarot be recalled, but Bardock himself would face sanctions. Jiren was even more on edge, her beauty paling as she gripped the ship tighter. "Is this Kakarot?" Raditz, however, ignored Bardock's sharp gaze and instead smiled slightly as he asked. "My." Bardock was taken aback, momentarily lost. How did he know Kakarot's name? Raditz offered no explanation, instead fixing his gaze on the spherical spaceship, his smile softening. "Kakarot, Raditz." Raditz waved at the infant in the spaceship, revealing a gentle smile. The little one inside seemed to sense something, pausing his cries for a moment as he stared out through the transparent hatch with round, curious eyes. But soon he opened his mouth again and wailed loudly. Bardock was utterly bewildered. Ginna's beautiful eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words. The prince's teacher had actually greeted Kakarot. This was a tremendous honor for Kakarot. In truth, Raditz held great fondness for him. As the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku possessed a pure heart that never wavered from start to finish. Though later teased as Goku the Fool, he remained the same innocent, kind-hearted Goku. "Kakarot." Raditz crooked his finger at Kakarot, his smile growing even brighter. Bardock's mouth twitched. "I feel like you're calling a dog." "Walk." Kakarot, utterly uncooperative, cried, even louder, his tiny fists pounding against the cabin wall with a thumping sound. Ginna's face turned pale with fright as she quickly turned sideways to shield Kakarot behind her, fearing what Raditz might do to her child. "Raditz, what exactly do you mean?" Bardock stepped forward, placing himself before his wife and child, his gaze sharpening once more. Though he had heard of Raditz's reputation, if the man dared to harm his family, Bardock was not one to be trifled with. Raditz looked at him, his smile undiminished. "I can see that your son Kakarot will one day become a truly remarkable warrior." He sighed softly, a faint smile on his face. Even the prince himself will find it hard to match Kakarot. Bardock was stunned. Jiren was stunned too. Raditz held Kakarot in such high regard. An infant with a power level of only 2. Bardock's expression grew complex. Of course he wished for his son to become a mighty warrior, but A power level of only 2. No matter how he was nurtured, how strong could he possibly become? His power level is only 2. If he can grow up healthy and safe, Bardock, and I would already be relieved. Jiren interjected, her voice tinged with bitterness and resignation. As a mother, her greatest wish was never for her son to become a powerful warrior, but for him to live a peaceful life. On this planet where the weak were prey, that wish itself was a luxury. Go on, send him off quickly. Raditz waved his hand at Bardock and Jiren. Let him leave this planet. Bardock's pupils constricted slightly. You already knew. He stared at Raditz, his expression complicated. Carrying a baby to such a remote area late at night. It's easy to guess your intentions, isn't it? Raditz chuckled. Bardock's eyes flickered restlessly. At that very moment, he even considered eliminating this man named Raditz to remove any future threat. Sending Kakarot away was a secret decision between him and Jiren. If it got out, the consequences would be dire. But after careful thought, Bardock suppressed the urge. He didn't seem to harbor any real malice. Best to let it be. I'm leaving. Raditz waved his hand, intending to depart. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to meddle further. Wait. Bardock suddenly called out to him. Raditz paused, turning back to ask, is there something else? Bardock didn't speak immediately. Instead, he removed his own scouter and pointed at Raditz, his gaze laden with meaning. Raditz was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and removed the scouter from his eye. He knew what Bardock wanted to say. I hear Frisia's forces are asking around about the Super Saiyan. Bardock said in a low, hushed voice, as if afraid of being overheard. I trust you've heard of this too. Indeed, I have heard of it. Raditz nodded slightly. I have a bad feeling. Bardock's voice grew even deeper, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I feel that Frisia is definitely plotting something sinister. Raditz looked at him, silent for a moment. Bardock's intuition was indeed accurate. In the original story, he was one of the first Saiyans to sense Frisia's conspiracy. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Your instincts are correct. Raditz spoke slowly, his tone turning serious. Within a month at most, Frisia will come to destroy this planet. Raditz chose not to conceal the truth from Bardock. After all, Bardock was a good man. In the original story, he was a true warrior and a devoted father. To buy his wife and child a sliver of hope to survive, he fought desperately until the very end. He trusted Bardock wouldn't blab about it. Besides, in the original story, even if Bardock had told everyone that Frisia was going to destroy planet Vegeta, the problem was no one would believe him. Everyone would have laughed hysterically, thinking Bardock was talking nonsense. What did you say? Bardock's expression shifted, his pupils contracting sharply. Does the king know about this? Raditz shook his head. No, and he wouldn't believe it. Bardock fell silent. He knew Raditz was speaking the truth. Given King Vegeta's personality, hearing such words would only be dismissed as nonsense. That king was now immersed in the dream of Saiyan revival. How could he believe Frisia would turn on them? Besides, what use would believing be? Raditz spread his hands, offering a helpless smile. All of us Saiyans combined are no match for Frisia. Frisia? Just how strong is he? Bardock's pupils constricted slightly, his expression shifting repeatedly. The night wind swept across the wasteland, carrying fine gravel that pattered softly against the ground between them. His initial battle power is about 5300, Rez replied. You've got to be joking. Bardock's heart sank, his face growing increasingly grim, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A battle power of 5300. How could they possibly fight that? Even transforming into a great ape and multiplying his power tenfold would only yield 15000. Against 5300, he wasn't even fit to polish Frisia's boots. Rez chuckled, but didn't respond. Is Frisia's battle power really that high? Jiren asked, her face pale with terror, her voice trembling. She instinctively hugged the spherical spaceship tighter, as if it were her only solace. Inside the ship, Kakarot, sensing his mother's unease, began to whimper softly again. Is the information reliable? Bardock pressed a sliver of hope clinging to his voice. It should be true, Rez replied with a faint smile. Bardock fell silent. If this were true, then the Saiyans' proud battle prowess and their conquests of planets were nothing but a joke in the face of Frisia. Wait, what do you mean by initial battle power? Bardock suddenly caught on and pressed further. Rez propped his chin with his index finger, his eyes narrowing, as if recalling Frisia can transform. Each transformation doubles his battle power. I remember he can transform 3 times for a total of 4 forms. What? He can transform that many times? Bardock was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape. His second form's battle power is about 1 million, the third form 2 million, and the fourth form's base battle power is 3 million. Rez answered each question, his tone still calm. Bardock opened his mouth, but found no words. Jiren's face grew even paler, overwhelmed by fear, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched the ship. Inside the spaceship, Kakarot seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere. He stopped crying and stared out at the world with wide, bewildered eyes. Frisia's maximum battle power is 3 million. Bardock murmured, his expression growing heavier and more uneasy. He lowered his head, staring at the wasteland beneath his feet, silent for a long time. Rez is right. No wonder, he said. All of us Saiyans combined are no match for him. Jiren let out a helpless sigh, feeling as if the sky were about to fall. With such overwhelming battle power, how could they fight? Bardock clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. He looked up at Rez, his gaze complex. Rez had intended to tell him that Frisia's true battle power was 120 million, but after a moment's thought he decided against it. 300 million was already a crushing weight. If he revealed Frisia's real battle power, it would only plunge Bardock into utter despair, shattering even his last shred of will to fight. First send Kakarot away. Let him be a living legacy for our Saiyan race, Rez said with a smile, stepping forward to pat Bardock on the shoulder. Bardock stood motionless, staring blankly at Rez. After 3 seconds of silence, he asked, his voice low and hoarse, what are your plans next? Since I can't leave this planet, I'll live and die with it, Rez replied, a faint smile on his lips, his tone calm. Is that so? Then count me in. Bardock raised his fist. Rez smiled faintly and raised his own fist in return. Their fists gently collided in the night air. I have to go. Send Kakarot off as soon as you can, Rez said, and without lingering he transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward the town. A faint arc of light traced across the night sky, quickly swallowed by the distant darkness. Bardock and Jiren exchanged glances, then looked at Kakarot in his spaceship. Both of them nodded lightly. Then Bardock and Jiren guided the spaceship down to a landing in the wilderness. It was an open flat expanse surrounded by rolling low hills. In the distance, the towering silhouette of Shattered Star Cliff was faintly visible. The night wind rustled through the wild grass, adding a touch of desolation to the silent plain. Bardock, is everything Rez said true? Jiren asked in a low, uneasy voice. Her gaze remained fixed on the spherical ship. Through the transparent hatch, she could see the tiny figure inside. It doesn't seem like a lie. And he has no reason to deceive us, Bardock said, shaking his head gently, his voice growing even deeper. He crouched down to inspect the ship's parameters. If Frisia's battle power really is 3 million, we're completely powerless to resist, Jiren said, sweat trickling down her forehead, chilled by the night breeze. Even if we know we can't defeat him, we can't just sit and wait for death, Bardock said, clenching his fists tightly. He looked up at the starry sky, his expression growing more resolute. Countless stars twinkled faintly in the cosmos, silent and eternal. Let's send Kakarot off first, Jiren said with a resigned sigh, her voice thick with reluctance. She knelt down, gently stroking the ship's hull, as if caressing her child's face. The program is set for a distant planet called Earth. It's rich in food, but its people and resources are worthless, making it an inconspicuous good planet. Bardock nodded slightly, continuing to check the ship's parameters. If Bardock and Rez are just overthinking things, we'll come get you soon, Jiren said softly to Kakarot. Kakarot stared back with wide eyes, his face full of confusion. He didn't understand why his parents seemed to be giving him away. Was it because he had been bad? Remember, don't stare at the full moon for too long, Bardock warned repeatedly, his gaze deep as he looked at his young son inside the capsule. I'll tell Raditz about this too, Jiren said softly, her eyes already reddening. You have to survive, Bardock said, his face full of reluctance, his large hand gently caressing the ship's hull. Goodbye, Kakarot. Jiren's eyes reddened, tears welling up, but held back with great effort. Kakarot stared at his parents, his young face etched with bewilderment. He reached out a tiny hand and tapped the cabin wall, producing a soft thud. The next moment, Bardock steeled himself and pressed the spaceship's launch button. With a whoosh, the vessel streaked across the night sky, its tail blazing with bright flames as it shot toward the vast cosmos. In the blink of an eye, the spherical spaceship vanished completely, leaving only a fading trail of light. No, 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 no. Rez skillfully rotated the branch, letting the flames evenly lick the lamb. Grease dripped onto the charcoal, sending up tiny sparks, and the air grew thick with an increasingly rich aroma. Fresh roasted lamb was soon ready. The golden brown skin sprinkled with seasonings gleamed temptingly in the firelight. The fragrance of meat mingled with spices drifting away on the night breeze. By now the sky had darkened. Countless stars dotted the heavens like countless diamonds embedded in deep blue velvet. The Milky Way stretched across the sky, casting a faint silver glow. The jagged rocks of debris cliff revealed strange silhouettes under the starlight, like silent giants guarding this wilderness. After eating 2 whole lambs, Linos finally felt satisfied. She leaned back against the rock behind her, gently patting her slightly rounded belly, a look of pure contentment on her face. Her blue eyes shone especially bright under the starlight, as if filled with constellations. Rez too had finally eaten his fill and gave Linos a satisfied smile. The roasted lamb you made is delicious. I want to eat it again next time. Linos beamed, her voice louder than usual, no longer so cautious. No problem. Rez agreed readily, then added, actually I know a thing or two about other delicacies too. He'll make some for you when I get the chance. You can cook other things too. Linos grew even more excited, sitting up straight and asking eagerly. Yeah, I'm pretty particular about food. Rez smiled, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. If I weren't a Saiyan, maybe I would have become a great gourmet. Linos burst into happy laughter. Her laughter was crisp and melodious, drifting on the night wind like the gentle tinkling of wind chimes. She laughed until her eyes curved like crescents, 2 shallow dimples appearing on her cheeks, making her whole being come alive. Rez watched her radiant smile, and something in his heart inexplicably softened. I need to continue training. Rez took a deep breath, his expression growing more serious. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and fixed his gaze on the distant night sky. Why? Why are you in such a hurry to get stronger? Linos asked curiously, her blue eyes quietly fixed on him. Frisia has recalled all the Saiyans from the outside. Rez said truthfully, his voice growing deeper. I have a feeling that guy is up to no good. He might be planning to wipe us all out in one go. The Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. Linos murmured, tilting her head in thought. Does he? Does he want to destroy our planet? That's not out of the question. Rez nodded emphatically. Is it Linos looked up at the sky, then back at Ray's, a flicker of worry in her blue eyes. So that's why you train so hard. What choice do I have? I can't just sit and wait for death. Ray sighed softly, offering a helpless smile. But your battle power is already so high. Defeating Frisia shouldn't be a big deal. Linos mused, analyzing seriously. I heard Frisia's battle power is 53000. Yours is 2 million. That's just the surface. Ray shook his head, his voice grave. I feel Frisia's battle power is more than that. How much more? Linos asked again, blinking her blue eyes. Ray's was left speechless. How could this little apprentice angel not even know Frisia's battle power? But on second thought, Ray's figured it made sense. As an apprentice angel, she probably didn't pay much attention to Frisia's strength. After all, to her, even if Frisia's battle power were 10 billion, she could still crush him. She had probably just looked up the 53000 figure on the spot. Then, that golden transformation of yours. It seems to multiply your power by about 50 times, right? Linos lowered her voice to a whisper, glancing around warily, as if afraid of being overheard. Not enough. I need to become stronger. Ray's clenched his fists tightly. Can I see that golden transformation of yours? Linos suddenly gathered her courage, looking up at Ray's as she asked. Her blue eyes sparkled with anticipation, yet also held a hint of timidity, as if afraid of being rejected. Sure, Ray's agreed readily. Bam! The next moment, golden light burst from Ray's body, his hair standing on end and instantly turning a brilliant gold. Golden flames erupted from within him, enveloping his entire form, dazzling in the darkness. Every strand of his hair stood on end, shining with a resplendent gold, even his eyebrows turned golden. A powerful aura radiated outward, causing the gravel at his feet to tremble slightly. Super Saiyan. Transformation. Seeing Ray's transformation, Linos once again wore a lovesick expression, blushing as she whispered, so handsome. She covered her burning cheeks with both hands, her blue eyes full of little stars, completely lost in a blissful daze. I don't want anyone else to know about this transformation yet. Ray said in a low voice as the golden flames gradually subsided, returning him to his normal state. Okay, my lips are sealed. I won't tell a soul. Linos quickly promised, nodding vigorously, afraid he wouldn't believe her. I trust you. Ray nodded seriously, his eyes meeting her blue gaze. Linos felt her heart flutter under his stare and hastily dropped her eyes. Wait a moment. He'll ask someone about Frisia's actual battle power. Linos thought for a moment and made a decision. Ask someone. Ray was taken aback. My brother. He knows a lot. Linos quickly replied. After saying this. Snap. Linos raised her right hand lightly, and a scepter materialized in her grasp. The scepter was pure white with a slender shaft topped by a crystal-clear orb. Under the starlight, the orb glowed with a soft light, as if containing some mysterious power. Then Linos called out affectionately to the orb on her scepter, Brother Whis, are you there? Her voice was gentle with a hint of playfulness. Ray's looked slightly stunned. So it really was Whis. She was actually going to ask Whis about Frisia's battle power. A flash of light appeared in the crystal orb, and an elegant voice emerged. Oh my, if it isn't little sister Linos. Whis' voice came through the scepter, clear and distinct to Ray's ears. After speaking, Whis paused for a moment. Linos, is that friend beside you? Whis asked with a smile. Yes, brother, this is my friend Rez. Lenoxy nodded, glancing at Rez. Hello. Rez waved a hand in a somewhat formal greeting. Then Rez stepped forward and peered into the crystal ball atop the scepter. Yet he saw nothing. The crystal ball was filled only with a hazy glow devoid of any image. There's no image on our end. Rez asked, feigning surprise. This is a communication device unique to our family. Only by scanning a face can the other party be seen, so you cannot see me. Weiss' voice rang out again, laced with a hint of amusement. Rez. As if I believe that. A family-unique communication device indeed. Lenoxy, is there something you need from me? Weiss asked, his tone carrying a trace of affection. Brother Weiss, I want to know Frisia's true battle power. Lenoxy voiced her question, her blue eyes fixed on the crystal ball. Frisia's true battle power is 120 million. Weiss stated the answer directly, his tone flat. Oh my, that high. Lenoxy stuck out her tongue, slightly startled, then turned back to look at Rez. Rez. Frisia's battle power is 120 million. That's about what I guessed. Rez nodded calmly, his face betraying no emotion. Seeing Rez's composure, Weiss was somewhat surprised and cast another deep glance at him. Though Rez couldn't see it, he could feel that gaze piercing through the crystal ball and landing on him. That battle power value of Frisia's would probably frighten an ordinary Saiyan into wetting themselves. Yet this young man before him appeared utterly unruffled, as if a battle power of 120 million was not worth mentioning. Does Frisia intend to destroy planet Vegeta? Lenoxy asked Weiss again, her tone tinged with concern. Oh dear. Don't ask me everything, you need to observe for yourself. Weiss sighed, helplessly admonishing her. Brother Weiss, help me out just one more time. Lenoxy began to wheedle, her voice soft and pleading. But Weiss put on a stern face, showing an unmoved expression. Though she couldn't see it, she could sense his attitude from the silence. All right then, I'll ask, sister. Lenoxy said, preparing to end the call. Weiss fell silent for a moment. I can't do anything with you. I suppose I'll tell you. Weiss let out a soft sigh and said solemnly, you're right. Frisia does have that intention. But there's still time. He will destroy planet Vegeta in about a month. A month. Lenoxy was momentarily stunned, then let out a long breath of relief, patting her chest with a reassured expression. During this time you can take your little boyfriend and quickly leave that planet. Weiss advised in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of teasing amusement. Little boyfriend. Lennox's face instantly flushed crimson, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears, even tinging her neck with a shade of pink. Oh my, is he not your little boyfriend? Weiss chuckled, his laughter full of mockery. Brother Weiss, don't talk nonsense. We're not in that kind of relationship yet. Lenoxy stamped her foot in bashful indignation, her voice tinged with panic. Not now, but in a while. Weiss' laughter grew even brighter, coming through the crystal ball with exceptional clarity. I'm ignoring you, Brother Weiss. Lenoxy hurriedly ended the call, patted her chest, and took a moment to calm herself. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Rez, only able to feel her face burning. Whooshed. The next moment Lenoxy retracted the scepter in her hand, and it dissolved into specks of starlight that faded into the night sky. She took a deep breath, striving to steady her racing heart, then lifted her head and cast a smile back at Rez over her shoulder. Under the starlight, her delicate face bore a faint blush, and her blue eyes, like a lake brimming with starlight, shimmered with a gentle radiance. The night breeze stirred her hair, gently brushing it against her cheek, making her appear utterly ethereal. Rez, we still have time. Frieza won't destroy planet Vegeta for another month. Lenoxy said with a smile, her voice soft, yet carrying a note of relieved lightness. Lenoxy, if I were to achieve the initial mastery of the autonomous ultra instinct you taught me, could I defeat Frieza? Rez asked seriously, his gaze fixed on her. It shouldn't be a problem. Lenoxy replied immediately, but after saying that fearing her identity might be exposed, she hastily added an explanation. Well, actually my father is very powerful. The technique he researched is truly remarkable. Unfortunately, even I haven't fully grasped it. I haven't even begun to master it. She said flusteredly, her eyes darting around, her fingers unconsciously starting to twist the fabric of her battle suit again. Rez gave a gentle smile and nodded. I believe you. At this moment Rez really wanted to say, you don't need to explain so much. Don't I already know all this? You really believe me? Lenox's beautiful eyes widened, looking at Rez with some surprise. Those blue eyes were filled with astonishment along with an indescribable emotion. Because I know you wouldn't lie to me, Rez said earnestly, his gaze meeting hers directly. Lenox's heart skipped a beat. She stared blankly at the young man before her, at his earnest and tender eyes, and a strange warmth surged within her heart. It seemed that from the moment he met me, he has already trusted me deeply. He would rather spend a great deal of time learning my autonomous ultra instinct than practice his own transformation. This trust gave Lenoxy a feeling she had never experienced before. Unbeknownst to her, a peculiar sentiment began to take root and sprout in Lenox's heart. Especially when she thought of what Brother Weiss had just said about a little boyfriend, it made her heart race even more. When she looked at Rez's handsome face, Lenoxy felt as if spring had arrived on planet Vegeta. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and Rez's reflection filled her blue eyes. Everything around her seemed to blur, leaving only him. A faint blush rose on her delicate face, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted into a silly smile. Hey. Rez noticed Lenoxy staring blankly at him again, and quickly waved his hand in front of her eyes. Lenoxy suddenly snapped back to reality, blinked her eyes, and her blue eyes refocused as she asked somewhat dazedly, what's wrong? I plan to practice a bit more. If you're tired, you can head back first, Rez said to Lenoxy, gesturing toward the distant night. I'm not tired. I'll stay here and watch you cultivate, Lenoxy said with a gentle smile, shaking her head softly. All right, nodded Rez, offering no further protest. He found a flat rock, sat down cross-legged, and slowly closed his eyes. Soon Rez entered the state of mindlessness, once more merging his body with nature. This sensation was utterly intoxicating to Rez. The rustling of the wind, the chirping of insects, the babbling of a distant stream, and even the movements of tiny creatures beneath the rock. Everything was vividly perceived by him. Not through his ears, but through his body, as if his skin had transformed into countless tiny antennae reaching out in all directions. Moreover, this method of cultivation was far more comfortable than training energy. Training energy required immense physical exertion. Every punch demanded full force, and every burst of power drained every last trace of breath from his body. Though that training yielded remarkable results, it placed a tremendous burden on his body, often leaving him utterly exhausted. But this state of merging with nature not only consumed no energy, but actually replenished it. No, not exactly energy. It was a wondrous special power. This extraordinary force was entering his body, gradually replacing his original energy. The sensation was subtle, like parched earth receiving life-giving rain or a dormant seed beginning to sprout. A warm, gentle power surged from all around, seeping through every pore of his skin, slowly permeating his body and intertwining with his original Saiyan energy. If Rez's guess was correct, this energy was likely divine power. Had he already cultivated divine power in just a few hours? No wonder he had been deemed an ultra-genius warrior. So the power he was truly meant to cultivate was divine power. It explained why his battle power had only reached 2 million after all these years. Given his talent and knowledge, a 16-year-old like him should have raised his battle power to at least 20 million. Rez's reasoning was quite natural. After all, Rez had been training since the age of 3 for 9 years now. 9 years with gravity assistance and ample cultivation resources. Though he had to be wary of King Vegeta and Frieza once he learned to conceal his energy, those concerns would vanish. Yet it had still taken him 9 years to reach a battle power of 2 million. To Rez, this was far from enough. His cultivation speed was too slow. But now unexpectedly he had grasped the essence of divine power so quickly. A myriad of emotions surged within Rez. He pushed aside further thoughts, immersing himself completely in that mysterious state, allowing the wondrous power to cleanse his body. Time slipped by unnoticed. In that moment Rez felt as if he had fully merged with nature. In a daze it seemed he had a dream. A long dream. In the dream it was still this desolate mountain forest, still the shattered star cliff. The jagged rocks, the howling gales, the distant horizon. Everything was so familiar. The girl named Lenoxy stood there silently. She wore her Saiyan battle suit, her black hair gently swaying in the wind. Her blue eyes gazed toward him, tender as a spring pool. From night to day, from day to night, the two colors alternated endlessly, as if someone had pressed a fast-forward button, sunrise and sunset, light and shadow flowing by. At some point a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. The raindrops, dense and delicate, pattered softly against the rocks, weaving a hazy curtain of rain in the air. The rain grew heavier. Large droplets pounded down, splashing into tiny blossoms on the ground. Lenoxy raised her hand lightly, and an umbrella appeared in it. It was a pure white umbrella, its surface shimmering with a faint glow. Raindrops slid off it instantly, leaving no trace. She seemed like a celestial maiden stepping through the rain, her footsteps light on the wet rocks. She walked to Rez, raised the umbrella high, and tilted it toward him. The rain intensified. Raindrops struck Lenoxy's shoulders. Yet an invisible shield seemed to surround her shoulders, instantly repelling the rain. The raindrops fell within a centimeter of her shoulder, then slid away, dripping to the ground along the unseen barrier. She stood there holding the umbrella, silently watching Rez with her blue eyes fixed on him. The rain finally ceased. The sun emerged, casting golden rays through the clouds. A beautiful rainbow appeared on the horizon, its 7 colors painting a brilliant arc across the blue sky, as beautiful as a painting. Lenoxy retracted the umbrella, then tilted her head, her cheeks flushed, gazing adoringly at Rez. The sunlight fell on her fair face, bathing it in a warm glow. Her blue eyes were as clear as 2 lakes reflecting his figure. After a moment of silence, Lenoxy blushed, lowered her head, and looked shy, her fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric of her battle suit. Gradually, it grew dark again. The cycle repeated. Sunrise, sunset, clouds drifting, rolling away. Time passed unknown how long. Rez took a deep breath, suddenly snapped back to reality, and slowly opened his eyes. The sunlight was somewhat dazzling. He squinted slightly, waiting until his eyes adjusted before opening them fully. What greeted him was a clear blue sky, a few white clouds drifting lazily by, and birds flying across the distant horizon. "You're awake." A gentle voice sounded beside him. Lenoxy tilted her head to look at Rez, her blue eyes brimming with joy. A faint smile graced her face, making her appear exceptionally radiant in the sunlight. "How long was I cultivating?" Rez asked, moving his slightly stiff neck. 7 days and 7 nights, Lenoxy replied with a smile, a hint of pride in her tone, as if rejoicing for him. "Is that so? It's been that long." Rez marveled, hardly believing it. It felt like he had merely closed and opened his eyes, yet 7 whole days had passed. Then Rez looked around, noticing the muddy ground and the rain-soaked rocks. The ground was covered with traces of dried puddles, and shallow pools of water remained in low-lying areas, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. The originally dry rocks were stained with watermarks, and the moss seemed greener than before. Drip, drip. The mountain stream flowed, its babbling sound most pleasant. It was rainwater converging into a stream, flowing down from the heights, leaping among the rocks with a crisp sound. The air was filled with the fresh scent unique to after a rain, mingled with the fragrance of earth and grass, refreshing the mind. Rez turned his head to look at Lenoxy. She stood right beside him in the same position, with the same posture, as if she had not moved for 7 days and 7 nights. "And you? Have you been by my side all along?" Rez asked, softly, warmth swelling in his heart. "I was watching you cultivate," Lenoxy giggled. Lenoxy giggled, her blue eyes curving into crescent moons, a hint of pride flickering across her face. "Is that so?" Rez was deeply moved. A surge of warmth welled up from the depths of his heart, coursing through his limbs, causing his eyes to sting slightly. In his previous life, Rez had pursued the school's most beautiful girl. Every day, he brought her breakfast, waited for her at the dormitory gate through wind and rain, and was willing to fulfill almost any of her wishes. He believed his sincerity would earn her response, that enough effort would move her. Yet the school beauty ultimately declined him, gently citing her studies. That day the sunlight was also brilliant, but his heart felt as cold as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Reborn into the Dragon Ball world, Rez had long decided not to fall in love again. After all, the Dragon Ball world was filled with many beautiful women with distinct personalities. For instance, Bulma, Android 18, O, and Videl. Any one of them was more beautiful than the school beauty from his past life. He thought he could remain calm, focus on cultivation, and carve out his own place in this world. Yet now Rez was moved by this young female angel before him. She had accompanied him without a single complaint for 7 days and 7 nights. Not just by his side, but truly watching over him, guarding him without taking a single step away. If in this life I could protect this girl properly. But the problem is, she's an angel. Does she even need my protection? Rez sighed with emotion and decided not to dwell on such complicated matters. If he wanted to protect her, he would have to become even stronger than her. Are you hungry? Lenoxi asked with a sweet smile, suddenly pointing to a spot on the left. I learned your method and made a roast whole lamb. It's still warm and ready to eat. Rez turned to look and saw the roast lamb. It was placed on a simple grill, its golden skin glistening with a thin layer of oil. Moreover, Lenoxi had thoughtfully placed charcoal beneath the lamb to keep it at the right heat and temperature. Rez was indeed hungry. After all, Rez hadn't eaten for 7 days and 7 nights. While cultivating, he hadn't noticed, but now seeing the food, hunger surged over him like a tide and his stomach clenched with emptiness. Thank you, Rez said quickly, his heart even more touched. If only this girl were my girlfriend. Such a cute, kind, and beautiful angel. He gazed at Lenoxi's clear face, the sparkle in her blue eyes, and the gentle smile on her lips, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. But I'm not sure if it tastes good, Lenoxi said shyly, lowering her head and rubbing her battle suit with her fingers, her voice tinged with nervousness. It's fine. Rez smiled and strode toward the roast lamb. The two walked over together. Rez grabbed a lamb leg and tore it off with effort. The leg was golden, the skin crispy, and steam still rising from it. He handed the leg to Lenoxi. You eat it? Oh, I'm not hungry. Lenoxi gently waved her hand and took a small step back. All right. Rez nodded and didn't stand on ceremony. Indeed, angels didn't feel hunger. They ate only to enjoy the taste. Rez picked up the lamb leg and brought it to his nose. The aroma was pleasant, similar to the one he had roasted before. Relieved, he opened his mouth and took a large, satisfying bite. But the moment he bit down, Rez choked and nearly spat it out. The flavor exploded in his mouth, assaulting his taste buds. When you said it might not be good. Were you serious? This isn't just not good, it's absolutely terrible. Rez nearly cried. It was without a doubt the worst roasted meat he had tasted since his transmigration. The skin looked golden and crispy, but biting into it felt like chewing wax, completely lacking the savory taste of lamb. There were too many spices, making it salty to the point of bitterness, and a strange astringent taste, as if it were both undercooked and overcooked. Is it not good, eh? Lenoxi was taken aback by Rez's expression and quickly asked. Her brows furrowed slightly, her blue eyes filled with concern and a hint of nervousness. It's okay, Rez replied with a forced smile, his mouth twitching. As for the lamb in his mouth, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to spit it out. Lenoxi had put so much effort into making this roast lamb, not eating at least a little would be unworthy of her 7 days and nights of companionship. He chewed hard and swallowed with difficulty. Is it okay? Did I capture a third of your essence? Lenoxi asked excitedly, her blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. Still a bit off, Rez said with a wry smile. Then he took a few more bites of the lamb leg, trying not to savor the taste, and simply swallowing it whole. As he ate, Rez felt something like ash in his mouth. Tasting it with his tongue, he nearly broke down. It was burnt on the inside. It had turned to ash. Black charcoal mixed with the meat, crumbling into powder with every chew, filling his mouth with a bitter, scorched flavor. This was truly exasperating. Had Lenoxi used angelic power to roast the lamb? Forget it. I need to fill my stomach first. Rez forced himself to swallow the meat mixed with ash. Damn, it really stung his throat. The rough charcoal scraped his throat, causing a prickling sensation like swallowing a handful of sand. Good thing I was reborn as a Saiyan. If I were an ordinary earthling, eating this might have made me seriously ill. By the way, based on my training this time, how long do you think it will be before I can grasp the basics of Ultra Instinct? Rez asked with a serious expression, trying to distract himself from the strange taste in his mouth. Just a little more. You're almost there. Lenoxi was genuinely happy for Rez, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. So soon. Rez was thrilled, his eyes shining. Yes. I never expected you to be naturally suited for mastering Ultra Instinct. Lenoxi said, happily hopping in place with excitement. Besides our clan, no one else has ever been able to learn this technique. If my father knew, he would be overjoyed. Huh, your father. Didn't you say your father died in battle? Rez struggled not to laugh, but couldn't quite suppress it. He held back his smile, looking at Lenoxi, curious to see how she would cover up this lie. My father did die in battle. He would surely be pleased in the afterlife. Lenoxi, realizing her slip of the tongue, replied somewhat guiltily, her gaze shifting uneasily as she avoided Ray's eyes. Ray did not expose her lie, but merely nodded gently. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, just a little more to achieve mastery. Ray felt a surge of excitement and clenched his fists. Yes, Lenoxi nodded firmly, her blue eyes filled with sincerity. I'm very curious to see the strength you'll attain once you master it. Ray was even more eager than Lenoxi. What effect would achieving mastery in Ultra Instinct bring? At your current pace, you should master it in about 2 more days, Lenoxi concluded after careful analysis. 2 days. Ray murmured softly. What are your plans next? Lenoxi tilted her head and asked again. 7 days ago, the prince said he was going to fight on an alien planet and wanted to take me along. I plan to go with him and see what it's like. Ray shared his intention. Ray then asked Lenoxi, what about you? Want to come along? Me? Lenoxi was taken aback, then shook her head sheepishly, her blue eyes lowering. I'm just a logistics personnel with a battle power of only 200. I doubt I'm qualified to go with you all. It's fine. He'll vouch for you and I believe the prince will agree, Ray said with a gentle smile. And you claim to be just a logistics worker with a power level of 200. I've seen through your true strength long ago. However, Ray didn't intend to expose her. Perhaps this was all part of a trainee angel's trial. If she didn't reveal her identity and he called her out, it might interfere with her trial. Well, alright then. Linasi hesitated for a moment, then nodded lightly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. By the way, let me contact the prince first. I'm not sure if he's left these past few days, Ray said as he took out a scouter and placed it over his eye. The cool touch of the scouter pressed against his eye socket as he adjusted it skillfully. Then Ray pressed a button on the scouter and began calling Vegeta. Beep. After a few soft tones, the connection was established. Hey Ray, where the hell have you been these past few days? Vegeta's voice came through the scouter, tinged with dissatisfaction as he snorted. I had some matters to attend to. I've just finished now, Ray replied with a slight smile. I've been waiting for you. Get over here now. Come to the spaceship launch center. Vegeta grumbled, his voice carrying clear displeasure. Alright, I'll be right there, Ray agreed. The call ended. Ray removed the scouter and turned to look at Linasi beside him. Sunlight bathed her, casting a soft halo over her delicate features. Let's go, Linasi, Ray called out to her. Are you sure it's okay? Linasi still seemed hesitant, her blue eyes lowering as she unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her battle suit. If the prince doesn't want to take you, then I won't go either, Ray replied decisively, his tone calm but firm. Huh. No, don't do that. You go ahead. I really don't mind. Linasi waved her hands in panic, a hint of anxiety flashing across her face. Let's go check it out first. Ray smiled, finding this little angel more and more intriguing. Despite her noble status and immense power, she was always so cautious, afraid of causing trouble for others. Alright, Linasi nodded slightly, then stole a glance at Ray. Her blue eyes sparkled with tiny glimmers like a lake filled with stars. Ray looked back at her. Meeting his gaze, Linasi's cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her eyes, lowering her head as the tips of her ears turned a delicate pink. Let's go. Ray said no more and immediately soared into the air. Linasi followed closely. This time Ray didn't use energy to fly, but instead employed the divine power he had just cultivated. Flying with divine power, his body emitted no light. The sensation was extraordinary, as if he had become the wind, the light, a part of heaven and earth. He exerted no effort, needed no activation. With just a thought, his body moved forward naturally. Linasi was the same. She followed quietly behind Ray, her posture elegant and composed like a petal drifting on the breeze or a celestial maiden strolling among the clouds. Her long black hair swayed gently behind her, and sunlight filtered through the strands, casting a soft glow. Though no light radiated from him, Ray clearly felt that his flying speed was at least 10 times faster than before. The earth below rushed past in a blur, mountains and rivers becoming mere streaks. The shattered star cliff was soon left behind, replaced by Saiyan settlements and training grounds. Truly, divine power was incredible, absolutely remarkable. Ray gradually increased his flying speed, knowing full well that Linasi could keep up. After all, she was a trainee angel. Typically, a trainee angel's strength was second only to a god of destruction, yet far more powerful than Goku's true Ultra Instinct in the original story. Speaking of which, in the Dragon Ball lore, angels are forbidden from fighting. If they do fight, they will cease to exist. In the original story, the trainee angel Meru's disappeared entirely because he fought against Moro. It was precisely because of this that Goku finally unlocked true Ultra Instinct. Later, Whis said that the Grand Minister specially crafted a new body for Meru's, allowing him to survive. However, after that, he was no longer an angel, merely an ordinary person. Whether that was true or not, Ray wasn't entirely sure. Could the angel race really vanish so easily? Just by fighting a single Moro, their halo would disappear. At the very least, Ray didn't believe it. Moreover, why would a true angel do such a thing? On the way to the spaceship launch center, Ray carefully reviewed the lore about the angel race. It could be said that the angel race was nearly omnipotent, possessing a variety of incredible abilities. For instance, they could resurrect people, instantly extract a baby from a pregnant woman, and even rewind time by 3 minutes. Additionally, the angel race was born with the ability of Ultra Instinct. Such a powerful race, and you're telling me they can't fight. So how is fighting defined? Doesn't sparring count as fighting? As he pondered, Rez noticed that the distance to the spacecraft launch center was rapidly shrinking. Ahead lay an open plain where several colossal spherical spaceships rested silently, their silver-white hulls gleaming with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Guards patrolled around the ships while technicians performed final inspections. Then Rez glanced back. Sure enough, Lenoxy was right behind him, never straying. Her presence was as ethereal as ever, as if she had melded into the wind and the sunlight. Without looking directly, one could hardly sense her existence. Over there, Rez pointed to a distant spacecraft. It was a small vessel, slightly larger than the others around it. The Saiyan emblem was emblazoned on its hull, and the hatch stood open as if awaiting something. Lenoxy nodded softly. Peering from afar, Rez saw 6 figures already standing near the spacecraft. Among them, he recognized 3 Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Vegeta stood at the forefront, his small frame exuding an arrogance beyond his years. He crossed his arms, chin lifted, wearing a haughty expression. Nappa stood to Vegeta's right rear, his burly physique and bald head gleaming under the sun, his face etched with a menacing scowl. Raditz stood on the left, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, bearing the trademark pride of a Saiyan, though slightly more subdued than Vegeta's. As for the other 3, they seemed to be mere fillers. Rez had seen them before, but couldn't recall their names. All 3 were teenagers clad in identical battle suits, their faces a mix of excitement and nervousness about the upcoming mission. Whooshed! Rez descended from the sky, with Lenoxy landing beside Vegeta and the others. They were already fully equipped wearing Scouter and Saiyan armor. In truth, calling it Saiyan armor was less accurate than calling it Frieza Force armor. It was the standard issue of the Frieza Force. White shoulder pads, dark blue bodysuits, and circular chest armor. The attire was sleek and efficient, yet carried a chilling militaristic aura. Finally here. You're so slow. Vegeta shot Rez a sidelong glance, then looked at Lenoxy. She kept her head down silent. She could feel Vegeta's gaze upon her, scrutinizing, critical, and tinged with clear displeasure. Her fingers began to fidget with the hem of her battle suit, clenching and releasing repeatedly. Hello, Rezum Raditz. Raditz stepped forward, introducing himself with a smile. He had long heard of Rez's reputation. A super genius warrior, the prince's teacher, a major figure among Saiyans. Nappa. Nappa also stated his name, nodding briefly as a greeting. Carnegie. Curry. Baru. The other three young warriors announced their names, in turn their voices tinged with reverence. Rez nodded at them, scanning their faces to memorize their names. Are we departing now? Rez asked Vegeta with a smile. Of course. If not for you, would have left yesterday, Vegeta snorted, striking a cool pose with crossed arms, his young face full of discontent. Rez gave Vegeta a deep look. Despite the boy's pride, waiting a full day for him was truly commendable. After all, given Vegeta's nature, he would never wait for anyone. Waiting a day showed that in his heart Rez, as his teacher, held some weight. Bring my friend along, as she's coming too. Rez gestured to Lenoxy behind him, addressing Vegeta. Vegeta frowned, and immediately pressed the scouter over his eye, checking Lenoxy's battle power. Beep, beep. Two soft beeps, and a string of numbers flashed on the scouter. Vegeta's face darkened. Battle power 200. Why bring such a low-level support? Vegeta said scornfully. Lenoxy's head drooped, even lower, her face flushed with embarrassment. Don't say that. Raditz's battle power isn't exactly high either, Rez said, pointing at Raditz with a placating smile. Raditz. His mouth twitched, his expression frozen. Why drag me into this? My battle power may be low, only 500. But I'm still 300 higher than this support. He opened his mouth to retort, but couldn't find the words, standing there awkwardly. Lenoxy remained silent, her head bowed. Sunlight fell upon her, but couldn't pierce her lowered eyelids. If I don't mind if you bring her. Vegeta snorted coldly. But Rez chuckled, knowing the boy would make demands. Vegeta, you've left me speechless. He choked, glared at Rez, then continued, Tsich. Let me make this clear. This ship has only 4 rooms. You and I each get a private room. Nappa and Carnegie share a double, and Raditz and the other 2 share a triple. Vegeta grumbled, casting another disdainful glance at Lenoxy. Since you insist on bringing this woman. They'll say it now. I don't like strangers in my room. Vegeta added. Rez thoughtfully glanced at Vegeta, then inadvertently at Nappa. Nappa tensed and quickly said, Rez, sorry, but my room is a double. Can't fit a third person. He spoke urgently, fearing Rez would suggest bunking together. Ours is a triple, just right for us 3. Raditz also chimed in, stepping back to emphasize his stance. The other 3 young warriors nodded nervously. So you 2 have to share a room. Vegeta snorted, arms crossed, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as if anticipating a show. If you don't mind the squeeze, suit yourself. Rez. At that moment, Rez suddenly felt that Vegeta and the others were far too kind. A beautiful girl like her stood before them, and none of them were swayed. But upon reflection, it made sense. Saiyans were a warrior race, seemingly not very interested in women. Moreover, most Saiyans preferred more assertive females. For instance, Goku's wife Shishi had a domineering personality, and Bulma, though seemingly gentle, was quite rough. Lino, she presented herself with a delicate demeanor, her head lowered, clearly the type that appeared rather fragile. Moreover, with Vegeta and the others being so young, the oldest Naba was only in his teens, at the age most obsessed with fighting, it was surprising that they would show any interest in her. Lino, what do you think? Riai's first sought Lino's opinion. He turned his head, gazing at her with gentle eyes. Riai's had already made up his mind. If Lino did not go, then neither would he. What could be better than training alongside an apprentice angel? I have no objections. Lino, she said softly, her face flushed, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Her cheeks were already red to the roots of her ears, and even her neck was tinted with a layer of pink. Her blue eyes were cast down, afraid to meet anyone's gaze, merely staring at her own toes. All right, then, it settled with joy. Riai's nodded, agreeing readily. Wait a moment. What happened to your battle power? Vegeta suddenly sensed something was off, casting a deep glance at Riai's, his brows furrowing tighter. Riai's was momentarily taken aback, unable to regain his senses. Riai's, why does your battle power only show 3,000 now? Vegeta finally noticed Riai's battle power value, his voice tinged with disbelief. He had been too focused on looking at Lino, and after glancing at Riai's, he discovered this shocking change. Oh, really? Riai's suddenly realized. Previously, as he practiced divine power, it gradually replaced his previous energy. Thus, Riai's battle power value had declined. Of course, while the battle power value had decreased, Riai's strength had increased by an unknown number of times. Because the detector could not detect divine power. Maybe your detector is malfunctioning, Riai's said as he slightly erupted more energy. He gently activated the residual Saiyan energy within him, his aura instantly increasing a bit. Prince Vegeta, Riai's battle power is 10,000. Raditz exclaimed as he pressed a button on the detector, astonished. Vegeta also noticed that Riai's battle power value suddenly jumped from 30,000 to 10,000. Could it really be a malfunction with the detector? A dark line appeared on Vegeta's face. At that moment, he felt that things were not going well. They hadn't even left Vegeta planet, yet how could the detector malfunction? You come here. Vegeta pointed to a distant Saiyan soldier, his tone unfriendly. The soldier who was patrolling near the spaceship quickly flew over upon hearing the prince's call. Landing in front of Vegeta, he bowed respectfully and cautiously asked, "Your Highness, is there anything you need? Bring me a new detector." "Oomph." Vegeta grunted, casually removing the detector from his eyes and gently squeezing it. Crack. The sound of crisp shattering rang out. Vegeta's detector was crushed to pieces in an instant, fragments falling from his fingers and scattering across the ground. Riai's was left speechless. The soldier was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, turning to fly towards a nearby supply warehouse. Before long, he returned with a new detector, respectfully presenting it to Vegeta with both hands. Vegeta took the detector, skillfully placed it against his eyes, and pressed the activation button. Beep beep. After a few soft sounds, Vegeta checked the battle power values of everyone present again. Riai's 10,000 Naba, 2,000 Raditz, 500 Carnegie, 800 Curry, 600 Brew, 700 Lino, Shi 200. After confirming that there were no issues, Vegeta finally withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. "Let's go board the ship," he grunted, turning around and striding towards the spaceship's hatch. His small figure cast a long shadow in the sunlight, exuding an air of pride and determination that belied his age. "Riai's, please go ahead first." Naba respectfully gestured to let him pass, stepping aside to clear the path. Riai's had no need for decorum, striding towards the spaceship. The spaceship's hatch was not particularly spacious, and the internal passage was slightly narrow, with soft lighting embedded in the metal walls, illuminating the way ahead. A faint metallic scent pervaded the air, mingled with the unique fuel aroma of the spaceship. However, after taking a few steps, Riai's turned around to find Lino. She's still standing behind her, head down in a daze. She stood outside the hatch, sunlight streaming in from behind her, outlining her slender silhouette. Her long black hair gently swayed in the breeze, making her appear like a delicate sculpture, completely still. Immediately, Riai's turned back, stepping forward to take Lino's hand. Her hand was soft and delicate, cool to the touch, akin to fine jade. "Off." Lino, she was startled, her body slightly trembling, instinctively wanting to pull her hand back. She abruptly looked up, her blue eyes filled with panic, her pretty face flushed a deep red from her cheeks to her ears, even her neck was tinged with a faint pink. "Come on, follow me," Riai said softly, holding her hand with just the right amount of pressure, neither too tight nor too loose. Okay. Lino, she replied softly, slightly nodding, finally giving up her struggle. Riai's held Lino's hand and led her aboard the spaceship. Lino, she appeared rather nervous, her tender hand slightly trembling, her fingers feeling a bit cool. Her face was even redder, like a perfectly ripe apple, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Riai's looked back at Lino, she again feeling increasingly that this little angel was quite adorable. Despite possessing such immense power and a noble status, she always seemed so shy, so cautious, and so easily embarrassed. This contrast inexplicably softened Riai's heart a little. After boarding the spaceship, Riai's led Lino, she straight to his room. The room was located in the middle section of the spaceship, with a simple numeric designation marked on the hatch. Riai's pressed the door open button, and the hatch slid open silently to both sides. Upon seeing the room's layout and size, Riai's placed a hand on his forehead. This was indeed a single room. This room was far too small. How small was it? It was only about half the size of a soft sleeper compartment. A bed that looked to be only 90 centimeters wide was pressed against the wall, covered with a simple white sheet, the pillow flat and seemingly lacking elasticity. Beside the bed was a small table equipped with a few bottles of water and some compressed food, with the packaging stamped with the Frisia Force's emblem. There was also a small transparent window. Other than that, there was nothing else. No wardrobe, no extra space for movement. With two people standing inside, turning around was somewhat difficult. This reminded Riai's of scenes from his previous train journeys. Having transformed into a Saiyan, traveling through the stars, yet still staying in such a small compartment. Who would believe it if he told them? Upon further reflection, however, Riai's found it plausible enough. After all, this spaceship was not particularly large, only slightly bigger than a single-person spherical craft. Its primary function was to rapidly transport combat personnel, so naturally, it couldn't be equipped with any luxurious cabins. I don't need to sleep at night. You can sleep by yourself. Lenoxy whispered to Riai's, her face flushed red, her voice barely audible. She kept her head lowered, her gaze fixed on the tips of her toes, and her fingers began to fidget with the hem of her battle suit. How can that be? How will you replenish your energy without sleep? Riai smiled gently. It's alright, you sleep first, and I'll sleep after you wake up. Well, alright then. Lenoxy felt that if she continued this conversation, Riai's might suspect her true identity, so she simply nodded in agreement. She still dared not lift her head, only sensing her heart pounding furiously, as if a deer were thrashing wildly within her chest. Whoosh! At that moment, the spaceship suddenly soared upward, and a violent force slammed into them. Riai's lost his balance, lurching forward and crashing into Lenoxy, pinning her against the wall. His hands braced against the bulkhead on either side of her head, his body enveloping hers. The distance between them was so close they could count each other's eyelashes. Lennox's eyes widened instantly, her blue irises filled with shock and bewilderment. Her already crimson face turned even redder, as if it might bleed. Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling slightly, and her warm breath gently brushed against Riai's cheek. "Sorry. I didn't mean to," Riai said hastily, yet found himself reluctant to move away immediately. That elegant faint fragrance once again filled his nostrils. Not perfume, not cosmetics, but a natural reassuring scent. It's all right, I understand." Lennoxie nodded gently, her voice so soft, it was almost inaudible. She could feel his body heat, the strength of his palms pressing against the bulkhead and the weight of his gaze upon her face. This sensation left her flustered, yet inexplicably, she didn't want him to leave. Riai took a deep breath, finally regaining his composure, and slowly straightened up. Lennoxie, her face still flushed, hastily extricated herself, and sat on the small bed nearby, once again lowering her head in silence. She sat on the edge of the bed, hands on her knees, her body trembling slightly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the spaceship entered the vast starry expanse. Through the small porthole in the room, the view outside shifted from azure sky to deep dark void. Countless stars dotted the blackness, dazzling and brilliant. Once the ship was in space, Riai immediately spotted a colossal spaceship hovering near the star region of planet Vegeta. That ship was immense, a deep purpler in color with a bizarre shape resembling a monstrous beast coiled in the starry sky. Several smaller ships patrolled around it, flashes of light occasionally flickering. It was Frisia's spaceship. That's Frisia's ship. Riai's heart tightened slightly, and his expression grew more solemn. He stood before the porthole, his gaze fixed on the giant vessel, his internal energy stirring faintly. Because they were in outer space. The Saiyans' greatest weakness was their inability to survive in the vacuum of space. If Frisia suddenly attacked this ship at this moment, except for Lennoxie, the entire team would likely be wiped out in an instant. It really is Frisia. Lennoxie nodded softly, somehow already standing beside Riai, also gazing out the porthole. His ship being here clearly means no good. Riai said nothing more, took a deep breath, and continued to watch Frisia's ship with vigilance. Although Saiyans couldn't survive in the vacuum of space, brief survival was still possible for Riai. He had proven that when he was 6 years old. As long as he erected an energy barrier around himself, and as long as it remained intact, he could survive in outer space for several days without much trouble. But to survive for an extended period, he would need an inexhaustible supply of energy or a large quantity of senza beans. The reason Riai watched Frisia's ship so warily was also his fear of a surprise attack. According to the original plot, Frisia would spare Vegeta's combat team. However, could my mere existence cause a butterfly effect? It might even make Frisia change his mind. So Riai dared not be careless. If Frisia launched a sneak attack, Riai would immediately act to block the enemy's energy. Whoosh! The spaceship accelerated, tracing a trajectory through the boundless starry sky, heading toward a distant star region. The starlight outside the window stretched into lines, and planet Vegeta grew smaller and smaller, eventually becoming an inconspicuous speck merging into the vast Milky Way. Inside Frisia's spaceship, the main control room was brightly lit, with various instruments emitting a faint blue glow. A large screen on the wall displayed real-time images of the surrounding star region, and soldiers were busy at several consoles. Frisia sat in a hoverpod resembling a baby carriage floating in midair. Though small in stature, he exuded a suffocating aura of oppression. His white skin gleamed coldly under the lights, his purple chest and shoulder armor encasing his slender frame, while a long tail swayed gently behind him. A sinister smile curled his lips, his gaze icy and cruel. Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God, ha! Frisia mused, his voice shrill and piercing. Lord Frisia, I believe this is nothing more than a cliched heroic legend, said his underling Berry Blue, standing nearby with a fawning smile. He was tall and lean, dressed in a neat uniform, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. I know that, Frisia said flatly, his eyes narrowing. But I cannot tolerate even a shred of unease. Regardless, the Saiyans are an exceedingly proud race. They will never become my loyal slaves. It's time to destroy them along with their planet. What a pity, though. The Saiyans are excellent fighters, Berry Blue sighed softly, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Oomph. Frisia snorted coldly, his purple lips curling into a cruel smile. He asked, by the way, how many Saiyans have returned to planet Vegeta? In about a month, nearly all Saiyans will have returned, Berry Blue replied, glancing at his datapad. Only a very few will need more time to get back. I can't wait any longer. Let's set the date for 1 month from now. Frisia's face broke into a radiant smile, yet it sent chills down the spine. Want this arouse suspicion among the survivors? Asked Berry Blue. Ooh-ho-ho-ho. Frisia let out a series of strange, shrill laughs. Just say they were unlucky enough to be struck by a giant meteorite, won't that do? His laughter echoed through the empty main control room, carrying a Catan mouse playfulness and cruelty. Just as they were speaking, a beep sounded as the hatch slid open automatically, and a burly figure strode in from outside. Dodoria, another of Frisia's trusted confidants. He had pink skin, a corpulent frame, and a signature sneer plastered across his face. He first bowed respectfully to Frisia, lowering his head. Is there something, Dodoria? Frisia asked, squinting his eyes while tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of his hovercraft. Lord Frisia, a spaceship has just departed from planet Vegeta. According to our investigation, it carries Prince Vegeta and several combatants. 8 people in total on board. Dodoria reported promptly, his voice gruff. Among them is Vegeta's teacher Rez, a warrior hailed as a super genius. Oh, Rez. 8 people. Frisia's eyes narrowed again, his expression souring slightly as the smile on his lips faded. A spherical spaceship left just a few days ago carrying a Saiyan infant with a battle power of only 2. Now more people are leaving without permission. His tone carried clear displeasure. These Saiyans, these lowly monkeys, dared to pull tricks right under his nose. Lord Frisia, shall we shoot them down? Dodoria requested, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Aside from Vegeta and Rez, who else is there? Frisia asked, his fingers ceasing their tapping. There's also Raditz Nappa Kaneki Kuri Baru and a female Saiyan named Linashi. Dodoria listed them one by one, each name clearly enunciated. Barry Blue, go prepare 8 cards and write their names on them. Frisia suddenly grew intrigued, a sinister smile creeping back onto his face. Yes, sir. Barry Blue shot him a puzzled look, but immediately turned to find cards and write the names. Before long, he returned with 8 exquisite cards, each bearing a name written in neat script. Barry Blue presented the 8 cards to Frisia with both hands, bowing his head respectfully. Frisia took the cards, examining each one, and turned a smile on his lips deepening. Rez, Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, Kaneki, Kuri, Baru, Linashi. 8 names, 8 lives. Then, like shuffling a deck of playing cards, he deftly mixed them in his hands. The cards fluttered between his fingers, producing a soft rustling sound. Slap. Frisia casually tossed the cards into the air with a flick of his wrist. The 8 cards scattered midair, fluttering and drifting slowly downward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, Frisia raised his right hand, and 3 dazzling streaks of light flashed from his fingertips, shooting forth instantly. The 3 beams struck 3 cards with pinpoint accuracy, blasting them into shreds in midair. Fragments of paper fluttered down like snowflakes, scattering across the floor. The remaining 5 cards continued their descent, eventually drifting gently to the deck of the spaceship, where they lay still. Barry Blue and Dodoria stood to the side, exchanging bewildered glances at Frisia, unsure of his intentions. Dodoria, kill everyone on those 5 cards. Frisia issued the command. Dodoria caught on instantly, hurriedly stepping forward to pick up the cards, examining each one carefully. His gaze swept over the names on the cards as he muttered to himself. Who are they, Mr. Dodoria? Barry Blue asked, curiously leaning in to get a closer look. Rez, Kaneki, Kuri, Baru, and Linashi. Dodoria recited their names one by one, showing the cards to Barry Blue. Ooh-ho-ho-ho. Frisia let out another series of strange laughs, the sound reverberating through the control room. It seems that little monkey Vegeta is among these 3 lucky ones. A glint of amusement sparkled in his eyes, as if this whole affair were merely an entertaining game. Lord Frisia, perhaps we could take care of Vegeta as well. Dodoria left the rest unsaid, but his meaning was clear. To emphasize, he made a throat-slitting gesture, a flicker of cruelty in his eyes. There's no need. Frisia waved his hand, a bright smile spreading across his face. Since he's the chosen lucky one, let him live for now. Dodoria said no more, bowed once more, turned and strode out of the main control room. Before long, a small spaceship detached from Frisia's mothership. Its tail emitted bright flames as it adjusted course and quietly gave chase toward Rez's vessel. The ship was pitch black, nearly invisible against the starry void, sliding silently into the vast sea of stars like a ghost. Aboard Rez's spaceship, seeing that Frisia had no intention of ambushing them, Rez's anxious heart eased slightly. He cast one last glance out the window at the colossal ship receding into the distance, then turned to look at Linashi. She sat on the small bed, head bowed, silent. She sat there like a painting, ethereally beautiful. Want to take a stroll? Rez asked, turning to Linashi on the bed. Me? I'd rather not. Linashi shook her head, her blue eyes downcast, unable to meet his gaze. Are you tired? If you're tired, lie down for a while. Rez smiled, gently stepping closer. I'm not tired. She waved her hand lightly, but her fingers tightened around the hem of her combat suit. Just as they were speaking, the spaceship suddenly trembled violently. Boom! Rez lost his balance again, stumbling directly toward Linashi. Thud! This time Rez pinned Linashi onto the bed. The narrow cot barely fit 2, and now his entire weight pressed against her, their bodies intimately joined. He could even feel her racing heartbeat transmitted through the thin combat suit. 1 beat, 2 beats, 3 beats. Linashi's face flushed even deeper red as a blazing sunset. Her blue eyes darted about in panic, too shy to know where to look. Her breath came in rapid, uneven gasps, her chest heaving, and her warm breath gently brushed against Rez's face. I really didn't mean to, Rez muttered in exasperation, bracing himself to get up, but the spaceship still swayed slightly, making it impossible to stand steady. He lowered his gaze to meet those flustered, helpless blue eyes, and his heart softened. Who's flying this spaceship? How are they flying it? Re-Eyes couldn't help but quip, yet the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled upward. They'll definitely give them an extra chicken leg later. A chicken leg? Linashi blinked in slight bewilderment, her blue eyes filled with confusion. Use the chicken leg to hit him hard. Re-Eyes' mouth twitched as he hastily explained, no. It's nothing. Linashi nodded, her face flushed, and her breathing grew rapid again. They remained in their previous position with Re-Eyes propped above her. She could clearly feel his warmth and breath. Well, since you're lying down, you should rest properly. As he spoke, Re-Eyes immediately moved off Linashi and stood straight by the bed. All right. Linasi murmured, lowering her gaze as she slowly sat up and casually removed her shoes, revealing her flawless snow-white feet. Those feet were as white as jade, with delicate slender ankles and rounded full toes arranged neatly like 5 meticulously carved pearls. Her arches curved gracefully into a perfect line, her skin so smooth that not a single pore was visible, glowing with a warm luster under the soft light. At the sight of Linasi's tender jade-like feet, Riai's eyes went wide. In his past life, he often saw people online with foot fetishes and found their obsession quite odd. Incomprehensible. There were even strange individuals who would go to someone's doorstep just to smell their shoes. Of course, the homeowner was a beautiful woman. Riai's had dismissed it with disdain back then. What the hell kind of weird hobby is this? I am nothing like you people. Now, witnessing Linasi's feet firsthand, he realized he had been wrong. So this is how it could be. How could this girl's feet be so beautiful? He had never seen such flawless feet before. The fair complexion, the exquisite shape, the tender skin. Every detail was perfect, as if painted stroke by the most delicate hand of heaven. Faint blue veins were visible on her instep, adding a touch of realism and vitality. Truly an angel, whether in figure, appearance, or feet. She was a masterpiece of divine creation. Gazing at Linasi's feet, Riai's was momentarily stunned, staring fixedly as his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. How about I give you a foot massage? Riai's blurted out instinctively. The moment he said it, he wanted to slap himself. What am I saying? I'm a Saiyan. Offering a foot massage to a girl. Isn't this a bit off? What's a foot massage, eh? Linasi asked, tilting her head in confusion, her blue eyes full of curiosity. Well, you'll know when you try it, Riai's replied, swallowing hard. Try it. Linasi looked a little puzzled, glancing at her feet, and then at Riai's. Without another word, Riai's stepped forward, crouched by the bed, and gently lifted Linasi's jade-like foot, cradling it in his hand. Wow, this is absolutely exquisite. How can feet be this beautiful? The touch was delicate, smooth, and warm like fine mutton fat jade. Her sole was soft yet springy, her toes curling shyly like 5 startled little rabbits. Riai's felt at a loss for words to describe it. Moreover, holding Linasi's foot gave him an indescribable sensation. A feeling he couldn't quite articulate, making him reluctant to let go, wanting only to hold it and savor it. Linasi let out a soft gasp, her face turning even redder, as if it might bleed. She lowered her head, speechless, feeling her heart pound, as if it would leap from her chest. Riai's gently massaged Linasi's foot, moving from top to bottom, left to right, as if polishing a piece of jade. His movements were tender and meticulous, covering every inch, from sole to instep, heel to toe. Each area receiving his gentle care. Linasi bit her lower lip, struggling to stay silent, her face flushed like an apple. Riai stole a glance at her and saw her eyes closed, her lashes quivering slightly. Good, this is working. Feels good, right? Riai asked with a smile, his hands continuing their work. Yeah. Linasi replied in a daze, her entire body melting. Her consciousness grew hazy, with only a sensation like an electric current flowing from her soles through her entire body. Just as Riai was really getting into the massage. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door startled him. Riai turned his head, annoyed. Who would be so inconsiderate as to knock at a time like this? Who is it? Riai asked impatiently, still holding Linasi's foot. Riai's Lord Vegeta wants us to have a meeting outside. Nappa's voice came through the cabin door, deep and muffled. Got it, Riai replied. He'll be right there. After saying that, Riai couldn't help but grumble inwardly. What kind of meeting? Aren't we heading to some planet to fight? Since when did we start holding meetings? You go to the meeting first. Linasi whispered, then added softly. Will you continue when you come back? Riai was both surprised and delighted. Can we really continue? You're so good to me, how can I ever repay you? Sure, I'll continue when I'm back. Riai nodded firmly, a bright smile spreading across his face. Linasi, her face still red, lowered her eyes and slowly put on her shoes. Do you want to wash your hands? She asked quietly, her gaze falling on his hands. Why would I wash my hands? Riai asked in confusion. Linasi was taken aback, unsure how to answer. My feet might be a little dirty. Linasi murmured, her voice barely audible, her face growing even redder as she began fidgeting with the hem of her battle suit. Don't overthink it. It's not dirty at all. Riai chuckled, lowering his hand. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Why would he wash his hands now? If he washed them now, wouldn't all his previous efforts have been in vain? Linasi fell silent, casting a peculiar glance at Riai, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. She couldn't fathom his reasoning, yet an inexplicable warmth bloomed in her heart. Then Riai stepped forward and took Lennox's delicate hand. Linasi was taken aback once more. You touched my foot earlier, and now you're holding my hand. Why does it always feel so strange? Yet this time Lennox offered no resistance, allowing Riai to keep her hand in his. Her hand was soft and slender, cradled in Riai's palm, radiating a gentle warmth. Let's go outside and take a look, Riai said with a smile. See, can I not go? Lennox murmured, her blue eyes downcast, too timid to meet his gaze. If you don't want to, then we won't. Riai agreed readily. Rest here for a while, I'll be back soon. Lennox nodded, stammering, actually, I'm really afraid of dealing with strangers. Riai silently observed her, recalling her reaction when she first met Vegeta and the others. So this apprentice angel was quite socially anxious. No wonder she always blushed after just a few words when they first met. You're an angel. What's there to be shy about? He'll continue massaging your feet when I get back, Riai's whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her skin. Okay. Lenoxy nodded, a hint of anticipation shimmering in her bright blue eyes. For Riai's, he had just unlocked a new experience. For Lenoxy, wasn't it the same? Unlocking a new sensation. She had never known that having her feet massaged could feel so wonderful. Especially since the person doing it was so handsome. And he didn't show the slightest bit of disgust. Watching Riai's retreating figure, Lenoxy's heart surged with excitement and anticipation, an inexplicable itch stirring within her. She sat back on the small bed, cupping her burning cheeks in her hands, her blue eyes sparkling like stars. He's so gentle. Does he think I'm strange? But he seemed to like it. Lenoxy's mind wandered in a whirl of thoughts, yet the corners of her lips curled up involuntarily. Riai's quickly arrived at the main hall. The main hall was located at the front of the spaceship, a space slightly larger than the corridor, with several small portholes revealing the starry sky outside. A few ceiling lights cast a soft, gentle glow. Vegeta and the others had already gathered there. Vegeta stood at the forefront, arms crossed, his small frame ramrod straight, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of arrogance. Nappa and Raditz flanked him from behind, while Kaneki, Kuri, and Baru stood a bit farther away. Prince, what's the matter? Riai's asked, directly stepping in front of Vegeta. Nothing major, just assigning combat groups for the Beast Planet mission. Vegeta said coolly, still striking a pose with his arms crossed. Riai's nodded, slightly waiting for him to continue. According to Frisia Force intel, there are at least 2 monsters on Beast Planet with a battle power exceeding 1000. Vegeta said in a grave tone, his young face filled with seriousness. He'll handle those 2 with Riai's. The rest of you can form your own groups for the smaller fry. Then he'll team up with Kaneki, Nappa proposed, glancing at Kaneki. Kaneki nodded in agreement. Prince Vegeta, the 3 of us will form a group, Raditz said, pointing to Kuri and Baru. Then it's settled. Vegeta nodded in approval. How much longer until we reach Beast Planet? Riai's asked. 7 more days. Baru replied, as he was in charge of monitoring the navigation data. 7 days. A faint, subtle smile curved at the corner of Riai's mouth. That meant he could spend 7 days alone with Lenoxy, in such a confined space. No. What am I thinking? Since fate had made him a Saiyan in this new life, and even allowed him to meet a beautiful apprentice angel, his focus should be on cultivation, not on such strange thoughts. First, improve his strength. Without power, how could he even dream of touching an angel? The Grand Priest would surely beat him until he doubted his existence. I must grow stronger. Riai's took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly, his gaze turning resolute. Riai's, since we've got time, how about a spar in the training room? Vegeta pointed toward the spaceship's training room, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle. Sure, no problem. Riai's heart stirred, and he gave a slight nod in agreement. He was eager to test the divine power he had just cultivated. Time to see what he was capable of. Hearing Riai's acceptance, Vegeta's face lit up with satisfaction. He turned and strode toward the training room. Riai's followed with Nappa, Raditz, and the others excitedly trailing behind. The training room was located in the mid-rear section of the ship, its hatch much wider than those of ordinary rooms. Pushing it open revealed a spacious interior. It was a generous space, circular in shape, with a diameter of about 10 meters, converted to area that was roughly 78 square meters. Thus, most of the spaceship's area was dedicated to this training room. The ceiling was twice as high as that of a standard room, and the walls were fitted with energy-absorbing devices to dissipate stray energy during combat, protecting the ship's structure. The floor was made of a special alloy, hard, yet resilient, capable of withstanding high-impact forces. Several high-power lights flooded the space with daylight-like brightness. But upon reflection, this was only natural. Saiyans were a warrior race, always either fighting or on their way to a fight. Sleep wasn't a priority for Saiyans. That's why the sleeping quarters on this spaceship were so cramped. But training was essential. Only through constant refinement could one elevate their battle power. Riai's and Vegeta stood at the center of the training room, facing each other. Despite his small stature, Vegeta exuded an undeniable aura of power. He stood with arms crossed, chin lifted, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Nappa, Raditz, Kaneki, and the others took their positions in the observation area at the edge of the room, watching with barely contained excitement. Both of these warriors had battle powers exceeding 1000. Witnessing their spar would be an invaluable lesson. Riai's, we can begin, Vegeta said, still holding his pose, a smile on his face, his eyes blazing with the thrill of combat. Wait a moment. Riai's waved his hand, then called out to Raditz not far away. Raditz, bring me a strip of cloth. A strip of cloth? What do you mean? Raditz was taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered as he scratched his head. The kind that blocks light, preferably black cloth, Riai's added, his tone serious. Raditz stood frozen, unable to comprehend why Riai's needed a cloth strip. Why aren't you moving? What are you standing there dazed for? Vegeta snapped, irritably shooting Raditz a glare. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Raditz quickly nodded, scratched his head again, and muttered under his breath, where am I supposed to find a cloth strip? Despite his words, he turned and ran off to search for one. He trotted along, rummaging through the spaceship, and finally found a roll of clean black fabric in the storage room. He tore off a long strip, carefully checked it to ensure it was opaque, and nodded in satisfaction. In less than a minute, Raditz returned to the training room with a clean black cloth strip and handed it to Riai's with both hands. Riai's, the cloth you asked for, Raditz said, looking at him curiously. Reyes took the strip, examined it carefully to confirm it was lightproof, and then calmly wrapped it around his eyes. The black strip covered his eyes tightly, leaving no gap. Across from him, Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise, and then his brows furrowed deeply. You? What do you mean? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked angrily, his face flushing red. You had Raditz fetch a cloth strip just to blindfold yourself. Who do you think you're looking down on? Raditz's mouth twitched as he stood by, momentarily speechless. He never dreamed the strip head just handed over would be used for this. Nappa and the others were equally dumbfounded, staring at each other in disbelief, seeing incredulity mirrored in one another's eyes. What was Reyes up to? Fighting Prince Vegeta with his eyes covered. Your battle power still falls far short of Prince Vegeta's. There's a gap of at least 5000. You can't beat Prince Vegeta with your eyes open, so how could you with them closed? What was he thinking? I just learned a new technique and want to try it out, Reyes said with a smile, facing Vegeta. Though blindfolded, he turned precisely toward Vegeta's direction. Don't blame me if I hit too hard and you end up hurting. Vegeta snorted coldly, crossing his arms and lifting his chin higher. Come on. Reyes smiled confidently and beckoned to Vegeta. Asking for trouble. Vegeta snorted, stomped his foot, and charged toward Reyes like a blur. Reyes instantly entered a state of Namand, activating Ultra Instinct. Though he couldn't see anything, his body could clearly perceive every move Vegeta made. It was a strange sensation. Without using his eyes, he could still distinctly feel Vegeta's presence. His position, his speed, the trajectory of his attacks, even his breathing and heartbeat, all unfolded like a three-dimensional image vividly presented in Reyes' perception. Vegeta showed no mercy, throwing a heavy punch straight at Reyes. The wind of the fist held, aiming for Reyes' face. Reyes merely sidestepped slightly, his body swaying like a willow branch in the breeze, deftly dodging Vegeta's attack. The punch grazed past his ear without touching a single hair. Vegeta paused briefly, looking at Reyes with a hint of surprise and a flicker of doubt in his eyes. The next moment, Vegeta snorted again and charged at Reyes' small figure, leaving a blur in the air as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Shadows of fists and gusts of kicks poured down like a storm. Reyes, however, used his exquisite skill to dodge Vegeta's attacks back and forth. His body seemed to have a mind of its own, always making the most precise moves at the critical moment. Shifting left by a fraction to avoid a straight punch, leaning back an inch to evade a kick, turning slightly to sidestep an elbow strike. Every motion was perfectly timed, neither too much nor too little. After 3 minutes, huff huff. Vegeta gasped heavily, sweat beading on his forehead, his face etched with shock. He stopped attacking, hands on his knees, staring at Reyes in disbelief. What's going on? Why can't I hit him? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling violently, feeling a surge of frustration. A battle power of 1500500 higher than his opponent, and he couldn't even land a touch. How is that possible? Raditz and Nappa were also stunned, staring blankly at Reyes, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Prince Vegeta couldn't hit Reyes, and Reyes was even blindfolded. What kind of incredible skill was that? And his evasive movements were simply too ingenious. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Keep going. Reyes' face was full of smiles as he beckoned to Vegeta, again his tone relaxed and easy. Damn it. Vegeta fumed, grinding his teeth. Boom. This time Vegeta fully elevated his energy. A pale blue aura surged around him, his entire presence skyrocketing, and the alloy floor beneath his feet vibrated with a low hum. Whoosh! Vegeta charged again, faster and fiercer than before, raining punches and kicks upon Reyes. Reyes didn't engage Vegeta heat, instead using the movements of Ultra Instinct to dodge skillfully. His body was like a feather swaying in a gale, always evading every impact. Another 3 minutes passed. Vegeta still hadn't landed a hit on Reyes, instead exhausting himself, panting heavily, sweat dripping down his cheeks onto the floor. Raditz and the others were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could swallow a fist. Prince Vegeta had raised all his energy, and he still couldn't hit Reyes. How was Reyes doing it? Vegeta gritted his teeth, quickly pressed the scouter on his eye, and checked Reyes' battle power. Beep. The scouter immediately displayed Reyes' battle power. Battle power 10000. How is this possible? Vegeta refused to believe it, slapping the scouter hard, thinking it was malfunctioning. My battle power is 15000. I'm clearly 5000 higher than Reyes in battle power. With such a gap, both my speed and strength far exceed his. Why can't I hit him? Vegeta began to doubt his own existence, the frustration nearly driving him to madness. Shall we continue, Prince Vegeta? Rez's face broke into a brilliant smile. He still had his eyes blindfolded, yet he turned precisely toward Vegeta. You? How did you do that? Vegeta stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief and frustration. Just empty your mind, let your body merge with nature, and sense the danger from the outside. That's all. Rez explained simply, his tone flat. What kind of ridiculous training is that? Vegeta frowned and snorted defiantly. That skill of yours only lets you dodge what can't harm an opponent. I'm not just about dodging. Rez chuckled. Then fight me, Heaton, if you dare. Vegeta roared, trying to provoke him. Fine, I'll face you directly this time. Rez nodded. You said it. Hope you don't regret it. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Come on. Rez beckoned to Vegeta again. Vegeta hesitated no more. He took a deep breath, summoning all the remaining energy within him. His aura surged once more, and like a cannonball he shot toward Rez, delivering a powerful punch. That punch carried his full strength. The wind howled, the momentum awe-inspiring. Though Rez could not see, his perception traced the trajectory of the fist clearly. He simply sidestepped, evading with ease. Slap. The next instant Rez's palm struck Vegeta's nape. The blow seemed casual, yet it was precise and perfectly measured. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, his mind going blank. Thud. Vegeta collapsed face first to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. The training room fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Oh sorry, I accidentally used too much force. Rez smiled apologetically, a hint of regret in his voice. After his smile faded, Rez noticed Vegeta lying motionless on the floor. He tore off the cloth from his eyes. Passed out. Rez scratched his head, looking awkwardly at the unconscious Vegeta. Raditz, Nappa, and the others stood dumbfounded, staring at Rez and the fallen Vegeta, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. That was Prince Vegeta. Vegeta with a battle power of 15000. Knocked out with a single slap. How about you all come at me together? Rez beckoned to Raditz and Nappa with an eager grin. The five of them flinched, frantically waving their hands and shaking their heads like rattles. All of us together. Are you joking? Your battle power is so high that even combined we don't match it. Wouldn't that just be asking for a beating? Rez, let's just forget it. Nappa stepped back hastily, saying. Yeah. You're too strong. We couldn't beat you even together. Raditz nodded, a chill running down his spine as he recalled Vegeta's fate. Even Prince Vegeta is no match for you. Our battle powers are too low, Kaneki added, shrinking his neck. It's fine. I'll blindfold myself and won't fight back. Rez grinned, wrapping the cloth around his eyes again with swift, clean movements. Raditz and the others exchanged speechless glances. You just defeated Prince Vegeta blindfolded with ease. Would still be asking for a beating. Tell you what, whoever lands a hit on me gets 100 galactic credits. Rez pulled out a blue coin and tossed it in his hand. The coin gleamed with a deep blue luster under the light, stamped with the universal currency symbol and denomination. This blue coin was worth 1000 universal credits. 10,000 credits, neither too much nor too little. It could buy roughly what 100 yuan could in Rez's past life. On planet Vegeta, support staff earned at most 300 credits a month. Combatants had to make significant contributions to earn higher bonuses. Now just hitting Rez would net them 100 credits. Raditz and the others were tempted. Their gazes locked onto the coin in Rez's hand, eyes gleaming with desire. Are you sure you won't fight back? Raditz rubbed his hands together, eager to try, his fear dulled by the prospect of money. Yes, I swear I won't retaliate. Rez nodded slightly. All of you come at once. Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances, then looked at the blue coin and nodded. Under heavy reward, there is always a brave man. Besides, it was just one hit, not a life or death fight. Then Kuri carried the unconscious Vegeta out of the training room and set him on a bench in the corridor. The next moment, Raditz, Nappa, Kaneki, Kuri, and Baru surrounded Rez, assuming combat stances. The five spread out, encircling Rez from different angles, their eyes focused and tense. We're starting, Rez. Raditz said, taking a deep breath and readying himself. Come on. Rez nodded, relaxed his body, and entered the heartless state again. The five charged simultaneously, launching fierce attacks from all directions. Raditz struck from the front, Nappa from the right, Kaneki from the left, while Kuri and Baru circled behind. All five attacking at once, fists and feet raining down. Rez, using the Ultra Instinct movement, deftly evaded every attack. His body moved like a fish, weaving through the encirclement with ease. Sometimes sidestepping, sometimes bending, sometimes leaping. Each movement perfectly dodged the blows as if he could foresee every punch and kick. However, Rez's Ultra Instinct was still unrefined, and with five opponents attacking from different angles, it was hard to evade completely. After about a minute slap, Raditz spotted an opening and landed a punch on Rez's shoulder. A hit. Raditz's heart leaped with joy, but before he could celebrate, ow! The next instant, Raditz let out a scream, feeling as if his fist had fractured his entire arm, going numb. Rez's shoulder was as hard as an iron plate, and the recoil sent a sharp, unbearable pain through his fingers. Almost simultaneously, Rez's body reacted on instinct. Slap. Rez swung his hand back and struck Leitai, sending him spinning through the air in a 360-degree turn before he crashed heavily onto the arena floor. Thud. Leitai hit the ground with a dull thump, completely dazed. Rez quickly tore the cloth from his eyes and looked at Leitai with some embarrassment. It hurts. It hurts so much. Leitai winced in agony, lying on the ground and groaning, feeling utterly miserable. He clutched his slapped cheek while rubbing his aching, nearly fractured fist, tears threatening to spill. Sorry about that, Leitai, Rez said, stepping forward to help him up with a smile. That was just a reflex. Are you alright? Leitai felt like crying, but had no tears. I punch you and my bones feel like they're about to crack. Fine, I can endure that. But then you slap me back. It hurts, you know. He stared at Rez with a resentful look, his eyes brimming with grievance. This is your prize money, Rez said, handing Leitai the blue coin. Seeing it, Leitai wiped away his tears of pain and accepted it with sheer delight. He clutched the coin in his palm, feeling its cool touch, and the pain on his face seemed to ease slightly. Not bad, not bad. Let me study a bit more, and we'll continue later. Rez smiled faintly, turned, and left the training room. He needed to digest the combat experience from just now. Rez knew he still had to keep training. facing an assault from 5 people, none of whom had particularly high combat power, and still getting hit. Rez understood he was far from enough. Of course that was because Rez hadn't used his ordinary energy and had blindfolded himself. If he unleashed all his power, no matter how hard Leitais and the other 4 tried, they could never land a hit on him. But doing so would defeat the purpose of training, so it was unnecessary. For now, Rez's goal was to master the basics of Ultra Instinct as quickly as possible. Rez was eager to know what effect Ultra Instinct would have once he had grasped its foundation. He walked through the narrow corridors of the spaceship and returned to his own room. The hatch slid open silently, spilling soft light from within. Linasi was still sitting on the small bed, but now she held a scepter, staring blankly at the crystal orb atop it. The scepter was pure white with a slender shaft, and the crystal orb at its tip seemed to contain swirling galaxies emitting a faint glow. Linasi gazed intently at the crystal orb, her blue eyes reflecting the flowing light, her expression earnest and tender. Hearing the hatch open, she gave a start. Seeing Rez return, Linasi hastily tucked the scepter away. Whooshed! The scepter dissolved into specks of starlight, vanishing instantly into the air. Her movements were as swift as a child caught misbehaving, a visible flush of panic rising on her face as her fingers instinctively began to fidget with the hem of her battle suit. You're back. Linasi murmured, her blue eyes downcast, not daring to meet Rez's gaze. What were you looking at? So absorbed, Rez asked with a smile, his gaze settling on her. She sat on the narrow bed, her posture as demure as a butterfly folding its wings. Nothing. Linasi shook her head, replying with a blush, her blue eyes fluttering downward in panic. Rez said nothing, just watched her with a gentle smile. His gaze was not piercing but rather tender, yet just looking at her quietly made Linasi feel as exposed as a dewdrop under sunlight with nowhere to hide. Linasi lowered her head, even further, almost burying it in her chest. All right, I'll tell you. Flustered by Rez's steady stare, she finally whispered, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I was watching you fight Prince Vegeta. Having said that, she stole a glance at Rez before quickly looking away. Rez was mildly surprised. This little angel actually cares about me. She was watching my battle with Vegeta. Any good advice? Rez asked with a smile, sitting down on the edge of the bed, keeping a respectful distance. It's impressive. To have grasped Ultra Instinct to this level in such a short time is truly remarkable, Linasi said, biting her lower lip, looking up at Rez with admiration. Still, Linasi couldn't bring herself to meet Rez's eyes directly. After a brief glance, she quickly lowered her head, her fingers resuming their nervous fidgeting with the hem of her battle suit. But I still got hit under Leitais and the other's coordinated attack. Rez muttered, a hint of frustration in his voice as he scratched his head. That's because... Linasi paused, choosing her words carefully. You started with Ultra Instinct, but later, overwhelmed by the flurry of punches and kicks, you abandoned it and relied on your own senses to dodge. She hit the nail on the head, a serious gleam in her blue eyes. Hearing her words, Rez thought back to the fight and suddenly understood. Linasi was absolutely right. At the start of the fight with Leitais and the others, he was indeed using Ultra Instinct, his body as light as a feather, weaving effortlessly through the gaps between blows. But as the attacks multiplied, becoming a dizzying array, Rez instinctively abandoned Ultra Instinct and tried to anticipate their moves by listening. That was why he got hit. I guess I still need to train harder, Rez mused, stroking his chin. You've already done very well. Making such great progress is truly impressive. Linasi praised him, her voice soft but sincere. Thanks for the compliment. As a reward, how about I continue giving you a foot massage? Rez said with a grin, his gaze falling on her delicate feet tucked by the bedside. Another massage. Linasi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head again, her hands unconsciously clenching her battle suit. It's fine if you don't want to, Rez said earnestly, his eyes holding no tease, only respect. Linasi's fingers resumed twisting the fabric of her suit, looking very nervous. The cabin fell silent for a few seconds, broken only by the soft sounds of their breathing and the low hum of the ship's engines. The silence stretched on. I want to, Linasi whispered, her voice barely audible, her face turning completely red after she spoke. All right then, let us continue. Lazy laughed with excitement, a trace of tenderness flickering in his eyes. He then stepped forward, crouched by the bedside, and reached out to help Linuashi remove her shoes. His movements were gentle and cautious, as if handling some precious relic. When the shoes came off, a pair of flawless ivory feet were revealed once more. Her fair skin, the delicate curve of her ankle, the rounded toes. Under the lamp, they shone with a warm, pearly luster. Linuaxi's face bloomed crimson in an instant, as if ripening. She lowered her head, eyelashes trembling, breath growing a little quick. Yet just as a new round of foot care was about to begin, a sudden shout rang out from beyond the room. Lazy, come out here. The voice was full of force and edged with anger, cutting through the hatch with crisp clarity. It was Vegeta's voice. Lazy froze, unable to stop himself from slapping his forehead. Why hadn't I pressed harder earlier and kept him out cold longer? How did he wake so quickly? You go ahead. Linuashi hurriedly pulled her foot back, her cheeks aflame, as she spoke, a hint of scarcely noticeable disappointment flashing across her eyes. He'll go see. Lazy nodded, rose, and opened the hatch. The door parted. Sure enough, Vegeta stood outside, furious, arms crossed, veins bulging at his temples, and anger blazing in his gaze. His face was flushed a deep red, looking ready to erupt at any moment. Damn it, that doesn't count. Vegeta snarled, clenching his fists and baring his teeth as his voice echoed down the narrow corridor. Latizi and the others stood behind Vegeta, each too timid to speak, merely furtively watching the commotion. My. Then Lazy suddenly pointed behind Vegeta, brow knitting. What is that? What? Vegeta blinked instinctively, turning his head to look back. But there was nothing behind him. No, there were Latizi and the others. Yet they all appeared perfectly ordinary, staring this way with puzzled expressions. Sense carefully, Lazy urged, frowning as his expression grew grave. A powerful presence is quietly trailing us. What powerful presence? Vegeta rolled his eyes at Lazy and promptly pressed the button on his detector. Beep. The scanner swept the area. The display showed only the combat power figures and positions of those aboard the spaceship. Everywhere else registered nothing. Latizi and the others checked their own detectors and found the same result, a blank screen. Yet Lazy could distinctly sense that powerful aura stealthily following them, like a hunter, hiding in shadow, waiting for the right moment to strike. From the intensity of the presence, he estimated the fighter's power to be around 22,000. Who could possess such strength? It was highly likely Duoduolia, one of Fulisia's henchmen. What motive could Duoduolia have for trailing us? Lazy considered the matter carefully and soon understood. In the original account, Vegeta's combat squad numbered 6. Later, only Vegeta, Naba, and Latizi survived. The other 3 had been killed. It was therefore quite possible that Fulisia had dispatched Duoduolia to quietly eliminate them. Duoduolia following them now likely meant he intended to wipe out anyone other than Vegeta's trio. The timing could not be better. I've been lamenting the lack of a spaceship. Well, seize Duoduolia's ship and then head to Dichio. Once they're well, find Jalen Xianren for some Shindo, then summon Shenlong and make a wish. Wait, why not go to Zaire Star? The Shenlong there once summoned can be called again to grant wishes if the Longzhu are gathered anew. It's essentially a wish-farming treasure. On Dichio, the Longzhu take at least a year to revert from stone back into the orbs. Namek Star seems to take just over 100 days. First we secure the spaceship. As for Shindo, at worst we'll ask Shenlong for them. Lazy, hey, are you deliberately changing the subject? Vegeta barked, cutting short Lazy's musings. There is no one following us. I'm not lying, Lazy said gravely, meeting Vegeta's eyes with steady resolve. The problem is, the detectors truly show nothing. Latizi scratched his head, perplexed, tapping his device as if it might be faulty. Might there be a way to mask detection? Lazy suggested with a smile, a gleam of cleverness in his eyes. Mask their detection? Vegeta's skepticism deepened, his brow tightening. I know you doubt me, but there really is a powerful presence tailing us. Lazy pondered and spoke with certainty. Hey Race, what will do if our ship suddenly breaks hard? His craft won't have time to react and should reveal itself by following. Or by the time he responds, we'll already be able to see his ship. Baru, stop the ship at once. Vegeta issued the command without hesitation. Proud though he was and only half convinced of Lazy's words, his prince's instinct told him it was safer to assume danger. Yes, your highness. Baru answered and hurried to operate the controls. Lazy quickly closed the door and returned to his room to warn Lee Nuashi to be cautious. At that moment, Baru engaged the ship's braking system. A violent inertia seized everyone. The vessel lurched and trembled as if gripped by an invisible hand. Lazy lost his footing and pitched directly toward Lee Nuashi. This time she reacted more swiftly, instinctively preparing to dodge as he fell. Her body shifted slightly, an angelic reflex that could have avoided contact with ease. Yet after a fleeting hesitation, Lee Nuashi bit her lower lip and did not move aside. She closed her eyes, lashes trembling as though awaiting something. With a soft thud, Lazy landed atop her, his body pressing hers once again in intimate proximity. Lee Nuashi did not even utter a sound. A crimson tide rose across her face from cheek to earlobe, as rosy as the evening clouds. Ara, you all right? Lee Nuashi murmured in a gentle voice to comfort Lazy, her blue eyes opening with concern as she regarded him. I am fine. Lazy felt embarrassed, hastily rising and helping Lee Nuashi to her feet. Her hand remained soft and slender in his palm, warm to the touch. Is everything taken care of? Linos asked, her head lowered, not daring to meet his gaze. It's all handled. Rez scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I came in to tell you. The spaceship is about to stop, so be careful. But I ended up. Well, this happened. An awkward smile lingered on his face. Linos laughed joyfully instead, without a hint of reproach toward Rez. Her smile was radiant and tender, like a spring breeze skimming across a lake, stirring ripples upon ripples. Her blue eyes brimmed with mirth, curving into crescent moons. I am fine. Linos waved her hand, her voice soft. A 2-second silence fell. The cabin grew quiet, leaving only the faint sound of their breathing. Why did you suddenly stop the spaceship? Linos inquired, lifting her head to look at Rez. Frisia's men seem to be tailing us. They've jammed the detectors, but my keen senses picked them up. Rez took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. What? Frisia's men are following us. Linos tried to feign a hint of panic, her blue eyes widening slightly. What should we do then? Her acting was somewhat clumsy. The panic she portrayed felt forced, yet carried an endearing awkwardness. Rez suppressed a smile, choosing not to call her out. I've been wanting to part ways with Vegeta and the others for a while now, planning to explore other planets. What do you think? Rez asked with earnest seriousness, his gaze fixed on her. Other planets? Linos blinked, momentarily startled. He'll go seize his spaceship first. Rez chuckled slyly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Huh, sees a spaceship. Linos was baffled by Rez's audacious plan, her face full of confusion. He'll be back shortly, Rez said to Linos, then turned to leave. Maybe I should come with you. Linos suddenly gathered her courage, stepping forward. Rez glanced back at Linos. She stood there clutching the hem of her battle suit, her blue eyes filled with resolve and concern. The light cascaded over her, outlining a delicate and graceful silhouette. I might actually be of some use. Linos added, her voice a bit louder than before. This is outer space after all. One wrong move, and it could be fatal. Her eyes were etched with worry, so genuine, so pure. All right then. If things go south, you must flee immediately, understand? Rez emphasized repeatedly, his expression grave. Linos nodded firmly. The two left the room. Rez naturally took Linos' hand and strode straight toward the spaceship's hatch. The corridor was brightly lit, their footsteps echoed on the metal floor. Rez, what are you doing? Vegeta asked, startled as he saw them heading for the hatch. Why, I'm going to steal his spaceship. Rez turned back with a confident smile. We don't even know if anyone's tailing us. Vegeta snorted, still skeptical. Are you so sure there's a ship following us? As he spoke, behind the spaceship in the depths of the starry cosmos, a glimmer of light flickered. It was the glow of a spacecraft's thrusters, starkly visible against the darkness. Prince Vegeta, look, there is indeed a ship following us. Raditz exclaimed, pointing toward the viewport. You? What did you say? Vegeta frowned, striding quickly to the viewport and peering out. True enough, a small spaceship hovered in the nearby starry void, its presence betrayed by their sudden deceleration. Is it Frisia's men? I knew that bastard had ill intentions. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his young face contorted with fury. Judging by the model, it's one of Frisia's spaceships, Nappa interjected, his voice low, eyes fixed outside. But we don't yet know who's inside. A guy with a battle power around 200. Rez mused, his gaze piercing through the viewport to the ship. Most likely Dodoria. You said a battle power of 2200. Vegeta's face shifted, shock written all over his young features. Indeed, I can tell from the intensity of his energy signature. Rez nodded, still staring out the viewport. What is that Dodoria bastard doing following us? Vegeta's expression darkened further, his brow deeply furrowed. Especially upon hearing that the opponent's battle power had reached the staggering height of 2200. Vegeta suddenly felt lost, at a complete loss. After all, Vegeta was still young, his mind not yet mature. Usually he threw his weight around the palace, shielded by his father and guards, but faced with a life-or-death situation like this, he couldn't help but panic. Baru opened the hatch. They'll go have a chat with him. Rez called out to Baru, his tone calm. Huh? Are you sure you want to open it? That's outer space out there. We Saiyans can't survive in a vacuum. Baru's lips twitched as he quickly spoke, worry evident in his eyes. And even if you go, at least take an air mask. No need. I can wrap myself in a protective barrier and survive briefly in space, Rez said with a nonchalant smile, his demeanor relaxed. That's not the point. That guy's battle power is 2200. Vegeta snapped, glaring at Rez. What's there to discuss with him? He's sneaking after us, clearly up to no good. Open the hatch. Rez didn't want to waste more words, addressing Baru again in a tone that brooked no argument. Huh. Baru was completely at a loss, turning to look at Vegeta for orders. We'll go with you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly, trying to mask his inner nervousness. No need, Linos will accompany me. Rez waved his hand, glancing back at Linos, who stood behind him. Vegeta was stunned, speechless, his eyes wide-mouthed agape, but unable to utter a word. You're taking a logistics officer with a battle power of only 200. Are you joking? Fine, since you want to go, come along then. Rez no longer objected, shaking his head helplessly at Vegeta's shocked expression. That's more like it. Vegeta gave a triumphant grin, though his demeanor betrayed his tension, his palms already slick with sweat. The vast starry sky. The boundless cosmos stretched infinitely, with countless stars scattered like diamonds embedded on black velvet. Distant stars radiated eternal light, illuminating the silent void. Dodoria's spaceship trailed far behind Riai's vessel. The distance between them was so immense that it was nearly impossible to spot the other ship with the naked eye. In the starry expanse, it was merely a faint, barely perceptible speck of light blending into the surrounding celestial bodies. However, within Dodoria's ship, there was a navigation-like system that clearly tracked the movements of Riai's spaceship. On the screen, the light that representing the other ship moved slowly. Dodoria sat in the cockpit, the corners of his mouth curling up into a brilliant grin. His skin was pink, his build stout and obese, and his face bore his signature sneer. Vegeta's teacher, huh? Interesting. Dodoria chuckled coldly, his eyes brimming with intense, murderous intent. As he muttered to himself, he suddenly noticed the spaceship ahead had come to a halt. The light dot on the screen was stationary, no longer advancing. What's going on? A malfunction. Dodoria was taken aback, then moved to stop his own ship. But it was too late. The ship's speed was simply too great. In just a few blinks, Dodoria's vessel surged past, exposing itself near Vegeta's ship. From the porthole, the other ship was clearly visible. Damn, they've spotted us. Dodoria frowned, his smile freezing on his face. Yet soon he snorted and regained his confidence. Fine, I'll eliminate everyone here except Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Consider it a warning. Dodoria quickly rationalized. They'll say they defied Lord Frisia's orders by leaving planet Vegeta without permission. This is their punishment. With that thought, Dodoria felt relieved, a faint smile curling his lips. He even crossed his legs leisurely, awaiting their panicked reaction. But then Dodoria's pupils constricted. He clearly saw three figures exit the other ship and fly toward his own. They moved swiftly through the starry void, their intent clear. Oh, what are they up to? Dodoria was baffled, leaning forward toward the porthole. The next moment, Dodoria pressed a button on his scouter to gauge the combat power of Riai's and the other two. Beep. A few soft chimes and numbers flashed on the screen. Combat powers 15000, 10000. Dodoria mused, squinting at the display. And 200. When he mentioned the last one, Lenoxi, with a mere combat power of 200, Dodoria even felt a pang of pity. He shook his head, utterly contemptuous. Such a low combat power. Dodoria chuckled. Looks like they want to negotiate. Fine, let's hear what they have to say. Then he'll have Vegeta kill his own teacher. Wouldn't that be more amusing? In the starry sky, Riai's held Lenox's hand, generating a large protective barrier that enveloped them both as he guided her toward Dodoria's ship. The energy barrier glowed, a faint blue shimmering in the darkness, isolating them from the vacuum. Through it, countless stars sparkled, deep and magnificent. Lenoxi stayed silently by Riai's side, letting him hold her hand. Her hand was still soft and slender, warm in his grasp. Vegeta followed behind. However, he had put on an air mask to avoid any mishaps. The transparent mask covered his head, connected to a small oxygen device on his back, looking somewhat clumsy. After all, Vegeta dared not expose himself to the vacuum. Dying carelessly would be disastrous. Vegeta glanced at Riai's barrier, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He stared at the pale blue light, shield, his eyes flickering. It seemed this barrier could indeed isolate air, allowing Saiyans to survive briefly in space. This kind of barrier didn't seem hard. He'll try it. Vegeta acted on impulse. Since Riai's could do it, and his combat power was higher, he surely could too. Snap! A golden radiance burst from Vegeta's body. The golden light formed a barrier enveloping him, somewhat resembling Riai's. Gritting his teeth, a look of determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he slowly removed the air mask from his head. But taking off the mask was a mistake. Immediately, he felt suffocation like a drowning man with no air to breathe. His lungs contracted violently, and he flailed helplessly in the void, limbs thrashing wildly, but finding no purchase. The golden barrier remained, yet it provided no breathable air. Vegeta's eyes bulged, his mouth wide open, but he couldn't inhale a single molecule. Fear engulfed him instantly. The shadow of death loomed over his heart. Fortunately, Riai's was acutely aware of Vegeta's every move. Sensing the anomaly, he quickly released Lenox's hand, blurred into motion, and rushed over with incredible speed, pressing the air mask back onto Vegeta's head. Click! A soft sound, and the mask resealed. Huff! Huff! Vegeta gasped for air, his face reddened, chest heaving. Sweat dripped from his forehead, instantly crystallizing into tiny ice particles in the vacuum drifting around. He had come within a hair's breadth of death. What just happened? Riai's could survive in space with his barrier. Why couldn't Vegeta? Riai's didn't bother with Vegeta anymore. Seeing he was fine, he turned back to Lenoxi, took her hand again, and flew toward Dodoria's ship. Shaken, Vegeta no longer dared to show off, and quickly followed, securing his air mask tightly. Soon Riai's arrived at the entrance of Dodoria's ship. It was a silver-white metal hatch emblazoned with the Frisia Force insignia. Faint indicator lights blinked around it, showing the ship's status. Creak! The hatch slid open automatically, revealing the corridor within. Bright lights spilled out, illuminating Riai's and the others at the entrance. Les pulled Linohe's hand and entered the spaceship. Their footsteps echoed softly on the metal floor. The interior of the spaceship was more spacious than expected, with various instruments and pipes lining the corridors and a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. Vegeta quickly followed, glancing around warily. Creak! The hatch of the spaceship slowly closed behind them, sealing off the starry expanse outside. Huff huff! Vegeta gasped heavily, looking back with lingering fear to ensure the hatch was securely shut. That was such a close call. He had nearly perished in the void of space. Never again would he expose his body to the cosmos. Are you an idiot? Les turned back, scolding Vegeta with exasperation. What do you mean? Vegeta snorted, his small face brimming with defiance. I released the barrier inside the spaceship, compressing some of the air within it, so we could survive in space. Les shook his head in disappointment, pointing a finger at Vegeta. If you just reduced your breathing, you could have lasted a long time. But no, you had to release the barrier directly in space. Utterly useless. Vegeta was speechless, pondering the logic. It made sense. You make such a compelling argument that I can't even refute it. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. He could only shut his mouth sullenly, his face flushed crimson. As Vegeta's teacher, Les felt responsible for guiding him. The Vegeta from the original story didn't seem this foolish. Had he taught him into stupidity? Releasing a barrier in a vacuum. How could that possibly work? Lino couldn't help but smile, her lips curling slightly, though she held back her laughter. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling as she suppressed her amusement. Wah! But from a distance, someone else burst into unrestrained laughter. The laughter was shrill and piercing, echoing through the empty spaceship, dripping with mockery and triumph. Vegeta erupted in fury, immediately turning toward the source. His pupils contracted and his face turned ashen. Not far ahead stood a pink figure, arms crossed, wearing a signature malevolent grin. He was burly and obese, clad in Frisia's battle armor, his eyes brimming with contempt. Dodoria. Vegeta stammered, instinctively stepping back. So it is you. Not so many dos. Dodoria narrowed his eyes, wagging a finger with a flippant tone. Just call me Lord Dodoria? What are you doing here? Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to stay calm. Les had speculated it was likely Dodoria. Vegeta had been skeptical. Why would Dodoria follow them? Now seeing him in person, fear crept into his heart. With a power level of 22000, higher than his own, the gap was immense. The scouter now displayed Dodoria's exact power. The screen clearly showed power level 22000. This bastard truly had reached that height. This was bad. Get this straight, this is my spaceship. You invaded, and dare to question why I'm here. Dodoria laughed heartily, his jowls jiggling. You followed our ship. What's your games? Did Frisia order this? Vegeta demanded, clenching his fists. Heh. Dodoria sneered, his smile vanishing. Lord Frisia has decreed that in 1 month we will launch a joint attack on a supermassive planet. He paused, his gaze turning icy. He strictly forbids anyone from leaving planet Vegeta. Little Prince Vegeta, you defied orders and fled the planet. What crime have you committed? Infamous Saiyan. Why should I obey that fool Frisia? Vegeta retorted, jutting out his chin. Why? Dodoria smirked contemptuously, a cruel glint in his eyes. Swooshed. In an instant he vanished. Vegeta's pupils dilated as he searched frantically, but couldn't track him. In a flash, Dodoria appeared behind Lino. His speed was blinding, far beyond Vegeta's reaction. Because I have the highest power level, I can do whatever I want here. Dodoria lunged madly, clawing at Lino's back. His fingers spread wide, tips gleaming, capable of ripping out an ordinary heart. Clearly he intended to make an example of her before Vegeta, killing his comrade in front of the little prince. It would enrage Vegeta, then head thrash him and force him to kill his own teacher. Dodoria thrilled at the thought. This would be utterly entertaining. His claws shot toward Lino's back with lightning speed, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Lino remained still, a flicker of confusion in her blue eyes. Why target her? Because her power level was only 200. She was about to dodge. With her angelic instincts and the innate ultra instinct, even a millionfold faster strike couldn't touch her. Her body had already shifted subtly, instinctively calculating the perfect evasion. But someone else moved faster. Slap. Les' hand shot out, clamping down on Dodoria's wrist. The immense force halted his attack midair, frozen and immovable. Though Les knew Lino could easily evade, he wouldn't test such things. Since she treated him so kindly, he would regard her as his beloved and protector. Cherish her as an ordinary girlfriend. From now on he would shield her. Les' gaze was resolute, his grip on Dodoria's wrist like an unyielding iron vice. Dodoria froze, turning to stare at Les in disbelief. Lino felt a warmth spread through her heart. The warmth surged from the depths of her heart, flowing through every limb and joint, causing even Linox's eyes to sting slightly. Never in her life had anyone shielded her like this. The next moment Linoxie suddenly snapped back to reality. She flickered and appeared behind Rez, feigning a look of panic and shock. She hid behind Rez, peeking out half her head, her blue eyes gazing timidly at Doria like a startled fawn. What? Doria was slightly taken aback, never expecting that Rez could move so swiftly as to grab his wrist. Wasn't his battle power only 1000? I'm at 2200. That's impossible. How dare your filthy hand touch Linoxie? Rez snorted, coldly tightening his grip. His 5 fingers contracted like steel bands. Doria let out a series of blood-curdling screams, sharp and piercing, echoing through the spaceship. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and sweat droplets the size of beans rolled down. Crack. With a slight twist, Rez brutally tore off Doria's forearm. The sound of snapping bones was crisp and shrill. The severed arm fell away, blood gushing out and splattering across the ship's floor. The stump was a mess of torn flesh and exposed white bone. Doria let out another heart-wrenching cry, his entire body trembling in agony, his legs weak and nearly giving way as he almost collapsed to his knees. Vegeta, standing by, was utterly stunned. He remained frozen for a long moment, unable to react. His mouth hung open, his eyes wide as saucers, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Are you really Doria? How can you be this fragile? Could this be a fake Doria? Slap. Rez swung his hand back and struck Doria across the face. The sharp sound echoed like a thunderclap. Doria's face twisted grotesquely from the blow, one side swelling instantly, with several teeth and blood spraying from his mouth. He crashed to the ground, landing with a dull thud. Rez stepped forward, grabbed Doria by the scruff of his neck, and dragged him like a dead dog toward the spaceship's hatch. What are you doing? Doria panicked, struggling desperately, only to find his once formidable strength as feeble as an infant's before Rez. His legs thrashed wildly on the floor, yet he couldn't break free an inch. Can you survive in outer space? Rez asked with a grin, a smile that seemed demonic in Doria's eyes. No, I can't. Doria frantically waved his remaining good arm, flailing it in the air, his face etched with terror. No worries, I'll teach you. Rez said with a laugh, his tone as casual as if instructing a student. Just conjure a barrier now to trap the air inside, and you can survive briefly in space. You can't do this to me. Doria screamed in desperation, his voice laced with despair. I am Lord Frisia's loyal subordinate. Lord Frisia will never forgive you. Yet Rez paid him no heed, dragging Doria like a dead dog step by step toward the spaceship's hatch. Each step was firm and resolute, striking the metal floor with a dull resonance. Vegeta stood by, utterly bewildered, frozen like a statue. That was Doria with a battle power of 2200. How could he not even put up a fight against Rez? So cool. Lenoxy, however, gazed at Rez with infatuation, murmuring softly. She cupped her cheeks in her hands, her blue eyes sparkling with stars of faint blush coloring her face. Vegeta shot her a glance, utterly speechless. This logistics officer with a battle power of only 200. Was she out of her mind? Now was not the time to be swooning. Damn it. Did you think I'd let you get away with this? Doria erupted in fury, gritting his teeth and enduring the searing pain from his severed arm as his energy exploded violently. A pink aura flared around him, causing the entire ship to tremble slightly. Bam! Without any hesitation, Rez punched Doria square in the head. Ow! Doria felt his head buzz instantly, stars dancing before his eyes, the whole world spinning around him. He rolled his eyes, foam spilling from his mouth, his consciousness fading. What was happening? Why did he have no power to resist against Rez? Wasn't his battle power only 1000? Mine is at least 2200. Am I dreaming? Doria couldn't fathom it, nor would he ever have the chance to. By now Rez had dragged him to the spaceship's hatch. Before the hatch was an open area, the metal floor reflecting cold light. The door was sealed shut, its indicator light glowing a faint blue. Vegeta, go open the hatch. Rez ordered, turning to Vegeta. Vegeta, still dazed, stood motionless, his mouth agape and eyes vacant. Rez said nothing, merely smiling warmly at Vegeta. The gentle smile, however, sent a chill down Vegeta's spine. Vegeta finally snapped out of it, nodding vigorously and rushing to the main control panel to operate the spaceship. His small hands trembled as he pressed a few buttons. Creak! The spaceship's hatch slowly slid open. Beyond it lay the vast, boundless cosmos. Darkness thick as ink was dotted with countless brilliant stars. The icy vacuum rushed in, condensing into faint mist at the entrance. Rez grabbed Doria by the collar and hoisted him high. Doria hung helplessly in midair like a lamb to the slaughter, blood still dripping from his stump. Bam! The next instant Rez delivered a powerful kick, sending Doria flying out of the spaceship. The kick carried immense force, launching Doria's body like a cannonball tumbling through the starry void. In sheer panic, Doria hastily conjured a barrier the moment he left the ship. Pop! The barrier expanded instantly, a pink shield enveloping his body. It trapped a tiny amount of air from inside the ship, allowing Doria to survive briefly in space. With that, Doria endured the excruciating pain and let out a long, relieved sigh. He floated in the void, gasping for breath, still shaken. Now the most urgent thing was to contact Lord Frisia. This Saiyan named Rez was suspicious. His power was definitely not 1000. But just as Doria was about to press the button on his scouter to call Frisia. Hey Dodoria! Riai shouted from aboard the spaceship, his voice traveling as energy through the vacuum, clearly reaching Dodoria's ears. Dodoria turned his head toward Riai's, a look of confusion on his face. But the moment he laid eyes on him, he instantly regretted it. Riai stood at the hatch, launching an energy sphere from his hand. The sphere gleamed with a brilliant golden light, hurtling toward Dodoria at incredible speed, leaving a long trail of light across the starry sky. You bastard! Dodoria cursed, his voice filled with despair. He struggled to dodge, but found no leverage in the void of space. Boom! Before Dodoria could finish his curse, the energy sphere struck his barrier directly. Golden light exploded, illuminating the surrounding stars. The barrier shattered like a balloon at the touch of Riai's energy sphere. The pink protective shield disintegrated in an instant, scattering into specks of starlight that faded into the vacuum. In an instant, Dodoria's body was exposed to the vacuum. His eyes bulged wide, his mouth gaping, yet he could not draw a single breath. A layer of frost formed on his skin, and his blood congealed within his veins. Crack! Dodoria turned into an ice sculpture, his face still twisted in a ferocious snarl, suspended in the starry void, frozen in that moment forever. Starlight draped over him, coating him in a cold, silvery glow. Done! Riai clapped his hands with a smile, satisfied with his handiwork. Vegeta was dumbfounded, staring at Riai in utter shock, momentarily unable to regain his composure. His mouth opened and closed, yet no sound escaped. What are you standing there for? Close the hatch. Riai ordered Vegeta, turning to walk back inside. Yes, master. Vegeta immediately bowed, bending so low it seemed he might snap in half. Riai paused, giving Vegeta a deep, searching look. Ever since Riai became Vegeta's teacher, Vegeta had never once called him master. On one hand, Vegeta considered himself a prince, the future king of the Saiyans. On the other hand, once Vegeta's battle power surpassed Riai's, he felt Riai was nothing special. Now witnessing Riai effortlessly eliminate Dodoria, Vegeta finally realized how much more he had to learn. After bowing, Vegeta immediately rushed to operate the spaceship. His movements were swift, his small hands flying across the control panel. Creak! The spaceship hatch closed once more, sealing off the starry expanse outside. Then Vegeta quickly approached Riai, his face eager, and asked excitedly, Hey Riai, what exactly is your battle power? His eyes sparkled with curiosity and awe. Not much originally, over 2 million, now it's less than 1 million. Riai smiled faintly, his tone calm. You? What did you say? Vegeta was stunned, staring blankly at Riai's, his face a mask of shock. 2 million. 1 million. What did that even mean? His proud 150,000 seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. Enough of that. You can go now. Riai's waved his hand, signaling for Vegeta to leave. What do you mean? Vegeta's face stiffened, and he quickly asked, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Linox and I aren't going to Beast Planet. We're heading to another star. Riai said with a smile, glancing back at Linox. She stood behind him, silently listening to their conversation, her blue eyes gentle as water. Then I'm not going either. I'm sticking with you. Vegeta declared firmly, his small face full of determination. Riai's face darkened as he glared at Vegeta. Why would I want you tagging along? Isn't a private date with Linox much better? What's the point of having a brat around? Riai's was about to refuse. Don't worry, I won't bother you too. Vegeta quickly added, afraid of being sent away. He raised his hands in a gesture of assurance. Riai's pressed a hand to his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. A brief silence fell. The cabin was so quiet that the breathing of all three could be heard. No way. Riai's refused decisively, his tone resolute. After all, he didn't want to drag along a burden. Even if you disagree, I'm still following you. You're my teacher. Vegeta huffed, crossing his arms in a cool pose, his chin held high. Riai's scowled, tempted to smack Vegeta into oblivion. Thinking it over, Riai's turned to look at Linox, seeking her opinion. I don't mind. Linox said softly, her blue eyes cast down, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her battle suit. Riai's found himself at a loss for words. Don't be indifferent. How am I supposed to handle this now? He let out a helpless sigh. You can come, but you must obey my orders, or I'll throw you out. Riai's threatened, pointing toward the hatch. Consider it a deal. Vegeta nodded cheerfully, a smug grin spreading across his face. With that, he immediately went to the main console and pressed a few buttons. His movements were practiced, clearly familiar with the controls. Beep. A few soft sounds later, the communication channel connected. Soon the speaker on the console emitted Balu's voice, tinged with urgency. This is Prince Vegeta's spaceship. Balu, you all go ahead to Beast Planet and complete the mission. Vegeta commanded, his tone carrying the authority of a prince. Huh. Is that you, Prince Vegeta? Balu stammered, quickly responding then. What about you? Riai's and I have other things to do. Vegeta explained simply. The problem is, without you and Riai's, we can't conquer Beast Planet. Balu wailed, his voice filled with despair. The strongest monster there has a power level of 10000. Enough chatter, then pick another planet. Vegeta snapped, cutting off the call. Click. The communication ended. The next moment, Vegeta pressed the ship's launch button. Whooshed. The spaceship blazed with light, flames jetting from its tail, and shot forward like a streak of light, instantly overtaking Raditz's ship before vanishing from sight. Starlight raced backward past the porthole, stretching into long ribbons of light. Inside their ship, Raditz and the others were dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what to do next. With Prince Vegeta and Riai's not going to Beast Planet, there was no way they could conquer that planet. In the end, after much discussion, Raditz and his team chose a lower-level planet to fight on. Inside Dodoria's spaceship, Ray stood before the porthole, gazing at the swiftly passing stars, lost in thought. Rays, where are we heading next? Vegeta turned to Rays, seeking his opinion. Let's go to Planet Cereal. Rays mused. Planet Cereal? What kind of strange planet is that? Vegeta was taken aback, scratching his head. Rays ignored him, merely smiling. Though the smile was gentle, it sent a chill down Vegeta's spine. His mouth twitched slightly as he hurried to the computer to search for Cereal's coordinates. His fingers flew across the keyboard, data scrolling across the screen. Found it. ITLL take about 7 days from here. Vegeta immediately gave the answer, turning to Rays. Depart now, eh? Let's go. Rays nodded. Without hesitation, Vegeta altered the course and set the new destination on the navigation system. The spaceship changed direction, its rear emitting a brighter glow as it swiftly flew toward Planet Cereal. Starlight stretched into long lines outside the porthole, the ship streaking through the silent cosmos like a meteor. It soon entered autopilot mode. Indicator lights in the cockpit blinked rhythmically, all instruments showing normal readings. Outside, stars streamed past like flowing water, the deep universe serene and magnificent. Navigation is set. Vegeta clapped his hands, turned, and walked up to Rays, tilting his head. Rays, what did you say your battle power was? Not much. Rays smiled, unwilling to repeat himself. Don't think I didn't hear you. Vegeta snorted, crossing his arms. You said your battle power was 2 million before, and now it's 1 million. Essentially, yes. Rays nodded calmly. What do you mean, essentially? Vegeta was puzzled, frowning, then shook his head vigorously. No, that's not the point. The point is your battle power really over 1 million? Otherwise, how could I have easily defeated Dodoria? Ray stepped forward and patted Vegeta's shoulder, a smile on his face. Vegeta fell silent, recalling the scene. Dodoria had been as helpless as an infant before Ray's utterly powerless. A battle power of 200 felled by a single punch, disarmed and kicked out of the ship. How could it be possible without overwhelming strength? Why does the scouter only show your battle power as 1000? Vegeta grew more confused, pointing at the device on his eye. It's simple. By controlling my energy to around 1000, I can make the scouter display only the value I want. Rays explained patiently with a slight smile. How do you do that? Vegeta asked in astonishment, his eyes wide. By freely controlling my battle power, or rather the energy within me. Reyes answered simply. Now take a good look with your scouter. Vegeta swallowed hard, nodded solemnly, and immediately aimed the scouter at Reyes, staring unblinkingly at the screen. Reyes unleashed a tiny burst of energy. The numbers on Vegeta's scouter began to jump, red digits flickering rapidly across the screen. Battle power 15000, 16000, 17000, 19000. It's still rising. Vegeta exclaimed in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. The numbers continued to climb. The next moment Vegeta's scouter exploded, emitting a puff of smoke as fragments scattered. Vegeta flinched, instinctively closing his eyes and shrinking back. A brief stillness. The cabin was so quiet that the hum of the engines was audible. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, staring at Reyes in disbelief, unable to utter a word. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. This time Vegeta seemed to believe that Reyes' battle power might indeed be 1,000,000. You've been hiding this deeply. Vegeta's mouth twitched repeatedly, his gaze toward Reyes completely transformed, from contempt to surprise, and now to reverence. How else could I defeat Frieza? Reyes shrugged indifferently, turning to look at the starry sky outside the porthole. As for whether the scouter and their conversation would be detected by Frieza, Reyes didn't care much. After all, he was close to mastering Ultra Instinct. If Frieza dared to come, Reyes wouldn't mind ensuring he never returned. Defeat Frieza? Vegeta paused, then scoffed with disdain. How high could his battle power be? 100,000 would be impressive. Reyes turned, looked at Vegeta, and a meaningful smile curled at his lips. Vegeta, think about it. Your battle power is 15000. If you transform into a great ape, how high would it be? 15000. What's your point? Vegeta answered without hesitation, chin raised. If Frieza's battle power were only 100 with your great ape form, you could easily kill him, right? Reyes smiled, looking at Vegeta. Then why didn't your father let you do that? We Saiyans aren't used to bowing our heads. Frieza has oppressed us for too long. Vegeta was stunned. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he frowned, suddenly realizing Reyes' logic seemed flawless. Indeed, if Frieza truly had only 100 battle power, his father as a great ape with 130 could have killed him instantly. Why had his father never dared to resist? Why had all Saiyans obediently served Frieza? After a few seconds of thought, Vegeta's expression grew grim. You mean Frieza's battle power is even higher? Vegeta suddenly understood, asking quickly, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Linosh, you tell him. Reyes glanced at Linosh. Huh. Linosh had been standing quietly to the side like a docile kitten, her blue eyes darting between Reyes and Vegeta as she silently observed the drama. Startled by Reyes' call, she faltered slightly. After a pause, she said, Your Highness, I heard from my brother that Frieza's battle power is 120 million. Linosh spoke, bluntly revealing Frieza's true battle power to Vegeta. Her voice was soft, her tone calm. Vegeta first glanced at Linosh with disdain. A logistics officer with a battle power of only 200. What could she possibly know? Then he heard Linosh state Frieza's battle power. 120 million. The number exploded in Vegeta's mind. Vegeta was instantly stunned, his eyes wide and fixed on Linosh. His pupils contracted violently, and the color drained from his face at a visible pace. A brief silence fell. The cockpit was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. What nonsense is this? You're telling me Frieza's battle power is 120 million? Vegeta expressed deep skepticism, his voice involuntarily rising an octave. Yes, Linois nodded gently, her voice so soft as if she had said something wrong. She lowered her eyelids and began rubbing the hem of her battle suit with her fingers again. You just said. Your brother told you. Vegeta asked again, his brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly. Who is your brother? My brother is. My brother also heard it from someone in Frieza's army. It should be true. Linois quickly fabricated a lie, her blue eyes flickering with a hint of panic. At the same time, Linois sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling a bit weary. Truly, one lie requires many more to cover it up. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Vegeta shook his head, gritting his teeth, his young face full of disbelief. How could Frieza's battle power be this high? All right, kids, shouldn't be asking about this. You go about your business now. Rez patted Vegeta on the shoulder, signaling he could leave. You? What did you say? I'm not a kid. Vegeta gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, his face flushed red. Rez didn't indulge Vegeta's tantrums. He stepped forward and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. The movement was crisp and the force was just right. Vegeta was knocked to the ground, unconscious on the spot. His small body lay motionless on the cold metal floor. Much quieter now. Rez let out a long sigh of relief, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. This isn't right. Linois didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the unconscious Vegeta on the floor, her blue eyes were filled with worry. What if the king finds out? Let him find out, he can't beat me anyway. Rez laughed heartily, unconcerned. You do have a point, Linois nodded, thinking about it, and finding it hard to refute. I need to train hard too to master Ultra Instinct as soon as possible before we reach Planet Cereal. Rez mused, his gaze turning resolute. He'll stay with you. Linois said softly, her blue eyes gazing at him tenderly. All right, Rez agreed readily. 3 minutes later, Rez and Linois entered the training room. The training room here was similar to the one on Vegeta's spaceship, a circular room about 10 meters in diameter. Energy absorption devices were embedded in the walls. The floor was made of a special alloy, and the ceiling lights illuminated the entire space brightly. Upon entering the training room, Rez emptied his mind again, slowly closed his eyes, and quickly entered a state of emptiness. His breathing became steady and long, as if he had merged with his surroundings. That profound sensation washed over him once more. His body felt like a pool of spring water, able to sense the flow of air, the fluctuations of energy, and everything around him. Linois stood guard beside him, never leaving. She stood quietly at the edge of the training room, her blue eyes fixed unblinkingly on Rez. The light fell on Rez, outlining his tall silhouette and focused expression. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted into a gentle smile. Time passed silently. On Frisia's spaceship, the main control room was brightly lit and various instruments glowed with a faint blue light. Through the large porthole, planet Vegeta hung silently in the starry sky, its blue hue striking against the darkness. Frisia still sat in his baby carriage-like floating device, suspended in midair. His triangular eyes narrowed as he gazed at the vast starry sky and the blue planet Vegeta within it. The corners of his purple lips curled into a meaningful smile. Just then the hatch opened automatically and a slender figure walked in. Zarbon, another of Frisia's trusted lieutenants. He had handsome features, long green hair, and wore a neat uniform, every movement exuding elegance. He approached behind Frisia and bowed respectfully. Zarbon, is there something? Frisia asked without turning his head, his gaze still fixed outside. Lord Frisia, we've lost contact with Dodoria. Zarbon reported, a hint of gravity in his tone. Oh, did his scout malfunction? Frisia snorted unconcerned, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. We are investigating the cause, Zarbon bowed again, and quickly added. However, strangely enough, Dodoria's spaceship suddenly changed course. It's no longer tracking Vegeta's ship, but heading toward the Eastern Galaxy. The Eastern Galaxy. Frisia frowned slightly, his face turning cold. Isn't that my brother Cooler's territory? He paused, his gaze becoming sharper. What? Is Dodoria unhappy working for me, Frisia, and planning to defect to my brother Cooler? Zarbon did not respond. Mainly because he didn't know how to respond, he just bowed his head and remained silent. Have you found out which planet Dodoria's ship is heading to? Frisia asked, turning back, his eyes narrowing. Dodoria's ship has disabled its communication system. We can't contact him. Zarbon reported one by one. It appears to be heading to a planet at the edge of the Eastern Galaxy called Planet Cereal. We conquered that planet a few months ago and sold it to the Heaters. Oh, Planet Cereal. Frisia seemed thoughtful, his fingers stopping their tapping. I recall the Sigarians have moved to live on that planet. Yes. Yes, Zarbon nodded, carefully asking for instructions. Lord Frisia, should we send someone to check? Frisia pondered for a moment. Send Chui to investigate. Frisia ordered after thinking. Yes, Lord Frisia. Zarbon bowed and prepared to withdraw. Chui is no match for Dodoria. Tell him to report back immediately upon finding Dodoria. Frisia added, his tone icy. Chui soon received the order. He was short and thin, with a perpetually fawning smile on his face. Upon receiving the order, he dared not delay. He immediately boarded a spherical mini-spaceship which detached from Frisia's mothership, its tail spewing bright flames as it rapidly pursued Rez's ship. CYS spaceship was not slow, it streaked across the starry sky, like a beam of light advancing at high speed. He chased for several hours. Starlight receded rapidly outside the porthole, surrounded by endless darkness. Should be catching up soon, right? Chui muttered to himself, staring at the tracking data on the screen. Suddenly the spaceship crashed into something with a dull thud, the entire hull shaking violently. Ouch! Chui was jolted from his seat, his head nearly hitting the ceiling. The next moment the ice shattered into pieces, fragments scattering in the starry void. What was that? How could we hit ice? Chui was momentarily stunned, rubbing his sore head and frowning, but he didn't think much of it. He rubbed his eyes and instinctively glanced behind him. But as he did, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. For he saw amid the shattered ice a large pink hand belonging to Dodoria. The hand floated in the void of space, its severed end a bloody mess with more fragments scattered around. Arms, legs, torso, head. What in the world? Was that Dodoria? A cold sweat broke out on Chioi's forehead, and a chill ran down his spine. He hastily stopped the spaceship, maneuvering it to turn around and fly toward the area of broken ice. When he saw Dodoria's body shattered into pieces, Chioi felt as if he had gone completely numb. Those severed limbs drifted slowly through the starry void, their faces still frozen in the contorted expressions of death, turned into eternal ice sculptures in the vacuum. Thighs. Dodoria is dead. Chioi's eyes twitched, his complexion shifting repeatedly, and his lips trembled. Struggling to calm himself, Chioi immediately contacted Frisia through the communicator. Beep, beep. After a few tones, the connection was established. What? News so soon, Chioi? Frisia's voice came through the communicator, tinged with surprise. Lord Frisia. I saw Dodoria, Chioi said with a forced smile, his voice trembling. Oh, how is he? Frisia asked with keen interest. He seems to have accidentally ended up in outer space. He's frozen solid. Chioi stammered. Is that so? Frisia was taken aback. My spaceship collided with him. He's shattered now. Chioi grinned bitterly, asking in a low voice. I wonder if he could be restored in a healing pod. Frisia fell silent. His face darkened. Shattered to pieces. How could he possibly be restored? Confirm it again. Is it really Dodoria? Frisia frowned deeply, his voice turning icy. Yes, Lord Frisia. Chiu-E nodded, replying respectfully. He maneuvered the ship closer to the fragments, examining them carefully. The head, though frozen, was unmistakably Dodoria's face, with that signature menacing grin forever etched upon it. 3 minutes later. I've confirmed it, Lord Frisia. Chiu-E replied, his voice laced with fear. It is indeed Dodoria. There was a moment of silence on the other end. That fool must have fallen for one of Vegeta or Raditz' schemes and been lured into space. Frisia snorted, his voice seething with anger. Then, should I continue the pursuit? Chiu-E asked cautiously. Continue. Frisia's cold voice came through. Report immediately upon finding the target. Do not act rashly. Yes, Lord Frisia. Chiu-E quickly responded. The communication ended. Chiu-E took a deep breath, glanced at the floating debris outside the window, and shuddered. He reset the course and piloted the ship onward in pursuit. 2 days later, Raditz emerged from his cultivation state, abruptly opening his eyes. The training room was utterly silent save for the low hum of the ship's engine echoing from afar. Soft light cascaded down, illuminating the entire space. Leonoshi still stood not far away, quietly watching over him. Her blue eyes reflected Raditz' figure, tender as water. Congratulations, Raditz. You've finally achieved the initial mastery of Ultra Instinct. Leonoshi was genuinely happy for him, her face blooming into a radiant smile. Is that so? Have I truly entered its threshold? Raditz' voice was deep. Yes, I can sense it. Your Ultra Instinct has indeed begun to take root. Leonoshi nodded emphatically, countless sparkling stars of joy flickering in her eyes. Let me try, Raditz said, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, re-entering that mysterious state. The next moment, starlight burst forth from Raditz' body. A dazzling radiance illuminated the entire training room. It was no ordinary aura, but a silvery white halo like the light of stars that emanated from within Raditz and swirled around him. The light was not blinding, yet it carried a sacred and profound aura, as if the entire galaxy had condensed upon him. Raditz' appearance showed little change. However, his entire body was now covered in brilliant starlight. His hair remained black, but every strand seemed coated with a silver sheen. His eyes grew deeper, with a faint light swirling in the depths of his pupils. So handsome. Leonoshi murmured, her cheeks flushing, gazing at Raditz with an adoring expression. She cupped her face in her hands, her blue eyes full of stars, completely immersed in the radiant glow. Raditz silently observed the changes in his body. This seemed to be the omen of Ultra Instinct. So the so-called initial mastery of Ultra Instinct was actually unlocking the omen form. This was already incredibly powerful. What did the omen of Ultra Instinct signify? It meant strength infinitely close to Jiren's level, and Raditz had only trained for a few days. From the moment he first encountered Ultra Instinct until now, only a short time had passed, yet he had already crossed a threshold that countless beings could never touch in a lifetime. However, Raditz believed that even if he faced Jiren now, he would likely still be no match for him. After all, his foundation was too weak. Ultra Instinct only allowed the body to react instinctively, but the power itself still needed to be accumulated. It was like a peerless sword. The swordsmanship had been mastered, but the inner strength was still lacking. As long as he continued to elevate his divine power in the coming period, surpassing Jiren would not be a problem. Moreover, now that he had mastered Ultra Instinct, Raditz no longer considered Jiren his ultimate goal. What Raditz aspired to surpass was the god of destruction. Or perhaps, even higher. As Raditz silently studied the changes in his body, the training room door was kicked open by Vegeta. The hatch slammed against the wall with a loud bang. Vegeta stormed in, furiously glaring at Raditz, and bellowed, Raditz, you've got some nerve. How dare you knock me unconscious? But as the words left his mouth, Vegeta suddenly sensed something off about Raditz. His gaze fell upon Raditz, taking in the swirling starlight and that faint, elusive aura, and he froze. Vegeta's eyes widened as he looked Raditz up and down, his jaw dropping in astonishment wide enough to fit a fist. Raditz, what kind of transformation is this? Why are you emitting such strange light? Vegeta quickly asked, the matter of being knocked out instantly forgotten. You wouldn't understand, so I'll spare the explanation. Eyes chuckled, starlight swirling around him, accentuating his composure. You bastard. How would I know if you don't tell me? Vegeta glared at Eyes, his small face flushed with anger. It's called Ultra Instinct, Eyes replied succinctly. Ultra Instinct? What's that? Vegeta looked bewildered, scratching his head. You mentioned that name before. See, I told you wouldn't know. Eyes smiled faintly, starlight dancing softly upon him. Vegeta's face darkened as he glared at Eyes again. Simply put, Ultra Instinct is a rather unique skill. Once mastered, it grants immense power, Eyes added. Immense power. Vegeta paused, instinctively reaching for the scouter on his eye. Smack. With that press, Vegeta jabbed his index finger straight into his temple, wincing in pain. Ouched. Vegeta clutched his temple, nearly tearing up from the pain. It was then he remembered that his scouter had long since overloaded and exploded, leaving him with nothing. What's your current battle power? Vegeta asked, hastily ignoring the throbbing in his temple. I'm not sure. Eyes shook his head, then shifted his gaze to Linosh. What do you think it could be, Linosh? That's hard to say. If I had to convert it into battle power, it would be at least 900 billion or more. Linosh pondered for a moment before giving an answer. She spoke earnestly, her blue eyes blinking, as if stating a fact. You must be joking. Vegeta's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling. A battle power of 900 billion. His mind went blank. What did 900 billion even mean? His prideful 15000 was less than a drop in the ocean compared to 900 billion. It's true. Linosh lowered her head, apologetically nodding softly as her fingers began fidgeting with the hem of her battle suit. Stop joking. That's impossible. Vegeta shook his head vigorously in deep disbelief. 900 billion was entirely beyond his comprehension. Riai's ignored Vegeta, squinting slightly as he gazed toward the exit of the training room. He keenly sensed another spaceship rapidly pursuing them. However, that ship was still extremely far away, or it would take at least half an hour to catch up. The energy signature wasn't too strong, but it wasn't weak for Vegeta. I must say, training in Ultra Instinct has expanded my sensory range as well, Riai's mused deeply. Previously, he could only sense energy within a few hundred kilometers, but now that range had expanded by at least billions of times. He could even faintly perceive the life forces throughout the entire galaxy. Indeed. Linosh nodded gently, also sensing the approaching ship. It must be Frisia's men again. This time, the fighter's power isn't very high, seemingly on par with Prince Vegeta. Riai smiled, his gaze falling on Vegeta. What are you two talking about? Has that bastard Frisia sent someone after us again? Vegeta was startled and quickly ran to the spaceship's window to look out. He pressed against the porthole, shading his eyes with his hand as he peered outward. But Vegeta saw nothing. Outside, there was only the vast starry sky dotted with countless stars, deep and serene. How could he possibly see anything? After all, Chioi's spaceship was extremely far away, invisible to the naked eye. A guy with a battle power of about 16000. Riai's quickly discerned the opponent's power level, his tone light. A battle power of 16000. Vegeta furrowed his brow, turning from the window. Could it be that guy named Chioi? Chioi. Him. Riai suddenly understood. Within Frisia's army, Chioi was a rank lower than Dodoria with a battle power of around 16000. He was known for being slick and obsequious, all talk and little action. Let me deal with him. Vegeta snorted, suddenly interested, his small face brimming with fighting spirit. His battle power is 1000 higher than yours. Are you sure you want to fight him? Riai asked with a teasing smile. It's only 1000 higher. He's no match for me. Vegeta smiled confidently, chin raised, arms crossed. The pride of a Saiyan wouldn't allow him to back down. What was a mere difference of 1000? All right, then find a planet to land on. Riai gave the order. Vegeta didn't object, turning to pilot the spaceship. His small hands moved quickly over the control panel, setting a new course and searching for the nearest habitable planet. But just as Vegeta altered the command on the ship's operating system, he suddenly felt something was off. The next moment, Vegeta's hand froze in midair. Then he turned and glared at Riai, his face flushed crimson. Riai, you bastard, I haven't settled the score with you for knocking me out. Vegeta clenched his fists in fury. Prince Vegeta, are you sure you want to provoke someone with a battle power of 900 billion? Riai chuckled, a mocking smile on his face as starlight shimmered around him. Vegeta's mouth twitched, his face turning pale. Damn, he had almost forgotten that crucial detail. This guy's power was far too overwhelming. Even if it wasn't 900 billion, even if it were just a million, he would be no match. Since you're my teacher, I'll let this slide. Though Vegeta tried to appear aloof, arms crossed, and chin held high, his words were clearly an admission of defeat. Linosh struggled to suppress her laughter, her shoulders trembling, slightly blue eyes brimming with amusement. She suddenly found the little prince quite endearing. His way of backing down was rather charming. It seemed Riai had truly scared him. Whooshed! The spaceship streaked across the starry sky, its tail blazing with bright flames as it sped toward a planet. The starlight outside the window blurred into long streaks. 5 minutes later, the spaceship landed on a planet with an extremely harsh environment. Boom! The landing gear touched the ground, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. The three of them disembarked. The planet's environment was indeed terrible. Yellow sand swirled in the air, filled with a stench like rotting plants mixed with sulfur. The howling wind whipped sand against the ship's hull, producing a crackling sound. Damn it! If I had known the environment of this planet was so harsh, I should have chosen another one. Vegeta gritted his teeth, trembling with anger, his small face full of displeasure. After saying that, Vegeta suddenly noticed that both Riai and Lin Noxie seemed completely unfazed. This was because both of them had already activated their protective shields, blocking the harsh air from the outside. A light blue barrier enveloped them, causing yellow sand to slide off automatically, and the foul odor could not penetrate even a bit. Standing on the ground, they remained calm and composed as if they were in another world. Vegeta, he felt a pang of regret. How did I forget to activate the protective shield? Is it a bit late to activate it now? Vegeta frowned now, only hoping that the guy named Chioi would land soon, so he could vent his frustration. Fortunately, the yellow sand in the sky disappeared, after a while replaced by thick fog. White mist surged from all directions, enveloping the entire planet. Visibility was less than 10 meters, and everything around was hazy, with only the distant jagged silhouettes of rocks faintly visible. Vegeta, where did you find this planet? Riai asked irritably, looking around. This is the only planet nearby with air. Vegeta snorted, glancing sideways at Riai, still brooding over his earlier frustration. By the way, what is the name of this planet? What is this planet called? Riai casually asked, gazing through the fog into the distance. It seems to be called Wampa Planet, Vegeta pondered, recalling the information he saw on the navigation system. Wampa Planet. Riaz was taken aback. He had heard of this planet as Broly and his father Paragus had been sent there. The two had landed on this planet a long time ago. However, during the landing their spaceship was struck, destroying the core power source. Since then the father and son had been trapped on Wampa planet, struggling to survive on this desolate planet. It wasn't until the Tournament of Power ended that Broly and his father were discovered by Frisia's subordinates and taken away from Wampa planet. However, what Riaz didn't expect was that he had mistakenly appeared on this planet. Should he take that kid Broly with him? After all, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Moreover, while he may seem a bit foolish on the surface, he is not a bad person, much like Son Goku possessing a kind heart. Of course, the Broly mentioned here is the one from Dragon Ball Super, not the old version born on the same day as Son Goku. It's worth mentioning that the Broly in Dragon Ball Super is innocent and kind-hearted and is the same age as Vegeta. In contrast, the old version of Broly was born on the same day as Son Goku with an extremely brutal personality, often seeking revenge on Goku. The reason for the revenge is quite bizarre. Because Son Goku had cried when he was scared by Broly's immense power as a child, and his cries were incessant. Broly was annoyed by the noise, which is why he wanted to teach Son Goku a harsh lesson. It seems the old version of Broly never appeared on Wampa planet. So if Broly really exists here, it should be the new version of Broly. Riaz pondered, a slight smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. If he could take Broly away and nurture him a bit, he would definitely be a formidable force in the future. Whoosh. Half an hour later, a spherical spaceship rapidly descended from the vast starry sky, trailing a long flame and igniting a massive fireball in the thick fog. The fireball illuminated the surrounding mist, and the orange-eared glow spread through the white fog, forming rings of halos. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the spherical spaceship carrying Chioi crashed into the ground of Wampa planet, creating a massive impact and raising clouds of sand and dust, leaving a huge crater. The shockwave spread outward, stirring up a fierce wind that blew away some of the surrounding mist. He has finally arrived. Vegeta crossed his arms, his face revealing boundless battle, intent, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Creak. The spaceship's hatch opened, and Chioi immediately flew out from the ship. He hovered in midair, his body faintly visible within the mist, wearing his signature sycophantic smile, yet his eyes held a hint of vigilance. Upon seeing three people at the scene, Chioi was momentarily taken aback. His expression shifted from vigilance to confusion as he blinked and rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. This was because Chioi had only detected the battle power values of Vegeta and Lin Noxie from the scanner. As for Riaz, the scanner could no longer detect his battle power. The screen displayed a blank regarding Riaz's location, as if no one existed there. Riaz had spent 2 days converting all his ordinary energy into divine power. The scanner was unable to detect divine power. Is that person Riaz? Chioi looked at Riaz from a distance, muttering softly, his brows furrowed tightly. He clearly saw a person standing there identical to the Riaz in the intel, but why did the scanner not display anything? Hey Chioi, what are you doing coming over here? Vegeta crossed his arms, walking over silently, while smiling at Chioi. His steps were leisurely, and a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as if he were looking at a prey delivered to him. Vegeta. Chioi snorted coldly, trying to maintain his composure. I ask you, where's Dodoria? Did you kill Dodoria? If you guessed right. Vegeta's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile, filled with pride. You. How is this possible? Dodoria's battle power far exceeds yours. How could he be killed by you? What kind of scheme are you playing? Chioi shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the mist. Since you have caught up, this planet will become your grave. Vegeta sneered, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Boom. In the next moment, Vegeta's aura erupted, releasing all his energy at once. A light blue flame surged around him, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack with fine fissures. Whoosh. Vegeta stopped talking nonsense, pushing off the ground, his figure like a fleeting shadow rushing rapidly towards Chioi. Bang. Vegeta's fist struck Ki's cheek with a powerful punch. This punch was both fast and fierce, hitting the target squarely. Accompanied by a muffled thud, Ki's head tilted to the side, his cheek swelling immediately. The scanner he wore on his eyes was also smashed by Vegeta's punch. The scanner fell to the ground, crashing onto the rocks, and with a crack it shattered into several pieces. Damn it, my scouter. Vegeta, you contemptible fiend, I wasn't ready. Chioi erupted in fury, clutching his swollen cheek as he swiftly adjusted his stance. Yet Vegeta granted Chioi no chance to counter, charging forth to unleash a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Shadows of fists and gusts of kicks cascaded down like a violent storm. Chioi, caught off guard, could only endure the beating. He shielded his head with both hands, clumsily parrying, but utterly unable to fend off Vegeta's swift assault. After several exchanges, Vegeta delivered another kick, striking Chioi squarely in the abdomen. Bang! The blow was immense, causing Chioi's stomach to cave and his eyes bulging as he spat out a mouthful of bile. Chioi's body slid backward, his feet scraping the earth, leaving 2 long gouges in the ground. Big bang attack. Vegeta hovered in midair, extending his hand and aiming at Chioi, light coalescing in his palm. Whoosh! A powerful energy beam erupted from Vegeta's hand, its golden radiance illuminating the surrounding mist as it raced toward Chioi's position. Chioi was struck with terror, his face turning pale as he desperately tried to dodge. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Big Bang attack engulfed Chioi's location, unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud. Orange-earth flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire heavens. The shockwave spread wildly, leveling everything in its path. Rocks shattered, the earth cracked, and the dense mist was instantly dispelled. As calm returned, the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing Chio-I's battered form. His battle armor was shattered, the left shoulder guard completely broken, and the chest piece riddled with cracks. His body was covered in fresh blood, his face bruised and swollen, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. He knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, utterly wretched. You deserve it. Vegeta smirked smugly, arms crossed, hovering above to look down on him. I won't forgive you. Chio-I's fury ignited, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as energy surged wildly from his body. A pink aura erupted from within him, his power escalating steadily. Whoosh, whoosh. The two dashed toward each other, engaging in fierce combat once more. This time Chio-I was clearly prepared, and with his battle power exceeding Vegeta's by 1000. For a moment, Vegeta's advantage turned into a disadvantage. Fists and feet clashed with resounding thuds. Their figures darted through the air, leaving trails of afterimages. After several more exchanges, bang! Chio-I drove an elbow into Vegeta's chest with heavy force. Vegeta grunted, a sharp pain searing through his chest. Then Chio-I followed with an uppercut, striking Vegeta's chin. Smack! A crisp sound rang out as Vegeta's head snapped back, his teeth cutting his tongue, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta tumbled through the air, struggling to regain his balance. Bang! Chio-I executed a graceful side kick, slamming into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, hurtling toward the ground and crashing heavily onto the earth below. Crash! The ground cratered, dust billowing. Vegeta lay at the bottom, limbs splayed, panting heavily. You're not so impressive after all, little Prince Vegeta. Chio-I sneered, hovering above, looking down at Vegeta in the pit. He then pointed at Rez, his face full of provocation. Hey, you're Rez, right? I hear you're Vegeta's teacher. Rez said nothing, ignoring him entirely. He stood nearby, hands in his pockets, expression indifferent. Come at me too. Chio-I beckoned to Rez, his gaze taunting, a contemptuous smirk on his lips. Oh, by the way, Lenoxy. Rez suddenly recalled something and quickly turned to ask Lenoxy, completely disregarding Chio-I's provocation. Moi. Lenoxy blinked, her blue eyes fixed on Rez. Do you know healing techniques? Rez inquired, curiosity in his eyes. This. I can if I try. Lenoxy replied, sheepishly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Rez. What does can if I try mean? Clearly she knows it. Is this healing technique easy to learn? I wonder if I could use it. Rez grew intrigued, his eyes lighting up. It's not hard. Actually, the Ultra Instinct itself possesses healing abilities. Lenoxy explained softly, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her battle suit. Once you grasp the knack, it's very easy to achieve. Then teach me. Rez grinned, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Okay. Lenoxy nodded gently, a light blush spreading across her face. Swoosh. After saying this, Rez flashed to Vegeta's side in an instant. The sheer speed left Chio-I wide-eyed, stunned with disbelief. What? How did that guy move? How did he reach Vegeta in a flash? I didn't see a thing. Can you do that again so I can see? Chio-I rubbed his eyes, staring at Rez in astonishment, his mouth agape. Vegeta, can you still go on? Rez smiled as he addressed Vegeta, who lay in the crater. Of course. This injury is nothing. Vegeta snorted, forcing himself to leap up from the ground. But the jump aggravated his wounds, causing him to wince and suck in a sharp breath. Bang! Rez suddenly slapped him. With a dull thud, Vegeta was driven into the earth like a nail, only his head left visible above the ground. Vegeta was utterly dumbfounded, unable to process what happened, staring blankly at Rez with wide eyes momentarily frozen. Puffed. The next moment, Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the dirt before him, feeling thoroughly miserable. His face was pale, his energy waning. Rez, what the hell are you doing? Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling with rage. Oh. Chio-I was also puzzled, watching thoughtfully before quickly catching on, smirking. I see you're trying to betray him, aren't you? That's fine. He'll put in a good word for you with Frieza and spare your worthless life. He preened, believing he had seen through the truth. Rez, are you joking? Vegeta was horrified, his expression shifting repeatedly, disbelief flooding his eyes. Vegeta sensed his injuries were grievous, mortal even. Whooshed. Lenoxy, as if anticipating Rez's intent, vanished in a flash from her spot. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Rez, graceful, silent, weightless. Chio-I's eyes widened again at her astonishing speed. He rubbed them, instinctively disbelieving. What is happening? Why is this female Saiyan so fast? I recall her battle power was only 200. How is this possible? His very perception began to fracture. Simply envelop Prince Vegeta's body with your energy. That will heal his wounds. Lenoxy explained softly, her sapphire gaze steady and focused upon him. That's all. Rez paused, faintly startled. Yes, indeed. It truly is that simple, Lenoxy murmured, nodding gently, a tender smile playing upon her lips. Then I shall try. Rez drew a deep breath, and instantly radiant starlight blazed forth from his form. Silver-white luminescence surged from within him, swirling around his silhouette and illuminating the surrounding space. The light was sacred, profound, as though the entire cosmos had coalesced upon his being. In the next instant, he gathered a sphere of starlight in his palm, preparing to lay it upon Vegeta. What are you doing? Vegeta recoiled in alarm, his face paling, then flushing, then paling once more. terror blazing in his eyes. He had heard none of Lennox's earlier explanation about healing. The wind howled fiercely, and his skull still rang with dull, disorienting echoes. All he knew was that Rez had first slammed him into the earth with a single blow, and now stood before him conjuring some strange, shimmering radiance with unknown intent. Wait, Lennox interjected urgently, adding, as you release your energy, silently recite the word heal in your mind. Up. Rez scratched his head, then complied. Tum. He stomped lightly upon the ground. A muffled impact resonated, and Vegeta, buried deep in the earth, was violently jolted upward, launching bodily from the soil into the air. Pooh! Vegeta soared high, spewing a torrent of crimson blood that arced through the air like a grim crescent. His eyes rolled back, his organs churned as if wrung in a storm. Rez, you wretch. I misjudged you utterly. Vegeta ground his teeth, trembling violently, fury and wounded pride blazing in his gaze. Whooshed! Rez swept his hand through the air, and the brilliant starlight surged forward, enveloping Vegeta entirely. At the moment the light touched him, Rez inwardly intoned the word heal. Snap! In an instant the starlight blanketed Vegeta completely, wrapping him in luminous embrace. The silver-white radiance was gentle, warm, like gossamer spun from dawn itself. Vegeta's ravaged body began healing at once. Shattered bones reknitted, lacerated viscera sealed, and regenerated, wounds closed before the eye. Visible, rapid, miraculous. Within 3 seconds, every injury had vanished. Not only was he restored, he felt stronger than ever before, vitality surging through him like a newly awakened tide. The starlight dissipated. Vegeta hovered midair, stunned, silently surveying his renewed form, astonishment flickering across his features. He flexed his limbs, pressed his palm to his chest, clenched his fist, everything intact, flawless, even more potent than before. At last clarity struck him. Rez, you can heal. When did you learn this? Vegeta stared, awestruck and elated. Just now, Rez replied with a faint smile, the starlight fading softly from his frame. Consider you my first trial, and it succeeded. Vegeta fell silent. His expression darkened. So, if it had failed, I'd have been killed by your experiment. Could you be any less reliable? His lips twitched, he opened his mouth, then closed it again, speechless. Well done, Vegeta, your battle power has increased. It now stands at 20,000. Rez assessed Vegeta's energy signature, then announced the figure. 20,000. Vegeta blinked, then erupted into unrestrained delight, nearly leaping for joy. From 15,000 to 20,000, a leap of 5,000. Go. In this fight now. No further time need be wasted on him. Rez commanded, voice calm, detached. 3 seconds. I'll finish him in 3. Vegeta scoffed, grinning with fierce confidence, eyes blazing. You said 20,000. Xiao-Yi staggered, stunned, his face bleaching of all color in an instant. Xiao-Yi, you likely didn't know this yet, Vegeta said, hovering above him, a faint knowing smile on his lips. When Saiyans perish near death and rise anew, their battle power surges dramatically. That is the terrifying truth of our kind. Impossible. Xiao-Yi cried out, trembling uncontrollably. How could Rez possess healing arts and restore you instantly? Keep that question for the underworld. Vegeta sneered and blazed with searing light. Whooshed. He became a streak of incandescent motion hurtling toward Xiao-Yi, leaving behind a shimmering afterimage, air churning violently in his wake. No. Xiao-Yi froze in terror, his face turning paper white. Hearing Vegeta's battle power had reached 20,000 shattered his composure entirely. His knees buckled, his limbs turned to water. After all, Xiao-Yi's own battle power was only 16,000. Vegeta now surpassed him by 4,000. This was no longer a battle, it was a death sentence. Xiao-Yi whirled to flee, but his body refused to obey. Vegeta closed the distance in a heartbeat, appearing before him as if conjured from thin air. Wait. Xiao-Yi's face twisted in panic. He raised both hands in surrender. Vegeta ignored him and delivered a crushing kick. Tum. The blow landed squarely in Xiao-Yi's abdomen, brutal, unrelenting. He flew skyward like a kicked ball, spine arched, blood erupting from his mouth in a crimson spray. Vegeta extended his right index and middle fingers, pointing them at Xiao-Yi from afar. A shriek tore from Xiao-Yi's throat. Then his body exploded outward in a grotesque bloom of gore, flesh and bone scattering like petals of a macabre flower. Blood rained down in slow scarlet droplets, staining the earth below. Xiao-Yi was dead, obliterated in an instant by Vegeta, whose battle power now soared to 20,000. Vegeta felt the immense power surging within him, a wild grin stretching from ear to ear as madness danced in his eyes. He clenched his fists, sensing the torrential energy coursing through his veins. Excellent. This prince's battle power has finally reached 20,000. Trash. Vegeta snorted coldly, crossing his arms once more to strike a cool pose, his chin raised high. Rez nodded in satisfaction. Vegeta's progress was indeed swift. His power had surged after his near-death revival. This was the Saiyans' innate talent. Rez, you bastard, you startled me. I thought you were going to kill me. Vegeta let out a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but complain, glaring at Rez. Careful, someone's coming. Rez suddenly set his gaze fixed on the thick fog in the distance. Someone? Who? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, following Rez's line of sight. But before Vegeta could regain his senses, a flash of golden light streaked through the distance, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. The speed was even faster than Vegeta at full flight. Rez turned his head, his eyes lighting up. It was indeed Broly. Broly had come. He was a child of about 5, clad in tattered animal skins, his disheveled black hair whipping in the wind. His eyes held a vacant look, yet they burned with a beastly instinct, his body cloaked in a golden aura, his presence wild and overwhelmingly powerful. But it made sense, really. Given the intensity of the battle between Vegeta and Chui, it would be odd if Broly and his father Paragus hadn't noticed. Besides Broly, Rez spotted Paragus lurking in the mist. He was a middle-aged Saiyan clad in a battered battle suit, gripping an energy gun, his eyes dark and venomous with resentment. Who are you? Vegeta frowned, quickly making out the figure. It was a child with a tail. The kid looked about 5, not much younger than Vegeta himself. Slap. Broly lunged forward, grabbing Vegeta by the head. His move was crude and unrefined, yet so swift it left no time to react. Poor Vegeta, caught off guard, found his head firmly in Broly's grip. His arms flailed in the air, but he couldn't touch Broly at all. Boom. Broly slammed Vegeta's head hard into the ground. A deafening crash echoed as the earth cratered, debris scattering. Vegeta felt his skull splitting, stars dancing before his eyes, and he howled in agony. This person. Lenoxy was slightly startled, her blue eyes widening. His battle power is over 3000. She sensed Broly's aura, that raw primal force. Indeed, Rez nodded, showing no surprise. Moreover, Rez knew well that Broly's power was far from just 3000. Even at only 5 years old, his battle power likely reached millions. After all, he was the legendary Super Saiyan. The reason his power currently stood at 3000 was because he was a slow starter. Given a little more time to fight, Broly's power would skyrocket exponentially. Scrape. 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 After pinning Vegeta's head to the ground, Broly began grinding his face across the earth. Vegeta's skin tore against the rough terrain, blood seeping out. He let out a shriek like a stuck pig, a long piercing cry that echoed across the wasteland. Bang! Then Broly delivered a heavy punch to Vegeta's stomach. The blow was devastating, caving in his abdomen. Vegeta curled up like a shrimp, limbs jerking upward as blood spewed from his mouth. Broly seized his arms, swinging him back and forth, slamming him into the ground repeatedly. Vegeta's screams never ceased, each one more piercing than the last. After battering him enough, Broly grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him high. Vegeta was drenched in blood, his head hanging limply, consciousness fading. Well done, Broly. A voice rang out from afar. The voice was hoarse and grim, brimming with long-suppressed hatred. The next moment, Paragus emerged from the mist, limping before Vegeta. Vegeta's consciousness was slipping, his life force waned, threatening to fade entirely. His eyelids grew heavy, vision blurring to a vague silhouette. So you're Vegeta, aren't you? Paragus smiled coldly, his tone icy. Vegeta glanced at him sideways, utterly unfamiliar. No mistake. You look exactly like King Vegeta. Paragus snorted through gritted teeth, his eyes seething with hatred so intense it felt tangible. What a coincidence. You actually ended up on this planet. Heaven has eyes. I finally get my revenge. Who are you? Vegeta bit out weakly, his voice fragmented. I am Paragus, and this is my son Broly. Paragus introduced himself, a smug smile curling his lips. He then cast a cold glance at Rez and Lenoxy nearby. Slowly he drew an energy gun, aiming it at Lenoxy. That girl seemed the weakest, with a battle power of only 200. Killing her first would establish dominance. Without hesitation, Paragus pulled the trigger. Whooshed. A beam of light shot from the gun, racing toward Lenoxy. The energy beam blazed a searing trail through the air. Lenoxy. Why me again? I've already disguised myself as a meek girl. Why do they always target me first? Lenoxy was utterly exasperated, her blue eyes filled with resignation. But that energy from the gun posed no threat to her at all. She didn't even need to dodge, the blast would leave no mark on her. Rez frowned, stepped forward, and gently blew at the incoming energy. Whoosh. The energy aimed at Lenoxy, deflected by Rez's breath, shot back toward Paragus faster than it had come. Paragus blinked, eyes wide, caught off guard. He never imagined someone could blow an energy blast back with a mere breath. By the time he fully realized what was happening, it was too late. Squelch. The energy from the gun pierced through Paragus' chest. Blood splattered, leaving a charred hole in his chest. Paragus let out a miserable scream, collapsing directly to the ground, where he began spitting out mouthfuls of blood, his body convulsing, clearly on the verge of death. Vegeta stood there in a daze, glancing at Rez in the distance, then back at Paragus, letting out a disdainful snort. The last person who ambushed Lenoshi died a miserable death. You actually dared to ambush Lenoshi. You deserved it. Paragus' screams made Broly pause slightly, and he immediately turned his head to look back. Broly had been facing away from Paragus just moments ago, so he had no idea what had happened. He only heard his father's screams and saw him lying on the ground. Broly was a bit bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend the situation, his face filled with confusion. His mind worked slowly, incapable of processing such a complex scenario. Immediately, Broly abandoned any thought of catching Vegeta, tossing him aside and swiftly rushing to his father's side. Vegeta was thrown to the ground, rolling a few times before lying still. Broly stared at his father lying in a pool of blood, uttering a few meaningless groans, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He didn't understand what had happened, nor why his father was lying there. Bro. Paragus clutched Broly's hand tightly, a venomous glare fixed on everyone present. Gritting his teeth, he spoke weakly, his voice faltering, "Br. Kill them all." Paragus meant, "Broly, you must kill them all and avenge me." "MMI. I won't kill." Broly replied in a halting voice, shaking his head. You. Paragas' eyes widened, his entire body trembling with rage, his chest heaving violently. Yet Broly remained utterly confused. Dad seemed really angry. Didn't I promise him I wouldn't kill them? "Br. Must kill them all." Paragus commanded again, using the last of his strength. Broly nodded vigorously and answered earnestly, "I want kill." Paragas' head lolled to the side, finally dying in utter despair. Even in death, he clung tightly to Broly's hand, his nails digging into Broly's flesh, his eyes wide open in eternal grievance. Broly seemed oblivious to the pain, gazing at his deceased father, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He couldn't grasp why his father had died, nor what his final words meant. He only knew that his father would never wake again. "Aya!" Broly let out a roar, and his energy surged wildly. A golden aura shot into the sky, illuminating the surrounding mist, his power escalating as the very ground beneath him trembled. Rez, Lenoshi, Vegeta. The three stood in speechless silence. This kid's comprehension was worryingly poor. "Your father wanted you to kill us all, yet you said you wouldn't. It almost feels like your father died from sheer frustration." Vegeta muttered inwardly, then realized he himself was on the brink of death. He lay on the ground, covered in blood, his breath faint. "Hey Rez, what are you doing over there? Heal me quickly." Vegeta grew anxious, speaking weakly to Rez in a faltering voice. "Easy," Rez said, appearing before Vegeta in a flash, releasing starlight energy from his hands again. In truth, it was more accurate to call it angelic power rather than starlight energy, because Rez was naturally suited to mastering Ultra Instinct, thus cultivating angelic power. Angelic power could transform into various forms of energy, including healing and destruction. In a sense, angelic power was omnipotent. Slap. Angelic power enveloped Vegeta, a silvery white radiance shrouding him and swiftly mending his injuries. 3 seconds later, Vegeta's injuries were fully healed. He sprang to his feet, stretched his limbs, and felt a surge of strength throughout his body. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta charged toward Broly. He was determined to see just how powerful this brat who had beaten him so badly really was. Bang! Vegeta landed a heavy punch directly on Broly's cheek. Yet the blow seemed to have no effect. Broly remained rooted in place, weeping bitterly, not even turning his head. Tears and snot smeared across his face. He was utterly lost in his grief. Vegeta was stunned, staring at Broly in disbelief, his expression shifting repeatedly, his jaw nearly dropping. "I clearly feel my battle power has increased significantly, so why did that punch have no effect on his face?" "That dead guy said his name is Broly. This guy also has a tail. And the name Broly is clearly Saiyan. How could such a powerful Saiyan exist? My father." Broly didn't fight back, instead pointing at the dead Paragus, looking at Vegeta with tearful eyes. "I know," Vegeta nodded, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Broly, how did he die?" Broly asked in his halting speech, his eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. He pulled out an energy gun himself, and as soon as he did, it backfired. The energy bullet pierced his chest. Vegeta explained simply, without changing his expression or skipping a beat. "Rez, Lenoshi." Rez and Lenoshi exchanged glances, suddenly finding Vegeta incredibly resourceful. You can lie without even a hint of a blush. Broly indeed noticed the energy gun in Paragas' hand, his gaze fixed on the weapon, still emitting wisps of smoke. A flicker of anger passed through his eyes as he stared intently at the gun, as if it were the murderer of his father. Then Broly raised his head, looking at Vegeta, then at Rez and Lenoshi, and finally back at the gun. He seemed to be struggling to understand it all. Eventually his gaze locked onto the energy gun, his eyes turning full of hatred. This despicable murderer killed Dad. A brief moment of stupefaction. Broly stared at the still smoking energy gun, his eyes brimming with hatred. He bent down and pried the energy gun from Paragas' stiff hand. Holding it in his grasp, he looked at the gun, then at his fallen father, a low sob rumbling from his throat. Then he threw the gun to the ground and stomped on it fiercely again and again. Bang, bang, bang. Each stomp carried immense force, shaking the ground. Mud splattered and gravel flew. The energy gun deformed, twisted, and shattered under his feet, metal fragments scattering everywhere. Only after stomping the energy gun into a thin metal sheet nearly fused with the ground did Broly feel a semblance of vengeance, letting out a long sigh of relief. He halted his movements, his chest heaving violently, tears still clinging to his face, yet his emotions seemed to have calmed somewhat. Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly distanced himself to a safe range, tiptoed over to Rez's side, hid behind him, and poked half his head out to observe Broly from afar. "Rez, isn't this guy a bit of an idiot?" Vegeta asked in a hushed tone, his voice so low he feared Broly might overhear. "He is a bit foolish." Rez nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "If I want stoop to argue with a fool." Vegeta felt his mood improve, puffing out his chest. But soon a nagging discomfort crept in. Being defeated by a fool, wasn't that rather humiliating? His expression fell again. Ow. Broly, still unsatisfied, grabbed the flattened remains of the energy gun from the ground and let out a series of roars. The sound was filled with fury and sorrow, echoing across the wasteland. Then Broly clenched his fingers, the metal groaning as it was crushed into an irregular sphere. Whooshed! Broly casually tossed the sphere into the air, opened his mouth wide, and began gathering energy within. A golden light coalesced in his maw, growing ever brighter. Boom! A massive energy beam shot from Broly's mouth, instantly striking the metal sphere midair. Golden light exploded, illuminating the entire sky. The metal sphere was instantly blasted into smithereens, dissolving into countless tiny fragments that vanished in the radiance, leaving nothing behind. Witnessing this, Vegeta's eyes twitched, his face paling momentarily. His lips moved as if to speak, but no words came out. This guy truly is a fool, but his power is overwhelming. Perhaps it's best not to provoke him. No, he just ground me into the dirt. I can't let that slide. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his pride forbade retreat. Hey Rez, what's this guy's battle power? Vegeta turned to ask Rez, his face defiant, yet tinged with wariness. Judging by his current energy output, his battle power is at least 500. Rez stroked his chin, adopting a contemplative expression as his gaze fell on Broly. What did you say? Battle power 500. Are you joking? Vegeta stammered, his face shifting colors, eyes wide as saucers. 50000. What does that even mean? He thought himself quite formidable. Yet this savage-like being had a battle power of 500. I never joke. If you don't believe me, go test him yourself. Rez chuckled, a hint of mockery in his eyes. We'll give it a try. Despite his words, Vegeta remained with arms crossed, making no move. His feet seemed nailed to the ground, not budging an inch. Rez wore a teasing smile as he watched Vegeta. Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, and he fell silent. After all, Vegeta wasn't foolish. He had punched Broly earlier, but Broly remained unscathed, not even turning his head. The gap was painfully clear. If he truly challenged, Broly had likely be beaten black and blue. By the way, I just recovered from the brink of death. What's my current battle power? Vegeta asked, expectantly shifting the topic. Not bad. This time you've increased significantly. It's now 30000. Rez smiled, offering a positive assessment. Only 30000. Vegeta felt a twinge of displeasure and pouted. In the past, Vegeta would have been thrilled. A battle power of 300 was already extraordinarily formidable across the entire planet Vegeta. Even within Frieza's army, it would rank among the top 10. But now compared to Rez or Broly, Vegeta couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. That disparity made him deeply uncomfortable. You? Injure me again. Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and stared at Rez with determination. Do I look that idle? Rez scolded, irritably glaring at Vegeta. Doesn't healing consume energy? Does it take a lot of energy to heal once? Vegeta asked with a shameless grin. What do you think? Rez snorted. Well, fine, we'll talk later. Vegeta nodded in disappointment, then looked back at Broly from afar, asking Rez, what do you plan to do with him? Take him with us. Rez mused, his gaze fixed on Broly. Consider him a companion for you. A companion? Vegeta's expression stiffened, and he waved his hands frantically. I don't want a playmate. That's not up to you. Rez chuckled, his tone brooking no argument. He turned to look at Lino Shi and said gently, he'll go negotiate with Broly. Okay. Lino Shi nodded obediently, her blue eyes gazing at him tenderly. By the way, Vegeta, go get a bottle of water from the spaceship. Rez instructed Vegeta. Are you thirsty? Vegeta was taken aback, but immediately flew into the spaceship. He entered the ship, found a case of bottled water in the storage room, grabbed one, and swiftly flew back, landing before Rez and handing him the bottle. Rez took the water and flew toward Broly's location. The mist gradually dissipated and sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden halo over the desolate land. Broly knelt beside Paragus, sobbing uncontrollably, his eyes red from weeping. Tears and mucus smeared his face, his shoulders heaving like a wounded beast. Rez landed beside him and patted his shoulder. Broly turned to look at Rez, wiped his tears, his eyes filled with grief and confusion. Broly, have some water. Rez kindly unscrewed the cap and handed the bottle to Broly. The bottle contained clear drinking water, glistening under the sunlight. Broly paused momentarily, staring blankly at the bottle. Rez offered a look of bewilderment on his face. He had never seen such a thing before. A brief silence. What is this? Broly asked, his voice hoarse and rough. Poor child, you've never even had water. Rez sighed softly, his heart aching. It's for drinking. Try it. Broly scratched his head, took the bottle, examined it curiously, then cautiously brought it to his lips and took a sip. The water entered his mouth, flowed down his throat, cool and sweet. Broly's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't stop smacking his lips, an expression of disbelief on his face. He took another sip, this time a bigger gulp, savoring the cool sensation spreading through his body. For Broly, it was the most delicious thing he had ever drunk in his life. Because there was no fresh water on this planet. Though the planet did have water, it was polluted, toxic, and undrinkable. Thus Broly and his father Paragus had to subsist on insect eggs, barely sustaining their lives on that foul fare. Having grown up there, Broly harbored few complaints. He was accustomed to hunger, to thirst, to the desolation of this barren land. But Paragus was different. For him, living on this planet felt like an eternity of suffering. He longed ceaselessly to leave, to exact revenge on King Vegeta, to reclaim everything he had lost. When he finally encountered Rez and Vegeta today, Paragus was overjoyed, believing he could at last escape this harsh planet and avenge his grievances. Yet before his elation could last 3 minutes, Rez effortlessly turned the tables and killed him. How is it? Good. Rez asked with a smile. Broly nodded vigorously, his gaze toward Rez now brimming with profound gratitude. Those pure eyes held nothing but sincere thankfulness. Since you've avenged your father, come with me from now on. He'll treat you to good food and drink, Rez said, extending his hand with a gentle smile. Broly hesitated, glancing at Rez's hand, then at his face, and finally at the water bottle in his own hand. He took another sip, savoring the sweetness, and then agreed, readily grasping Rez's hand. First, let's dig a grave to bury your father, Rez suggested. Dig a grave? Broly tilted his head, puzzled. After death, one should return to the earth, so we usually dig a grave to bury them, Rez explained, pointing at the ground. Understanding dawned on Broly, and he immediately began digging with his hands. His hands worked like iron shovels, tearing through the earth with flying dirt. Soon a small pit was excavated just deep enough to hold a person. Rez stepped forward, glanced into the hole, and then kicked Paragus in with a single swift motion, clean and decisive. Broly looked at Rez, sensing something amiss. He scratched his head, feeling that his father being kicked him like that seemed somewhat disrespectful. But Broly didn't dwell on it, and proceeded to bury his father, pushing the dirt back into the pit and covering his body. Tread it down firmly, Rez suggested. I sense many monsters on this planet. It wouldn't be good if they dug up your father's corpse and ate it. Broly found Rez's words utterly reasonable and immediately stepped on the earth to compact it. Thump, thump, thump. He stomped hard, packing the soil solid and smooth. Vegeta watched from the side, speechless, his mouth twitching. This Rez was too much of a trickster, wasn't he? He killed the man's father and now plays the Good Samaritan. And couldn't he at least make a grave mound as a gesture? Instead, he buried him and tamped the earth flat. If Paragus knew, he'd probably jump right out of that pit. Of course, Vegeta wasn't about to blurt out to Broly that Rez had killed Paragus. After all, Paragus had attacked Linosh first. Rez merely exhaled, and the energy gun's bullet pierced Paragus' heart. He deserved his fate. Fearing the soil wasn't packed firmly enough, Broly stomped several more times until the ground was indistinguishable from the rest, then stopped. Enough, that's good enough, Rez waved a hand. Broly halted, casting one last glance at the compacted earth. A flicker of reluctance in his eyes, quickly replaced by anticipation for the future. Come on, follow me to the spaceship, Rez said with a smile, beckoning Broly. Broly nodded obediently and followed. Then, led by Rez, the four of them boarded the spaceship. The hatch slid shut, sealing out the desolation and sandstorms of planet Vampa. Whoosh! The spaceship soared upward, its tail blazing with bright flames, instantly piercing the atmosphere and entering the vast starry expanse. Through the porthole, planet Vampa shrank until it became a faint speck, vanishing into the boundless sea of stars. Vegeta, take Broly to wash up. He stinks. And get him some new clothes, Rez commanded directly. Got it. Vegeta pinched his nose and nodded, looking at Broly with undisguised disgust. After all, even Vegeta found Broly's odor unpleasant. A mix of soil, sweat, and something unrecognizable, truly foul. It was only natural. Broly hadn't bathed since leaving planet Vegeta. On planet Vampa, there were no facilities for washing, not even clean water, let alone a bath. Vegeta led Broly to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and pointed at the showerhead. This is for bathing. Stand under it, and water will wash the dirt off you. Broly stared curiously at the showerhead, then at the flowing water, his eyes full of wonder. 5 minutes later. Hey, that's bathwater, don't drink it, Vegeta exclaimed in the bathroom. Broly's bewildered voice came from inside, tinged with a hint of grievance. I can't believe you. There's plenty of water to drink outside, Vegeta grumbled, utterly exasperated. The sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom. After a moment of silence, Broly's voice suddenly emerged from the bathroom, serious. I remember you hit me earlier. My dad told me not to kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't beat you up. Kung Fu's afraid of you. Vegeta snorted, his voice defiant. Then came the sounds of scuffling, thuds and splashes, mixed with their muffled grunts. Rez and Linosh listened from outside, exchanging glances that spoke of mutual exasperation. When the commotion subsided, the bathroom door opened and Vegeta emerged with a bruised and swollen face. His face was mottled with black and blue, one eye puffed up badly, and he staggered as he walked. Broly, however, grinned foolishly, utterly delighted, a satisfied smile plastered on his face. Though he had taken a few hits too, they didn't hurt him at all. You bastard. One day he'll grind you into the dirt. Vegeta trembled with rage, pointing at Broly and cursing. You can't defeat me. Broly chuckled smugly, crossing his arms in an attempt to mimic Vegeta, but his imitation was far from accurate, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. Vegeta felt a pang of humiliation, his expression darkening further, yet he found no words to retort. Rez pressed his palm against his forehead, wearing a look of utter exasperation. How could they still be fighting over this? Still, Vegeta was truly unfortunate. Having aligned himself with me, with Broly by my side, he was bound to endure considerable torment in the days ahead. Broly, now clad in a fresh suit of battle armor, stepped out with a spirited demeanor. It was a spare Saiyan combat suit, fitting him reasonably well. He walked over to the table, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and cradled it in his arms with delight. He drank it down in great gulps, his face radiating pure contentment. Rez, heal me. Vegeta gritted his teeth, wincing in pain as he approached Rez, his voice urgent. He pointed at the injuries on his face, gazing at Rez with a pitiful expression. What are you thinking? Do you truly believe healing consumes no energy? Rez scolded him sharply, shooting Vegeta a glare. These minor wounds don't require any treatment. Damnation. Vegeta ground his teeth in fury, yet he was powerless to act. He rubbed the bruises on his face, sucking in a sharp breath from the pain. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his eyes lit up. Then teach me Ultra Instinct. I want to learn it. Vegeta looked at Rez expectantly. Such matters require Linois' consent first. Rez smiled, turning his gaze toward Linois. Vegeta immediately shifted his attention to her, seeking her approval. I have no objections, Linois said hastily. See, she said no objections. Vegeta exulted, nearly leaping for joy. However, Prince Vegeta may not be able to master Ultra Instinct, Linois added with some hesitation, her tone tinged with doubt. What did you say? You claim I can't learn it? Vegeta asked in astonishment, the smile freezing on his face. Yes, given Prince Vegeta's state of mind, it is not well suited for cultivating Ultra Instinct. Linois shook her head gently, her blue eyes fixed on him with sincerity. Nonsense. Just tell me the method of cultivation. Don't worry about anything else. Vegeta refused to believe I can't even master Ultra Instinct. Vegeta snorted, crossing his arms and lifting his chin haughtily. Rez chuckled and refrained from further comment. He then proceeded to impart the complete cultivation insights regarding Ultra Instinct to Vegeta in thorough detail. First, you must discard all distracting thoughts and enter a state of emptiness. Rez's voice echoed within the spaceship, and Vegeta listened intently, nodding occasionally. Time passed by minute after minute. Vegeta sat cross-legged on the floor of the training room, his brow furrowed deeply and his small face flushed with strain. He struggled to think of nothing, yet the more he tried, the more chaotic his mind became. One moment he recalled the humiliating beating he had received from Broly. The next he thought of Rez's terrifying combat prowess. Then the figure of 120 million for Frieza flashed through his mind. He scratched his head and ears in agitation, his hair tousled into a bird's nest, utterly unable to attain the state of emptiness. Rez, are you certain this is the correct method? Vegeta felt a surge of frustration, snapping his eyes open and demanding impatiently. I told you couldn't do it, yet you insisted on forcing it. Rez scolded him irritably, casting a sidelong glance. Then he beckoned to Broly, who was still clutching his bottle of water. Come over here. Don't take my water. Broly guarded his bottle, eyeing Rez with suspicion, pulling it even tighter against his chest. Rez. So he had learned to protect his food. Who's interested in your water? There's plenty over there, drink as much as you like. Vegeta rolled his eyes at Broly, pointing to the case of mineral water in the corner. Broly bared his teeth at Vegeta in a fierce grimace, then obediently stepped forward, though he still held his bottle tightly. Did you understand the method of cultivating Ultra Instinct that I just explained? Rez inquired. Broly shook his head in confusion, his eyes occasionally darting to the bottle in his hand, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. Don't joke around, Rez. If I can't cultivate it, how could he possibly learn it? Vegeta snorted, a smug expression on his face, feeling a sense of balance restored. He crossed his arms, lifted his chin slightly, finally regaining a modicum of superiority. Is it possible that only Rez is suited for cultivating Ultra Instinct? Linois interjected awkwardly, her voice soft as if afraid of discouraging Vegeta. Though Linois' voice was quiet, Vegeta caught it keenly. Are you saying only Rez is fit to cultivate Ultra Instinct? Vegeta was taken aback, puzzled, and glanced at her sideways. Then can you? Me. Linois flustered, her blue eyes flickering. She quickly replied, I only know a little. She lowered her head, her fingers once again twisting the hem of her battle suit. Let's set this aside for now. He'll find suitable techniques for you to cultivate later. Rez smiled, waving his hand lightly, offering Vegeta a graceful way out. Forget it, he'll just continue training the Saiyan way. Vegeta sighed in disappointment. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he turned to look at Broly, who was still drinking water. Hey Broly, you're a Saiyan too, right? Vegeta asked, eyeing Broly. I don't know. Broly scratched his head, looking bewildered. Then why did you attack me? Vegeta frowned, pressing further. My father told me to beat you to death. It's that simple, Broly stated plainly, his tone flat. At the mention of his father, Broly's eyes began to well up again, his gaze reddening. He then took a large gulp of water, forcibly holding back the tears. The sound of his swallowing echoed clearly in the training room. Vegeta, do I have a grudge with your father? Vegeta furrowed his brow, asking irritably. My father didn't say. Broly shook his head and continued drinking. I believe I've heard something about this matter. Rez mused, his gaze settling on Broly. What matter? Vegeta looked up at Rez, startled. You and Broly were Saiyans born in the same batch. It is said that when the king saw your battle power, he was overjoyed, Rez explained with a smile. Of course, my battle power at birth was exceptionally high. I was an ultra-genius warrior. Vegeta smiled confidently, puffing out his chest. Then the king saw Broly's battle power value, and it seems he was stunned, Rez said with a faint, meaningful smile. What did you say? Vegeta's smile froze as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Not long after I heard the king exiled Broly to a distant planet, Rez continued. Broly's father Paragus flew into a rage and even argued with the king before chasing after him in a spaceship. Since then they vanished without a trace. I never expected to find them on Vampa. Is that so? Vegeta was stunned, his mouth agape, struggling to process the information. You've been to that planet too. Its environment is incredibly harsh. There isn't even basic drinking water, Rez remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. No wonder Paragus was furious when he ran into you. Forget that. I just want to know, what was Broly's power level at birth? Vegeta asked, a hint of tension in his eyes. Broly, uninterested, continued guzzling from a water bottle, a look of pure contentment on his face. Perhaps to Broly nothing tasted better than water. Well, this is just what I heard later, Rez said, pausing to recall. According to the staff who whispered about it back, then Broly's power level at birth was around 1000. Why, you're joking, right? Vegeta stammered, his eyes widening in shock. A power level of 10000 at birth. If that were true, he must easily have a power level of 5000 by now. Vegeta felt as if struck by lightning, his worldview crumbling. If I'm not mistaken, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan that Frieza fears so much, Rez said with a smile. What? The legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta was dumbfounded, his mouth opening and closing wordlessly. He stared blankly at Broly, who was still foolishly drinking water, unable to connect him with the title, Legendary Super Saiyan. What do you mean? Broly asked, utterly confused, scratching his head as he looked between Vegeta and Rez. That can't be right. Vegeta suddenly frowned, sensing something off. If Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, then what about you? Your power level is even higher than his, isn't it? Logically, my power level should be inferior to Broly's, Rez said with a gentle smile, shaking his head. I simply found the right training method for myself, that's all. Vegeta fell silent, lost in thought. I owe it all to Linoshi. Rez said, his gaze warm as he looked at her with genuine gratitude. Perhaps I was born to master Ultra Instinct. You're welcome. Linoshi waved her hand modestly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Just because he found the right training method. Vegeta murmured, his expression contemplative. Was there really a training method tailored for oneself? And if so, what was his Vegeta's method? Think it over carefully. Rez patted Vegeta on the shoulder before turning and leaving the training room. Vegeta remained rooted to the spot, his brow furrowed in deep thought over this profound question. Broly, meanwhile, sipped his water intermittently, growing happier with each sip, his face beaming with satisfaction. The vast starry sky, the boundless universe. Aboard Frieza's spaceship, the grand main hall was brightly lit with instruments flashing eerie blue light. Frieza still sat in his hoverpod, suspended midair, his narrow eyes radiating an icy aura. Zarbin entered and bowed respectfully before Frieza. Any word from Chui? Frieza asked, his tone cold. Lord Frieza. Chui has also gone silent. Zarbin reported in a low voice, not daring to meet Frieza's gaze. What? Did Rez and Vegeta kill him too? Frieza snorted, growing increasingly irritated as he tapped his fingers on the armrest. Lord Frieza, perhaps I should go myself. Zarbin offered, looking up. They've already flown far, far away. By the time you catch up, it'll be too late. Frieza said, his eyes narrowing with menace. Zarbin realized he was right. Even in the fastest ship, it would take days to catch them. Vegeta seethed with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Yet recalling Broly's terrifying combat prowess, he decided against provoking him, taking a deep breath to force himself into calmness. There's a mysterious aura on that mountain over there. Let's go check it out. Riai's pointed to a distant peak. The peak was not particularly tall, but stood out prominently on the plain. A circular structure was faintly visible at its summit. What's so interesting about a mountain? Vegeta snorted, still annoyed by the earlier incident. I wasn't talking to you. Riai scolded, turning his gaze toward Linoshi. Okay. Linoshi nodded softly, her blue eyes gazing tenderly at Riai's. Without further ado, Riai took her hand and soared into the sky. Their figures streaked across the blue firmament. Though Vegeta muttered his reluctance, he still rose into the air and obediently followed. Seeing this, Broly quickly flew after them, glancing back at the purple plants with some reluctance. The four of them sped swiftly toward the mountain. Soon Riai and the others landed on the distant peak. The summit was flat, as if artificially leveled, and upon it stood a circular house, with white walls gleaming softly in the sunlight. Around the house, unknown plants were neatly tended. Sensing the arrival of formidable auras, the occupant immediately stepped out, his expression grave as he regarded Riai and his group. The one who emerged was an elderly Namekian. He leaned on a staff, his skin a dark green, etched with the marks of age. Namekians had a distinctive trait, their skin darkened with age. Children had a grass-green hue, like tender shoots, adults of vibrant green, and the elderly a deep dark green. The old man's face was lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes remained sharp. He wore a simple white robe, his back slightly stooped, but he exuded a steady, composed dignity. As he clearly saw Riai and the others, his expression shifted, his pupils constricting. You are Saiyans. Monito muttered, gravely tightening his grip on his staff. A Namekian. Vegeta was taken aback, immediately identifying the stranger, and scrutinized Monito from head to toe. Saiyans, what business do you have here? Monito asked, warily, his gaze sweeping over the four before settling on Riai. Instinctively, he sensed that this young man was their leader. Our spaceship just landed on this planet. I sensed your aura, so we came to have a look. Riai smiled gently, his tone calm. Vegeta. He was speechless, silently scoffing at how effortlessly Riai lied. You were clearly heading straight for this planet. He pursed his lips, but wisely chose to stay silent this time, saying nothing more. Sensed our aura? Monito gave Riai a penetrating look, then glanced at the others, noticing they wore no scouter. His expression shifted. Can Saiyans now sense auras? His voice carried clear surprise and caution. Namekians possessed sensory abilities, but he knew well that Saiyans had always relied on scouters. For now only I can sense them, these two can't. Riai gestured at Vegeta, and Broly, grinning to reveal a row of white teeth. Vegeta fell silent, arms crossed, and chin lifted, feigning indifference. Broly, however, remained unconcerned, clutching his water bottle and taking occasional sips, his face brimming with contentment. For him, clean water was the greatest happiness. Hey, what's that shiny sphere? Riai suddenly noticed the Dragon Ball in Monito's room, his eyes lighting up. It was a small orb quietly resting on a wooden shelf in the corner. The Dragon Balls on planet Cereal were tiny, no larger than marbles, emitting a faint golden glow in the dim room. The light was soft and mysterious, as if imbued with a peculiar power. Nothing. Monito's face paled slightly as he stammered, instinctively shifting to block Riai's view. Go bring that thing over for me to see. Riai commanded Broly and Vegeta. Vegeta snorted, making no move to comply. I am a prince. Do you think it's appropriate to order me around like this? He shot Riai a sidelong glare, still standing with arms folded, unmoving. But Broly paid no heed, charging straight into the house. His speed was astonishing, stirring a gust of wind. Monito tried to block him, raising his arm to bar the doorway. After a brief hesitation, however, he silently withdrew his outstretched hand. Let him look if he wants. What could he possibly discern? A simple-minded wild boy recognizing a Dragon Ball. Impossible. Soon Broly burst out of the room, clutching the golden orb. He ran excitedly to Riai and handed over the Dragon Ball. Broly is the obedient one. Riai nodded in satisfaction, taking the Dragon Ball. Haha. Broly grinned, foolishly revealing his pristine teeth. Vegeta. He shot Broly a disdainful look, a twinge of bitterness stirring within him. That simpleton sure knows how to curry favor. What a wondrous thing, it actually glows. Riai examined the Dragon Ball in his hand, marveling. He held it up to his eyes, studying the soft golden radiance. Monito remained silent, watching with a complex expression. What is this? Riai asked with a smile, feigning ignorance. Just an ordinary ornament. If you like it, feel free to take it. Monito said flatly, his tone calm, though a flicker of tension passed through his eyes. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Riai naturally pocketed the Dragon Ball, tucking it into his robe. Monito. He was left utterly speechless. You really don't hold back at all. But having said that, Monito found it impossible to take it back. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, a wave of loss washing over him. That was a Dragon Ball, the treasure he had guarded with all his might. Linasi, do you like it? It's yours. This thing looks like it could be fun. Riai smiled, pulled the Dragon Ball back out, and handed it to Linasi. A gift for me. Linoxie was slightly taken aback, her blue eyes instantly brightening as a flush of crimson crept across her cheeks. She nodded eagerly, accepting it with overflowing joy, cradling the tiny Dragon Ball in both hands as if it were a rare and precious treasure. Then after a moment's thought, Linoxie gently raised her right hand. Snap! A red cord suddenly materialized in her palm. The cord was slender and soft, emitting a faint red glow, its material unknown. The next moment, under Rez's watchful gaze, Linoxie thrust one end of the red cord into the Dragon Ball. A startling scene unfolded. Despite its softness, the moment the cord touched the Dragon Ball, it effortlessly pierced through it. The hard orb yielded before the red cord, like tofu, offering no resistance. Linoxie threaded the Dragon Ball onto the cord and then looped it around her neck. The golden Dragon Ball hung against her chest, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight, accentuating the allure of her fair skin. To show it off, Linoxie even spun gracefully before Rez. Her long hair traced a beautiful arc through the air. Does it look nice? She asked shyly, holding the Dragon Ball in her hands, her blue eyes gazing at Rez expectantly. Rez was speechless. This little angel seemed unaware of what the Dragon Ball truly was. And, by piercing it with a cord, could it still be used? Rez's mouth twitched at a loss for words. Monet's eyes widened so much they nearly popped out of their sockets. His jaw dropped, hanging so low it seemed ready to hit the ground. What was this cord made of? It had pierced the Dragon Ball so effortlessly. Am I just getting old and seeing things? This is too absurd. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, confirming he wasn't mistaken. The Dragon Ball was indeed strung on the red cord, its golden light still gleaming, though a small hole now marred its center. It looks nice. Rez nodded silently, wiping the sweat trickling down his cheek. Rez, did you come all the way to this planet just to give me this gift? Linoxie asked, a hint of joy in her voice, her blue eyes brimming with emotion. Well, yes, that's right. Rez smiled bitterly and nodded. Thank you, Rez. I love this gift. Linoxie held the Dragon Ball hanging around her neck, trembling with excitement, her face radiant with happiness. Rez opened his mouth, but no words came out. Monet was also left speechless, unsure of what to say. He looked at the Dragon Ball on Linoxie's neck, then at Rez, then at Broly and Vegeta, sinking deep into thought. Vegeta snorted, casting a sidelong glance at the Dragon Ball, and began to grumble inwardly. Was Rez insane? Traveling all the way to this planet just to give some strange bead to this woman. I can't figure out what he's thinking. And here I thought this planet might have a way to boost my power. What a disappointment for this prince. Broly, however, showed no interest, idly taking a gulp of water now and then, the gurgling sound echoing clearly in the quiet air. Rez was filled with despair. It seemed his wish would never come true. The Dragon Ball had been accepted as a gift by Linoxie. Would it even be appropriate to mention it could grant wishes now? He sighed helplessly, about to say something. I feel like there's another bead like this on this planet. Linoxie suddenly sensed something staring blankly into space before murmuring softly. Wah. What? Monet's aged face paled, his pupils contracting sharply. Did this female Saiyan know something? How did she know there was another Dragon Ball on this planet? It seems to be in that direction not too far from here, about 1,000 kilometers. Lenoxy extended her slender finger pointing in a certain direction. Which of you two will go check it out? Rez turned to ask Vegeta and Broly. Vegeta remained with his arms crossed silent, his chin held high. Broly without a word shot into the air and sped off in the direction Lenoxy indicated. Whooshed. In an instant Broly was already far away. Vegeta was speechless. Broly, you fool. Did you actually go? But soon Broly flew back, hovering in the air, scratching his head, and asked sheepishly, how far is 1,000 kilometers? Rez nearly stumbled to the ground. Forget it'll go with you. Vegeta, unable to bear it any longer, also soared into the sky and flew off rapidly into the distance. The two 5-year-old children left twin golden streaks across the sky, strikingly vivid against the blue. They started flying at a normal pace, one ahead of the other. But Vegeta, being slower, was soon left behind by Broly. Broly's flying posture was primitive, yet he was astonishingly fast, like a cannonball shot from a barrel. Vegeta's small face twisted with defiance. Gritting his teeth, he amplified his energy output. Whooshed. In an instant Vegeta accelerated, his golden aura blazing, overtaking Broly and leaving him far behind. Broly was bewildered. Seeing Vegeta trying to race him, he suddenly grew intrigued. A spark of excitement gleamed in his eyes. Whooshed. With a flash, Broly transformed into an even more dazzling golden light, accelerating instantly and quickly surpassing Vegeta. Vegeta bared his teeth, boosting his energy output, further unleashing his full power. The two raced through the sky, chasing each other, carving intersecting trails across the blue expanse. After a minute, Vegeta was left far behind, unable to even see Broly's silhouette. Broly had vanished from sight. Frustration welled up in Vegeta's heart, yet a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Feeling he had flown roughly 1,000 kilometers, he halted midair and scanned the area below. Below was a rocky terrain, jagged and desolate, silent and barren. Easily Vegeta spotted a faint golden glimmer from within a crevice between the rocks. The light was weak, but stood out sharply in the shadowy gap. Thud! Vegeta landed from the sky right at the crevice. He crouched down, reaching a small hand inside, and indeed felt a Dragon Ball no bigger than a marble. The orb was smooth and warm, radiating a soft golden light in his palm. So there really is another one. The one Lenoxy had around her neck had one star inside, but this one has two. Vegeta examined the Dragon Ball, closely muttering to himself. Then a flicker of annoyance crossed Vegeta's face again. That damned race. Traveling all the way to this planet just to give that kind of gift to that woman Lenoxy. Vegeta snorted, clenching the Dragon Ball in his palm. After a brief grumble, Vegeta wasted no time in idle chatter. He immediately leaped into the air, intending to return and find Ray's. However, at that very moment, whoosh, 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 5 fireballs suddenly ignited in the distant sky, trailing long plumes of flame as they hurtled downward toward the earth at breakneck speed. The fireballs drew nearer and grew larger, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the very soul. That had his. Vegeta's pupils contracted slightly, his brows knitting together as his expression instantly turned grave. Has that bastard Frieza sent someone again? Who is it this time? As he spoke, Vegeta seemed to suddenly realize something, and his face twisted into an expression of extreme displeasure. 5 spaceships. Could it be the Ginyu Force? A twitch tugged at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and sweat beaded on his palms. Yet in an instant, he let out a cold snort, a smug smile spreading across his face. Well then, these 5 bastards have come to die, haven't they, eh? Vegeta chuckled to himself, his eyes glinting with excitement. My battle power has increased by another 1,000 in just a few days. Now I'm at 4,000. Forget Broly and Ray's. Even I could defeat them. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. He paused for 2 seconds. But I have to say that gravity ring Ray's crafted is really quite useful. Vegeta's face bore a confident grin as he extended his hand to examine the ring on his finger. It was a simple metal band worn on his ring finger. The ring was unassuming, yet it contained extraordinary technological power. Training with this ring on truly yields twice the results with half the effort. It was worth noting that Ray's, having now mastered Ultra Instinct, found the gravity ring of little use to him anymore. So he had simply given it to Vegeta. Vegeta had indeed not disappointed Ray's. In a mere 5 days, his battle power had risen from 3,000 to 4,000. Ray's mused that if Vegeta ever made it to Earth, he could effortlessly thrash Kakarot, couldn't he? Boom. 5 spherical spaceships plummeted from the sky with a tremendous roar, crashing heavily onto the surface of planet Cereal, leaving 5 massive craters in the ground. Dust billowed, debris flew, and shockwaves radiated outward. The ship hatches opened. The 5 members of the Ginyu Force emerged from their respective vessels and swiftly converged high in the air. Their movements were synchronized and seamless. Ginyu descended first, landing on the ground and striking a pose he deemed incredibly cool. Hands on hips, chest puffed out, chin slightly raised. The other 4, G-Spurter, Rikum, and Guldo, followed, each assuming their own unique stance. Geese had one hand on his hip and the other pointing skyward. Spurter knelt on one knee with arms outstretched. Rikum stood tall with arms crossed, and Guldo executed a backflip before landing in the pose of a thinker. Then the 5 members of the Ginyu Force held their positions, each frozen in what they believed to be their most stylish posture, as if awaiting the spotlight's gleam. The next moment Jiren pressed the scanner on his eye, surveying the planet for individuals with high battle power. The device swept the area data flickering across the screen. Captain, one of them nearby has a battle power of 400. Jiren exclaimed, his expression a mix of surprise and delight. Oh, whose power is that high? Jiren was slightly taken aback, furrowing his brow as he inquired. He stood with arms crossed, chest out, his purple skin gleaming in the sunlight, the two horns on his head quivering faintly. As the captain of the Jiren force, he remained vigilant against any unexpected variables. Is it Vegeta or his teacher Ray's? Rikum mused, hands on his hips, his bulky frame like a small mountain. Neither of them could possibly have a battle power of 400. Berter shook his head, voicing deep skepticism. He was tall and lean, self-proclaimed as the fastest man in the universe. What if they've been hiding their true power all along? Guldo ventured a guess, his voice tinged with timidity. Guldo was the shortest of the group, rotund with green skin and a bald head. No sooner had he spoken than the other four turned to stare at him, their eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Their gazes were like sharp arrows, causing Guldo to instinctively shrink his neck. After all, Guldo had the lowest battle power in the team, a mere 100. Meanwhile, Jiren, Berter, and Rikum each boasted at least 4500 or more. Jiren was at 4800, Berter at 4600, Rikum at 4500, and Captain Jinyu towered at an astounding 1200. Had it not been for Guldo's unique psychic abilities and his perfectly fitting height, the Jinyu force would never have allowed him to join. It was worth noting that the 5 members of the Jinyu force, when arranged by height, formed a perfect step-like sequence. Berta was the tallest, followed by Rikum, Jinyu, Jiren, and finally Guldo, the shortest. Standing together, they resembled a staircase. Guldo hung his head, falling silent. In truth, Guldo felt immense pressure within the team, often looked down upon. But he had no choice but to endure it. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his flesh, yet dared not show any discontent. Enough speculation. Let's go see for ourselves, Jinyu said with a light chuckle, the corners of his mouth lifting. It's not far from here. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 transformed into streaks of golden light, speeding swiftly toward Vegeta's location. Their velocity was astonishing, leaving 5 long trails in the sky that tore through the clouds. Soon the 5 members of the Jinyu force appeared in the air above Vegeta, looking down at him from their lofty vantage point. Vegeta's small figure stood among the rocks, clutching the freshly found 2-star Dragon Ball, which glittered in the sunlight. He looked up, squinting at the 5 figures overhead, his brows furrowed. So it really is that bastard Vegeta? How did his battle power increase so quickly? Jiren remarked with mild surprise, tapping his scanner to confirm the data. It's only 4000. We're still 4 to 5,000 above him. He's no match for us, Berter said with a light laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. Let me take him down. Rikum cracked his knuckles, a broad grin spreading across his face as his joints popped. Let's go down and find out what's happening first. Jinyu commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. At the very least, we must complete the mission Lord Frieza has entrusted to us. Yes, sir. The team members replied without hesitation, promptly agreeing. However, just as Jinyu and his team were about to descend, beep, 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 the scouter devices worn on their eyes suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarm sounds, flashing red frantically. Jinyu and the others were startled, immediately glancing at their scouters. The numbers on the devices were skyrocketing, instantly surpassing the 200 limit. Before Jinyu and his 5 members could react, 5 explosive sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The scouters on all 5 of them burst apart on the spot, emitting wisps of smoke with fragments scattering in all directions. Jinyu and his team were utterly stunned. What was happening? What was going on? How had the scouters maxed out? They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Before long, a golden streak of light flickered in the distance, speeding toward them. Its velocity was so immense that even Berter's pupils contracted in shock. Jinyu and the others focused their gaze and saw a child clad in battle armor with a long tail trailing behind him. Clutching a bottle of mineral water in his arms, he took a sip mid-flight, a goofy grin plastered on his face. That hat's a Saiyan brat. Jiren mused, his brow furrowing. Could it be that our scouters exploded because of this kid? Rikum muttered in deep thought, his eyes locked onto the approaching figure. Don't be ridiculous. Our scouters can detect battle powers up to 200. How could they possibly max out so easily? Berter said gravely, sweat beading on his forehead. There's no way this brat's battle power is 200. With a loud thud, Broly descended from the sky at incredible speed, landing right beside Vegeta and kicking up a cloud of dust. After landing, he took a satisfying sip of water before tilting his head to look at Vegeta. Why aren't you flying anymore? Broly demanded, glaring at Vegeta with evident displeasure. Vegeta wanted to call him an idiot. But then a spark of inspiration struck him, and he pointed up at Jinyu and his team hovering in the sky. Can't you see those guys? That's why I stopped flying. Vegeta snorted, jerking his chin toward the sky. Who are they? Broly blinked, casting a curious sidelong glance at Jinyu and the others. They're a bunch of annoying creeps. Vegeta gritted his teeth, pulled out the Dragon Ball from his pocket, and handed it to Broly. Take this to Rez. They'll handle things here. Don't worry about me, just go. Broly looked at the Dragon Ball and Vegeta's hand, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly took it. So you stopped flying because you found this ball? Just go already. Vegeta waved his hand impatiently. Okay, Broly agreed readily, then immediately leaped into the air and flew off. He flew away without a second thought, almost eagerly, as if the Dragon Ball in his hand mattered more than anything else. Vegeta stared wide-eyed, momentarily speechless. I was just being polite, and you actually leave. Don't you see there are 5 guys staring me down like hawks? Broly, you idiot. Get back here. Vegeta wanted to scream hysterically, but he felt it would be too embarrassing. The pride of a prince forbade him from doing so. All he could do was clench his fists tightly, unable to care about much else now. Seeing Broly fly off, completely ignoring their presence, the 5 members of the Jinyu force cast cold stares after him. This kid is totally disregarding us. Geese muttered, annoyed. Who wants to give it a try? Jinyu pondered, his gaze following Broly's retreating figure. Let me go. My speed is the fastest in the universe. He won't escape, Berter said with a confident grin. All right. Jinyu nodded, then glanced at his team. Do any of you have spare scouters? Geese and the others shook their heads, indicating they had no extras. Then we can't contact Lord Frisia, Jinyu frowned, troubled. Captain will have to go to the spaceship and use its communication system to reach Lord Frisia. Geese suggested. Handle that, Jinyu ordered. But what should I tell Lord Frisia? Geese scratched his white hair, a bit flustered. Should I say we found Vegeta? But we haven't found Rez yet. Go down and ask first. Once we've got the full story, you can contact Lord Frisia. Jinyu snorted, then descended rapidly from the sky. Jinyu landed directly in front of Vegeta, smiling at him. His smile seemed friendly, but a cold, killing intent lurked in his eyes. Geese, Rikum, and Guldo also landed behind Jinyu, fanning out to subtly block Vegeta's escape routes. Berter transformed into a streak of light, darting at incredible speed toward Broly's direction. High above in the sky, Berter was exceptionally fast. In just a few flashes, he caught up to Broly, swiftly overtook him, and appeared ahead of him. He turned around, arms crossed, hovering in the air as he looked down at Broly. Broly paused, stopped flying, and turned to gaze at Berter with curiosity. Kid, who are you? What's your name? Berter asked with a smirk, his tone tinged with mockery. Broly was instantly displeased. Moments ago, Broly had been happily racing Vegeta, but then Vegeta suddenly stopped flying. Now Broly instinctively assumed this guy wanted to race him too. His eyes lit up, and a grin spread across his face. With a whoosh, Broly amplified his energy output, shooting past Berter and leaving him behind. Berter was momentarily stunned, then boosted his own speed, instantly overtaking Broly again. He looked back at Broly with a smug grin. See, got my skill now. Broly stared blankly at Berter, suddenly finding this guy far more entertaining than Vegeta. With another whoosh, Broly surged his energy, once more blasting past Berter in an instant, leaving a mere afterimage in the air. Berter finally understood what Broly was up to. Kid, are you challenging me to a speed contest? Don't you know I, Berter, am the fastest in the universe? Berter was so exasperated he laughed, his smile twisting awkwardly. Schwa. Bart accelerated, instantly surpassing Broly. Shio. Broly flickered and overtook Bart once more. Bart's face darkened as he increased his speed again, overtaking Broly. The two figures flickered incessantly in the sky. One moment Broly was in the lead, the next Bart was ahead. They toyed with each other like this for a while. Broly grew more exhilarated with each passing moment, his energy unknowingly surging step by step, from tens of thousands initially to hundreds of thousands, then to millions. When Broly elevated his power to a terrifying level, Bart could only stare helplessly as Broly soared into the distance, utterly beyond his reach. The speed was so blinding that Bart couldn't even track him, leaving only a trail of golden light. Broly even turned around and deliberately made a face at Bart. He stuck out his tongue and pulled an ugly expression, the meaning unmistakable, come and catch me. Bart, enraged and exasperated, gritted his teeth and gave chase, pouring every ounce of his strength into the pursuit. Yet no matter how hard Bart tried, he could never catch up to Broly. The distance between them didn't shrink, it only grew wider. Just as Broly was reveling in the fun, he looked up and spotted two figures ahead, Rez and Lenoshi. Rez held Lenoshi's hand as they floated in the air, gazing in his direction. With Rez's perception, he had sensed the arrival of the Jinyu force the moment they descended. Those 5 powerful auras breached his detection range as clearly as torches in the dead of night. Huh. Broly halted, instantly abandoning his game with Bart. He flew before Rez, grinning foolishly as he produced the Dragon Ball and handed it over. Ball! Broly exclaimed excitedly, his face beaming with a look of seeking praise. You actually found it. Rez was overjoyed, taking the Dragon Ball and examining it with a feigned air of gravity. It was a golden orb with 2 stars slowly rotating inside, emitting a gentle radiance. There are 2 stars in this one. Lenoshi leaned in for a look, then touched the one hanging around her own neck. Mine has 1 star. They're a perfect pair. Rez was left speechless, at a loss for words. How could 1 and 2 make a pair? But since Lenoshi insisted, Rez didn't have the heart to contradict her. Should I put a string on this one too? Lenoshi suggested, her blue eyes gazing at him expectantly. All right. Rez nodded without objection. Lenoshi gently raised her right hand once more. Huh. With a flash of light, a red cord materialized in Lenoshi's hand. It was thin and soft, glowing with a faint red aura identical to the one she already wore. Then Lenoshi pressed the cord against the Dragon Ball. It slipped effortlessly into the orb, passing through its center without any resistance. The hard sphere seemed as insubstantial as air before the red string. Soon Lenoshi had threaded the Dragon Ball onto the cord and tied a beautiful bow at both ends. The golden Dragon Ball swayed gently on the red string, exquisitely lovely. She looked up and gestured toward Rez's neck. Want to wear it? Lenoshi asked shyly, her cheeks flushing slightly. Sure. Rez nodded and leaned his head forward. Lenoshi rose on her tiptoes, gently looping the cord around Rez's neck. Her movements were light and tender, her fingers accidentally brushed against Rez's skin, leaving a warm sensation. She adjusted his collar, straightening the Dragon Ball so it rested against his chest. Then she lifted her gaze to meet his eyes and whispered, "Everything will be all right, Rez." As she spoke, a faint starlight shimmered in Lenoshi's hands, swiftly enveloping the Dragon Ball. The starlight was gentle and warm, vanishing in an instant as it all merged into the orb. What? Rez was momentarily startled, sensing the peculiar energy fluctuation. Nothing, Lenoshi replied in a fluster, lowering her eyelids as her fingers began to fidget with the hem of her battle suit. Rez looked at her with suspicion, feeling she had something to say. What did you mean by everything will be all right? Why did you say that? Rez inquired, his gaze fixed on her blue eyes. I didn't mean anything else, Lenoshi explained softly. Frisia sent people after us again, didn't he? We'll eventually shake off Frisia's pursuit, won't we? Rez scrutinized Lenoshi intently. Is that really what you meant? Something feels off. But since Lenoshi didn't want to elaborate, Rez knew it would be hard to pry it out of her. Yes, everything will be all right. Rez nodded, echoing Lenoshi's words. As he spoke, he gently gripped the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck. He had clearly seen Lenoshi infuse some angelic power into the Dragon Ball just now. That energy was pure and formidable, though just a trace it held an indescribable force. Why did this little angel pour so much angelic power into the Dragon Ball? Did you just inject energy into it? Rez asked directly, his eyes fixed on Lenoshi's face. Yais. Lenoshi blushed and nodded, her blue eyes dropping downward. She then cupped the Dragon Ball from her own neck and presented it before Rez, holding it with both hands as carefully as if it were a precious treasure. That one-star Dragon Ball gleamed with a soft golden light under the sun, the red cord passing through it and resting in her pale palm. Rez, could you infuse a little of your energy into this one too? So we. As she spoke, Lenoshi's cheeks grew even redder, like the sunset glow on the horizon. She kept her head down, unable to meet Rez's gaze, her eyelashes trembling slightly and her fingers quivering. Rez suddenly felt an uncanny sense of exchanging tokens. Seeing Lenoshi's shy demeanor, a wave of warmth surged through his heart. Without further hesitation, Rez extended his finger, gently touched Lenoshi's one-star Dragon Ball, and channeled a sliver of his energy into it. A brilliant light flickered briefly as the energy merged into the orb and vanished. As for whether Lenoshi would harm him, Rez deemed that possibility virtually non-existent. After all, she was an angel. If she truly intended to harm him, she could easily end his life. Why go through all this trouble? It's done. Rez smiled warmly. Lenoshi nodded lightly, joyfully cradling the Dragon Ball and pressing it gently against her cheek. She closed her eyes, savoring the lingering trace of Rez's presence on the orb, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of her lips. Seeing Lenoshi's bashful, maidenly demeanor, Rez felt his heart melt. This little angel was truly adorable. As for the wish, Lazy pondered seriously and suddenly felt that he didn't really need any wish. If he truly summoned the divine dragon, what wish would he even make? Originally, Lazy had planned to wish for the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. However, ever since he began cultivating the art of the self-mastery, the divine power he had condensed allowed him to endure prolonged exposure to the void. Even without enveloping himself in a protective barrier, he would face no issues. In truth, Lazy was unaware that although he cultivated the art of the self-mastery, he had actually manifested the power of an angel. With the power of an angel, Lazy's entire being had undergone a transformation, naturally enabling him to survive in outer space. There was no need to wish for the ability to exist in the cosmic void. So what other wish did he need? Secondly, Lazy considered asking the divine dragon for some senzu beans. Yet this wish also seemed rather unsuitable, because Lazy had already learned the healing technique, which could treat himself as well. As for the claim of consuming massive energy, that was purely to tease Vegeta. The healing technique did not require much energy. Moreover, at Lazy's current level of power, ordinary beings in this universe could no longer threaten him. Those who truly posed a threat. No, to be precise, the gods who were threatening. Lazy couldn't defeat them. Even with senzu beans, if he encountered a god of destruction, they would be of little use. Thus, the wish for senzu beans was utterly unnecessary for Lazy. So should he wish for immortality? Lazy felt that immortality was nothing but a useless gimmick. Moreover, an ordinary divine dragon could at most regenerate one's body, not grant true immortality. But Lazy's healing technique allowed limb regeneration, so he had no need for immortality at all. Besides, even the immortality granted by a true divine dragon couldn't withstand the might of a powerful god like the god of destruction. Immortality only preserved the body. The god of destruction annihilated the soul. If the soul perished, what use was a mere immortal body? It would only leave a hollow shell devoid of a soul. So after much deliberation, Lazy couldn't think of any other wishes for the moment. For now, continuing to diligently cultivate the art of the self-mastery and elevating his foundation was the best course. Since Lenoxy wanted to wear the Dragon Balls as a token of love around her neck, so be it. Lazy glanced down at the 2-star Dragon Ball hanging on his chest, then at the 1-star Dragon Ball on Lenox's chest, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Swoosh. Just then Bart finally caught up, panting heavily. He hovered not far away, gasping for breath, his forehead drenched in sweat, his face flushed red. The earlier chase had nearly exhausted his stamina. You're so slow you finally caught up. Broly grinned, then took another sip of water from his bottle, the gulping sound echoing loudly. Huff huff. Bart panted heavily, his expression somewhat grim. How was this kid so fast? With my speed, I couldn't even catch him. What? Luring me to your accomplice here. Do you think you can defeat me? Bart snorted coldly, putting on a brave front showing no fear. After speaking, Bart fixed his gaze on Lei Zi, scrutinizing him carefully for a moment. Lei Zi stood there composed with no trace of energy fluctuation, yet he gave off an unfathomable aura. I see you're Lei Zi, right? Was it you and Vegeta who killed Dodoria and Shui? Bart asked, narrowing his eyes. Yes, it was me. Lei Zi nodded, not denying it. How did you do it? Bart frowned and asked again. Dodoria and Shui both had combat powers around 20,000. Even if they couldn't defeat the combined force of Vegeta and Lei Zi, they shouldn't have vanished without a trace. Explaining that would be a bit complicated. Lei Zi shook his head, too lazy to elaborate. Don't want to talk. Then I'll beat it out of you. Bart snorted coldly, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He assumed a combat stance, his aura surging. Lei Zi was just about to give this guy a thorough thrashing. Swoosh. Broly transformed into a streak of light, charging at Bart with incredible speed. The mineral water bottle in his arms was casually tossed aside, spinning in the air. Confused Saiyan monkey. Do you think your speed makes you special? You dare to come seeking death? Bart sneered contemptuously, throwing a powerful punch at the oncoming Broly. The punch howled through the air, tearing it apart. Yet Broly was even faster, sidestepping slightly to evade Bart's attack. The fist whizzed past his ear without touching a single hair. In the next instant, Broly reached out with his small hand and grabbed Bart's head firmly. What? Bart's pupils contracted, his face changing color. That small hand clamped down like a steel vice, locking his skull and rendering him immobile. Before Bart could fully react, Broly pressed his head down and dove toward the ground. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed as Bart's head slammed heavily into the soil of planet Cereal, leaving a crater in the earth. Debris flew, dust billowed. Bart's head buzzed instantly, countless stars dancing before his eyes as the world spun around him. But this was far from over. Broly again pressed Bart's head and scraped it violently across the planet's surface. The rough ground tore through Bart's face, flesh splitting open, blood streaming. Bart let out piercing screams like a slaughtered pig, his cries echoing across the wasteland. Broly showed no sign of stopping, still dragging Bart's head, carving a long trench through the dirt. Just then Monet happened to be standing nearby as Broly passed by. Hello. Broly even looked up to greet Monet with a simple-minded smile. Monet. Monet was speechless for a moment, his lips twitching. This Saiyan child seemed incredibly formidable. Broly continued forward, pressing Bart's head, leaving an ever-lengthening furrow across the wasteland. Bart felt as if his head had been ground flat, his screams never ceasing, growing more harrowing with each one. Thud. Having had enough fun, Broly landed a powerful punch on Bart's stomach. The blow was forceful, causing Bart's abdomen to cave in deeply. Bart's body curled up like a shrimp, his eyes bulging as a gush of sour liquid spewed from his mouth. Broly seized the moment, grabbing one of Bart's fingers and swinging his body around, smashing him back and forth relentlessly. After a minute, Bart lay like a dead pig covered in blood, limp on the ground, feeling completely numb. Why was this Saiyan monkey so strong? I was utterly no match for him. Broly grabbed Bart by the collar, lifted him high into the air. Spill it. Broly barked, sternly mimicking Lei Zi's tone from earlier. Bart was momentarily stunned. Say what? What did you want me to say? Slap, slap, slap. Broly seized the chance to deliver a few more heavy slaps to Bart, the sounds echoing sharply. Bart was beaten senseless again, his head swaying left and right as stars danced before his eyes. Speak up. Broly bellowed once more, his eyes glaring. Bart grew even more bewildered. What do you want me to say? Wait. Shouldn't I be the one asking Rez that? I just wanted to know how he killed Shui and Dodoria. Why are you turning the tables on me? I don't know anything. I think I figured out how Rez eliminated Shui and Dodoria. It must have been that Saiyan brat. I can't even beat him, let alone Shui and Dodoria. How could those two stand a chance against this little monkey? Speak. Broly rained several more punches on Bart's face and body. Bart's face was a portrait of utter despair, bruised and swollen, drenched in blood. If you don't talk, he'll keep hitting you until you do. Broly roared, resuming his assault with blows that landed solidly. What do you want me to say? Bart finally broke down, hastily asking in a tearful voice. Say what? Broly paused momentarily, confused, glancing back at Rez with a puzzled look. He doesn't even know what to say. He's useless now. Rez called out to Broly, his tone flat. Ugh. Broly nodded, thoughtfully, finding Rez's words utterly reasonable. Whooshed. With a flick of his hand, Broly hurled Bart high into the air. Bart's body tumbled through the sky, ascending higher and higher. Then Broly calmly opened his mouth wide, gathering energy within. A golden light coalesced in his mouth, growing brighter and brighter. No, he'll talk. He'll talk. He'll talk. Bart's eyes filled with boundless despair as he screamed desperately, limbs flailing in the air. But it was too late. Whooshed. Broly unleashed a mouth blast. A thick beam of golden energy shot skyward, instantly engulfing Bart. Bart let out a piercing scream, which abruptly ceased. His body was torn apart, disintegrated and vaporized within the golden light, blasted into nothingness, utterly annihilated. Only a few ashes drifted down from the sky, scattering in the wind. Broly clapped his hands, grinning happily, his face brimming with satisfaction. Monet, watching from a distance, was stunned into silence. His mouth hung wide open, his eyes nearly bulging out, and the staff in his hand almost slipped to the ground. This Saiyan kid is incredibly powerful. Wasn't that guy just a member of the Ginyu Force? The kid actually took down a Ginyu Force member. Wait, aren't Saiyans Frisia's underlings? Are they rebelling against Frisia now? Monet's thoughts quickly turned to Bardock. A few months ago, it was thanks to Bardock that Saiyan that Monet had narrowly survived. Perhaps these Saiyans are good people too. But these two Saiyans, a man and a woman wearing the Dragon Balls as souvenirs around their necks. Are they planning to take them away? He glanced at the 2-star Dragon Ball around Rez's neck, then at the 1-star ball around Lenosius, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Well done, Broly. Rez gave Broly a thumbs up, a look of approval on his face. Broly grinned foolishly, feeling immensely pleased. He picked up the water bottle he had discarded, took another sip, and savored it. Let's go check on Vegeta. Things don't look too promising on his end. Rez remarked, his gaze fixed on the distance. Oh, Broly scratched his head, not quite grasping what not too promising meant. Without further ado, Rez took Lenosius' hand and flew toward Vegeta's location. Broly quickly followed, drinking water leisurely as he flew. At Vegeta's location, on the barren plains, the small figure of Vegeta stood alone against Jinyu, Jis, Rikum, and Guldo. The atmosphere was tense, on the brink of eruption. Little Prince Vegeta, you and Rez have quite the nerve. Jinyu sneered, arms crossed, looking down at Vegeta. Dodoria and Shui have gone silent. Did you two eliminate them? Oomph. Vegeta refused to answer, crossing his arms and lifting his chin defiantly. Where is Rez? Where is he hiding? Jinyu pressed on, scanning the surroundings. Do you think I'd tell you? Vegeta snorted, his small face etched with stubbornness. Then tell me, who was that brat just now? I don't recall him being in your squad. Jinyu asked with a sly smile, but his eyes were as cold as blades. Enough talk, Jinyu. Let's settle this with a fight. Vegeta, of course, wouldn't answer those questions. He merely snorted, his face brimming with unyielding battle spirit. He assumed a fighting stance, his aura surging, golden flames rising around him. Jinyu watched this 5-year-old prince brimming with fighting spirit and curled his lips into a mocking smile. Which one of you will teach him a lesson? Jinyu asked with interest, arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over his 3 subordinates. Leave it to me. Rikum stepped forward, his massive frame casting a long shadow on the ground. Hey Rikum, I didn't agree to that. Jis snorted in displeasure. How about I give you my chocolate from last time? Rikum said, pulling a piece of chocolate from his pocket and offering it to Jis. The chocolate was wrapped in crumpled paper, the edges slightly melted, clearly having been in his pocket for a while. Jis, is it clean, eh? Jis's face darkened as he asked disdainfully, eyeing the chocolate. It's wrapped in paper, isn't it? Don't be so fussy. Rikum glared at Jis and chuckled. Jis pondered for a moment, found no flaw in the logic, and took the chocolate. Still uneasy, Jis brought it to his nose and sniffed. Instantly, a pungent stench of sweat mixed with the cloying sweetness of chocolate hit him, nearly knocking him out. He jerked his head away, his face contorting in disgust. Rikum, you bastard. Are you using psychological warfare? Jis trembled with rage, pointing at Rikum's nose. Ha ha ha. Rikum burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement, thoroughly pleased with the effect. Jis, if you don't want it, I'll eat it. I don't mind. Guldo scratched his head, awkwardly grinning as he stared at the chocolate. Jis and Rikum immediately turned their heads to look at Guldo, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. Even Jinyu cast a meaningful glance at Guldo, unable to resist stroking his chin, his expression contemplative. This short-statured comrade certainly had peculiar tastes. Forget it. You go if you want. I have no great interest in that brat Vegeta. Jis said, tossing the chocolate directly to Guldo. Guldo caught it, didn't even glance at it, and tossed it straight into his mouth. Rikum's eyes widened. Hey Guldo, you haven't even taken off the wrapper? Jis asked in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. It's fine, Guldo said with utter nonchalance, crunching and munching, swallowing the paper along with the chocolate, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Rikum's mouth twitched incessantly, feeling something was terribly wrong, his stomach churning. Damn it, are you all mocking me, Vegeta? I won't forgive you. Vegeta erupted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his small face flushed crimson. These bastards were completely disregarding him. The next moment, a surge of immense energy abruptly erupted from Vegeta's body. Flames of ki burst forth from within him, raging and rising around his form. An overwhelming aura radiated from Vegeta, sweeping outward, causing the gravel on the ground to tremble and bounce slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta shot towards Rikum at incredible speed. Rikum was still daydreaming, a smug smile lingering on his lips, completely caught off guard. Vegeta's heavy fist slammed into Rikum's face. The collision of fist and cheek produced a dull, resounding thud. Jinyu, Jis, and Guldo scattered to the sides, clearing space for the fight. Rikum's body reeled backward, his steps faltering, nearly stumbling to the ground. Vegeta, however, arced through the air, his movements as agile as a swallow, appearing behind Rikum in a flash. He clasped his hands together, raised them high, and struck the opponent's head, driving him straight down to the ground. Rikum's face smashed into the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. Vegeta then stomped forcefully on Rikum's chest with both feet, each stomp carrying all his fury and power. With a flicker, Vegeta swiftly appeared at Rikum's arm, seized it, spun using the momentum, and hurled his body viciously away. Recomb's massive frame tumbled through the air like a boulder launched from a catapult. His body crashed into a giant boulder, behind him the immense force shattering the rock to pieces. The boulder collapsed into rubble, burying Recomb, dust billowing everywhere. Vegeta spread his hands, gathering energy within them. A golden light coalesced in his palms, growing brighter, illuminating his youthful, yet resolute face. Then Vegeta brought his hands together, the energy within them blazing with brilliant radiance, forming a massive sphere of power. A powerful beam of energy shot forth from Vegeta's hands, striking directly at Recomb's location. With an earth-shattering roar, plumes of thick smoke erupted from the spot. The shockwave of the explosion spread outward, sending debris flying in all directions. The energy in Vegeta's hands flickered continuously as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Recomb, wave after wave without pause. Not far away, the city, protected by a barrier, trembled violently, ripples cascading across the transparent shield. The Hulgans inside were pale with terror, clutching each other. Many Hulgans had even begun packing their belongings, ready to relocate. They frantically stuffed valuables into boxes, their faces etched with panic. How terrifying. When they bought this planet, nobody mentioned such fierce battles would occur here. This was nothing short of the apocalypse. Explosions echoed one after another, a continuous rumble reverberating across the wasteland. Vegeta panted heavily, his youthful face etched with gravity, sweat streaming down his cheeks. The energy output was too great, his stamina was largely depleted. As the smoke gradually cleared, a towering figure slowly materialized within the haze. The figure stood unyielding like a mountain. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, his expression turning grim, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. What kind of joke was this? What exactly was the battle power of these Ginyu Force members? His own power had reached 400, yet he couldn't even defeat one of them. A wave of utter despair washed over Vegeta, a profound sense of helplessness flooding his heart. Recomb's figure was now fully revealed. His armor had been blasted away by Vegeta's attack, leaving only a tattered black bodysuit clinging to his body. The suit was riddled with holes and scorch marks, revealing the solid muscles beneath. Yet he himself seemed to have suffered no real damage. Recomb crossed his legs, arched both hands upward, striking a coquettish pose, a smug smile curling on his lips. Recomb, you look so seductive like that. Guldo smacked his lips, his gaze filled with a strange light, staring intently at Recomb. Shut up. Recomb barked irritably, shooting Guldo a glare. Guldo fell silent, shrinking his neck. This Vegeta guy is pretty impressive, Jeez remarked, a note of surprise in his tone. Hey, need any help, Recomb? This is just my warm-up. Recomb snorted, cracking his neck with a series of pops. Hurry up and give that little monkey a good thrashing. Ginyu commanded Recomb, loudly, impatience creeping into his voice. Then I won't hold back. Recomb nodded readily, striking various poses and muttering to himself, Recomb. Erupting. Recomb charged at Vegeta with incredible speed. The velocity was such that Vegeta's pupils constricted, he barely had time to react. He only saw a blur before his eyes. Recomb's heavy fist slammed into Vegeta's body. The punch was packed with tremendous force. Vegeta's body hurtled backward like a cannonball, blood spewing from his mouth, tracing a crimson arc through the air. But soon Vegeta stubbornly stabilized himself midair, halting his retreat. Gritting his teeth, he transformed into a flash of golden light and shot towards Recomb at breakneck speed. Vegeta delivered a powerful punch at Recomb, the wind howling around his fist. Recomb raised a hand and effortlessly blocked Vegeta's attack, his palm catching the fist firmly. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in fierce combat midair, their fists and feet colliding with resounding thuds. Vegeta's speed accelerated his assault, growing more ferocious, yet Recomb effortlessly deflected every strike. After several exchanges, Recomb grinned slyly. Vegeta, your battle power has risen quite swiftly. How did you manage that? He asked, even as he rained blows upon Vegeta. His attacks were swift and brutal, each punch and kick carrying overwhelming force. Vegeta found himself unable to resist, barely parrying as he retreated step by step. After all, Vegeta's battle power was still thousands below Recomb's. How could he possibly be a match? With a thunderous crack, Recomb drove a vicious elbow into Vegeta's head, the impact immense. Vegeta plummeted from the sky, crashing into the earth and leaving a man-shaped crater. Recomb charged again, his fist descending like a meteor toward Vegeta's prone form. Startled Vegeta barely rolled aside as the fist struck the ground, blasting open a massive pit. Recomb turned his gaze to Vegeta, his eyes brimming with amusement, as if watching a creature in its death throes. In the next instant, Recomb gave chase with even greater speed. Vegeta accelerated, soaring into the sky, an energy sphere coalescing in his right hand before he hurled it at Recomb. The energy sphere streaked across the heavens, trailing golden flames. Recomb flickered, evading it with ease, reappearing 10 meters away. With a deafening roar, the sphere struck the ground below, unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud. Flames erupted skyward, smoke and dust billowing. Recomb had already tracked Vegeta, appearing behind him in a flash. He delivered a vicious overhead kick, the wind of his strike sharp and deadly. Vegeta's face twisted in alarm, but evasion was impossible. With a thunderous impact, Recomb's foot connected with Vegeta, sending him hurtling downward. Vegeta crashed into the earth like a meteor, leaving a vast crater in his wake. Dust and debris erupted into the air. Rikum hovered above, a smug grin spreading across his face as he gazed down at the pit. Suddenly Vegeta shot up from the crater like a cannonball, his speed blinding. He rammed his body directly into Rikum's stomach, the impact sending Rikum reeling. Rikum spat out a mouthful of bile, his stomach churning violently. Instinctively Rikum seized Vegeta by the waist, flipping him upside down. Vegeta's world turned upside down as he realized the dire situation. Rikum propelled Vegeta's body downward at breakneck speed, the two plunging like a falling star straight toward the ground. A piercing scream tore from Vegeta's throat, echoing across the wasteland. At the last moment before impact, Rikum abruptly released his grip. Vegeta's body continued its descent. With a sickening thud, he plunged headfirst into the earth, vanishing entirely save for his legs and tail, which thrashed futilely above the surface. His legs kicked weakly, his tail twitched, and then all movement ceased. Rikum chuckled in satisfaction, seized Vegeta by the ankle, and yanked him from the ground like a radish. Vegeta emerged covered in dirt, bedraggled and pathetic. "Hey, are you alright? Ready to talk now?" Rikum sneered, holding Vegeta by the ankle as if he were a mere chick. Fury contorted Vegeta's face as he bared his teeth. Suddenly, he gathered immense energy in his palms, golden light blazing. With a thunderous blast, Vegeta released the energy directly into Rikum's face at point-blank range. Caught off guard, Rikum toppled backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Vegeta collapsed as well, pain racking his entire body as if it were breaking apart. He lay on the ground, gasping for air, every inch of him aching. Rikum sprang to his feet with a swift kip up, his movements crisp and agile. Vegeta's face darkened once more, despair sinking into his heart. "Well done. A fine hit." Rikum's head was slick with blood, his red hair reduced to a few sparse strands clinging to his scalp, a comical sight. Yet his gaze remained sharp, his aura undiminished. Vegeta, however, panted heavily, grievously wounded. His vision blurred, his arms trembled, and he lacked even the strength to prop himself up. "Impressive, actually managing to wound Rikum like that," Jiren remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. "It seems this brat's battle power has truly reached 4000. Jiren mused thoughtfully. "I remember it was only 15000. How did he raise it so drastically?" Vegeta, still unwilling to speak. "You're no match for us." Rikum chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing with mockery as he fixed his gaze on Vegeta. "If I haven't lost yet." Vegeta snorted, his youthful face etched with defiance. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself off the ground, rising unsteadily to his feet. "Very well, then let's make you suffer a bit more," Rikum declared, striking an awkward pose. Legs spread, body leaning back, mouth slowly opening as he began to chant. Rikum. Flash cannon. A colossal beam of energy erupted from his mouth, golden radiance illuminating the surroundings as it hurtled toward Vegeta with terrifying speed. The beam tore through the air, leaving a shrill howl in its wake. Vegeta's face turned ashen, his pupils reflecting the encroaching light. He tried to dodge, but his body refused to obey, his legs weighted as if filled with lead. Just at this critical moment, Rize descended upon the scene, with Broly and Linoshi appearing high above. Seeing Rikum spewing energy, Broly grew irritated. Wasn't that copying him? His eyes widened, his lips twisted into a pout of displeasure. "Don't copy me," Broly bellowed, his voice thundering across the wasteland. In the next instant, he descended from the sky like a meteor, his speed so great that even his afterimage was invisible. His knee bent, aimed directly at Rikum's head. With a deafening crash, Broly's knee slammed into Rikum's skull with staggering force. Uft. The energy blast that Rikum had only half spat was abruptly interrupted as Broly forcibly cut off his technique. The golden energy detonated within his mouth, producing a muffled explosion as smoke billowed from both the corners of his lips and his nostrils. His mouth was swollen from the blast, his lips turned outward, resembling two burnt sausages. Moreover, with the unexpelled energy having no outlet, a significant portion sprayed forth from his nostrils. Nevertheless, a considerable amount of energy still surged toward Vegeta. Those scattered fragments of energy, trailing golden tails, blanketed most of the area like a sudden meteor shower. At this moment, Vegeta's physical condition was dire. Drenched in blood, limbs limp, barely able to stand, let alone dodge in time. In truth, he lacked even the strength to lift his arm. Just as it seemed Rikum's energy blast would strike Vegeta Hiden, a staff suddenly materialized in Lenore's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she pointed it at Vegeta from a distance. Whooshed! Vegeta's body vanished from its spot. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside Rize. He stood there maintaining the same half-kneeling posture, still bearing the same disheveled appearance. Only his location had changed. Having completed her spell, Lenore swiftly turned around, her movements swift, as if she were stealing something. She hid the staff behind her back, and it dissolved into shimmering starlight, vanishing instantly into the air. Only then did she turn back, casting a timid glance at Rize, her blue eyes tinged with guilt, her lashes fluttering slightly. Rize suppressed a smile, pretending not to notice. His gaze drifted past Lenore toward the distant battlefield, his expression serene as still water. This little angel was truly intriguing. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Rize had no intention of exposing her. After all, he was well aware that apprentice angels needed to undergo trials in the mortal realm and generally wouldn't reveal their identities unless absolutely necessary. Teleported across the distance by Lenore, Vegeta was momentarily bewildered, glancing around in confusion, his eyes vacant. His mind was a blank slate, utterly clueless about what had just transpired. All he remembered was a flash of golden light rushing toward him, then a blur before his eyes, and suddenly he was here. The next moment Vegeta spotted Riai's beside him. That familiar face bore a faint smile, as if everything was under control. A brief moment of stupor. Vegeta's eyes instantly reddened. He clenched his fists tightly, gazing at Riai's with fervent intensity, his lips trembling slightly, as two streams of hot tears rolled down his cheeks, carving pale streaks through the dust on his face. These tears carried resentment, humiliation, and a profound sense of indignation. "Master, heal me." Vegeta gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. "Easily done." Riai's nodded gently as starlight bloomed in his hand. A silvery white radiance surged from his palm, soft and warm, cascading like moonlight. The light swiftly enveloped Vegeta, wrapping him entirely. In an instant his injuries began to recover at a visible rate. Fractured bones reknit, torn muscles healed, bruises faded, bleeding ceased, and his skin restored to its original state. However, Vegeta's armor remained shattered, failing to recover alongside his wounds. Shoulder guards were broken, chest plate dented, and his bodysuit was riddled with holes and scorch marks. A thought crossed Riai's mind. If the divine power he released could heal Vegeta's injuries, could it also repair his battle armor? Why not? Give it a try. With this in mind, Riai's once again gathered a mass of angelic energy, a silvery white radiance swirling in his palm, and directed it toward Vegeta. Simultaneously, Riai's silently chanted the word restore in his mind. Crack. The angelic energy once again enveloped Vegeta, rapidly transforming into a restorative force. A miraculous scene unfolded. Vegeta's shattered armor began mending itself at an astonishing speed, returning to its original form. The broken shoulder guards reassembled, the dented chest plate smoothed out, the torn bodysuit was woven anew, and even the stains vanished without a trace. In less than 3 seconds, Vegeta stood before Riai's completely renewed. His armor gleamed, his bodysuit immaculate, his spirit invigorated, as if he had just stepped out of the royal palace's dressing chamber. Seeing Riai's restore Vegeta's armor, Lenore showed no sign of surprise. Instead, she appeared utterly unfazed. She simply stood quietly by the side, her blue eyes holding a hint of matter-of-factness. Huh, even my clothes are fixed. Vegeta stared blankly at his perfectly healed body and brand-new armor, utterly astonished. He looked down at his chest, touched his shoulders, and inspected himself repeatedly to ensure it wasn't an illusion. Thud. On the other side, Broly's descending knee strike crashed directly into Ricomb's head, instantly knocking him to the ground. Ricomb's massive frame hit the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust and carving a shallow trench across the ground. When he scrambled back up, his teeth were scattered and smoke wafted from his mouth. His lips were swollen, his speech lisping with broken teeth, and blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, leaving him in a wretched state. Who? Ricomb felt his speech slurred, his tongue probing the empty gaps in his gums. You came diving down from above and caught me off guard. You? Don't imitate me. Broly snorted, hands on his hips, glaring at Ricomb with displeasure. Is it you? Ricomb was momentarily stunned, instantly recognizing Broly. His pupils contracted sharply as a thought flashed through his mind. Where's Burter? Ricomb instinctively looked up toward Riai's, above his eyes filled with confusion and unease. Seeing Riai's appear, Jinyu curled his lips into a faint smile. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Whooshed. The next instant, Jinyu's form flickered, appearing opposite Riai's with incredible speed. His movements were crisp and decisive as he hovered 3 meters in front of Riai's, arms crossed, his purple skin gleaming coldly under the sunlight. You must be Riai's, right? Jinyu squinted, scrutinizing Riai's from head to toe with a razor-sharp gaze. How did you make Vegeta appear beside you in an instant? Use your imagination. Riai's replied with a faint smile. Had quite the tough tongue. Not willing to say a word, huh? Jinyu chuckled softly, then cast another deep glance at Vegeta. He noticed that Vegeta's wounds had completely healed, and even his armor was as good as new, prompting him to click his tongue in wonder. What? Learned some miraculous healing technique. No wonder Dodoria and Shui went silent. They were taken out by you too, weren't they? Vegeta, this recovery was impressive. Your battle power has shot straight up to 8000. Rez said, ignoring Jinyu, instead casting an admiring glance at Vegeta. You? What did you say? Jinyu's pupils contracted sharply. He perked up his ears, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. 80000. Vegeta's battle power had reached 8000. 8000, huh? Vegeta was thrilled, his eyes lighting up. No wonder I felt my power had doubled. Battle power 8000. Jinyu was stunned, finding it almost unbelievable. His brow furrowed deeply, his gaze turning somber. Jinyu, aren't you well versed in science? Don't you know that when we recover from a near-death state, our battle power skyrockets? Vegeta began to swell with pride again, the corners of his mouth turning up in an ever-brighter grin. No wonder. I understand now. Jinyu's expression darkened as realization dawned. His voice dropped low as he fixed his gaze on Vegeta, his eyes complex. You deliberately inflicted critical wounds on yourself, and then Rez healed you. Through this method, you've continuously boosted your battle power from 1500 initially to the current 8000. If you guessed it. Vegeta's grin widened, his chin lifting haughtily. But take your answer and go to hell in the next world. With that, Vegeta charged swiftly in Jinyu's direction. His speed was astonishing, leaving a golden afterimage in the air. Rez facepalmed. Linois' expression shifted almost imperceptibly, a trace of helplessness flickering in her blue eyes. Prince Vegeta, with that battle power of yours, you can't beat him. Why must he provoke someone stronger than himself? Rez found it utterly exasperating. Perhaps this was simply Vegeta's way. Vegeta rushed at Jinyu with incredible speed, his fist whistling through the air, aiming for his face. Jinyu sidestepped lightly, deftly, evading the attack. Then with a single palm strike, he hit Vegeta square in the back. Ow. Vegeta let out a pained cry, plummeting from the sky like a cannonball, crashing heavily beside Broly. Boom. Another human-shaped crater appeared on the ground, dust swirling. Broly turned his head to glance at Vegeta, now embedded in the earth, tilting his head with confusion in his eyes. You lost again? Broly asked with a laugh, his tone carrying a hint of innocent bewilderment. Vegeta climbed out of the pit, covered in grime, his face growing darker. What's going on? Why can't I even beat this Jinyu guy? I clearly felt my power double. My battle power should be 8000 now. Could it be? That Jinyu's battle power is over 8000. A wave of exhaustion and unease washed over Vegeta, the confidence had just mustered crumbling once more. You're next, Rez. Jinyu sneered, extending his hand to aim at Rez from a distance, energy already gathering in his palm. A violet light coalesced in his palm, growing brighter, illuminating his face, which was twisted in a smug grin. Too many words. Rez couldn't be bothered to spar with Jinyu. He simply waved his hand through the air. An invisible angelic force shot forth, silently, instantly enveloping Jinyu. The power came without warning, without a trace. Jinyu didn't even know what had hit him. A scream tore from his throat as he was sent flying backward. His body tumbled through the air, limbs flailing completely out of control. Thud. The next moment, Jinyu was embedded in the earth below, leaving another human-shaped crater. His limbs were splayed out, his body pressed into the soil like a flattened frog. Jinyu's eyes widened, a profound shock overwhelming him. His pupils contracted sharply, his mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came out. Then his head lolled to the side, and he passed out cold. Seeing Rez knock Jinyu unconscious with a mere wave, Vegeta felt a tidal wave of shock surge within him. This is the gap. When will I ever surpass Rez? No. First I'll surpass that Broly. One step at a time. First surpass Broly, then find a way to overtake Rez. That is my goal in this life, Vegeta. Vegeta quickly set the most important target and direction for his life, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly resolute. CA? Captain. Jis gasped in terror, his face turning pale, lips trembling, legs weakening as he instinctively stepped back. Guldo's pupils also shrank, his mind reeling. The captain was sent flying by a single wave of Rez's hand. Not only that, but he's unconscious. How can we fight this? The captain's battle power was a staggering 12000. No, we have to get off this terrifying planet. Without a second thought, Guldo took a deep breath, filling his lungs to capacity. Time stop. Guldo activated his time-stopping ability. Whoosh! An invisible ripple emanated from his body, spreading outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything came to a standstill. Notably, Guldo's time stop was linked to how long he could hold his breath. In other words, the longer he held his breath, the longer the stoppage lasted. Unfortunately, despite rigorous training, his race could only manage about a minute of breath holding at most. Once he held his breath for a minute, the next attempt would be drastically shorter. Moreover, this breath holding was only under static conditions. If he moved, especially while running, Guldo could only hold his breath for about 20 seconds. After activating the time stop, Guldo held his breath and sprinted toward the spaceship. His four eyes were wide, his cheeks puffed out, and his short little legs churned rapidly as he raced through the frozen air. But just as Guldo was running merrily along, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hey Guldo, where are you off to? The voice was clear and calm, as if ringing out in normal time flow. Guldo's eyes bulged, all four pupils contracting in utter astonishment. What's happening? Isn't time supposed to be stopped? Why can I hear someone talking? This is impossible. Guldo turned his head mechanically toward the source of the voice. His neck was stiff, turning with agonizing slowness, each degree laden with deep fear. Soon Guldo identified the speaker. Rez. Guldo's heart quaked violently within his chest, pounding like a wild drum. This guy was Rez. The one speaking was Rez. Guldo swiftly scanned his surroundings, only to discover in horror that everyone else had frozen in place. Vegeta remained half kneeling on the ground, having just crawled out of a crater, his expression locked in place. Broly tilted his head, his mouth slightly agape, frozen in the moment of his question. In the distance, Rikum had just risen to his feet, standing motionless. Even the floor of the floating dust motes the rays of light in the air. Everything had come to a standstill. Yet Rez was still moving. He stood there with a composed demeanor, his tail gently swaying behind him without a breeze, as if within the flow of normal time. Moreover, besides Rez, the female Saiyan by his side was also in motion. She stood beside Rez, her azure eyes calmly fixed on Guldo, showing neither surprise nor tension, merely observing in quiet stillness. Guldo felt an overwhelming sense of eeriness. This was abnormal. Absolutely abnormal. How could this be? He was still holding his breath, meaning time should have stopped. Why were they unaffected by the time stop? I'm asking you a question. Why are you running? Rez asked with a grin. Guldo's four eyes bulged like copper bells, his mouth agape, nearly letting out the breath he held. Rez, something seems off, Lenoxy whispered, sidling up to him, her gaze sweeping over Guldo. What's off? Rez inquired. Look at Broly and the others. They've stopped moving, Lenoxy murmured pointing ahead. Rez hadn't noticed much earlier, only seeing Guldo hesitate briefly before turning to flee. His attention had been fixed on the furry dwarf, assuming he was simply trying to escape. Now with Lenox's reminder, he realized that Broly, Rikum, Jis, and even Vegeta were all completely motionless. Broly remained with his head, tilted mouth, slightly open, his expression frozen at the moment of his question. Rikum had just risen from the ground, half-crouched with one hand on the earth, his posture awkward and comical. Jis stood in the distance, arms crossed, surprise still lingering on his lips. Vegeta had just climbed out of the crater, kneeling on the ground covered in dirt. Even the smoke from Rikum's energy blast had halted. The cloud of fumes hung suspended in midair, its edges crisp and unmoving like a paused frame in a film. Only Lenoxy and Guldo were in motion. Rez realized with sudden clarity. It was Guldo who had used Time Stop. Having mastered Ultra Instinct, was Time Stop ineffective against him? Or had Lenoxy nullified it? It's Time Stop, isn't it? Rez mused, his gaze falling on the distant scurrying figure. I've long heard that this fellow named Guldo can control time. So it's Time Stop. No wonder, Lenoxy said, thoughtfully nodding. Her eyes also fixed on Guldo, watching his short legs churn furiously as he dashed through the still air. We're both unaffected by the Time Stop, Rez remarked, eyeing Lenoxy meaningfully, a faint enigmatic smile playing on his lips. How amazing. Maybe we have special constitutions. Lenoxy quickly stammered, blushing as she explained. Her blue eyes flickered nervously, and she began fiddling with the hem of her battle suit. Perhaps, Rez nodded, not intending to press her further. He knew it wasn't a matter of a special constitution. It was clearly the power of an angel at work. Time Stop might be an inescapable lethal technique for ordinary warriors, but before an angel, it was merely child's play. Guldo felt his composure shatter. His four eyes wide, he stood momentarily at a loss. His cheeks puffed out like two balloons, his face flushed crimson from holding his breath. His short legs had stopped running. He stood rooted, unable to advance or retreat. He wanted to flee, but Rez had spotted him. What was he to do? Huff, huff. Guldo finally couldn't hold his breath any longer. He opened his mouth, gasping heavily, his chest heaving violently. Having held his breath for so long, his lungs felt ready to burst. Sweat trickled down his round cheeks. Time resumed its flow. Captain, this is impossible. Jis exclaimed in shock, still reeling from the sight of their captain being defeated, completely unaware that Guldo had already sprinted over 100 meters away. His eyes wide, he stared at Jinyu embedded in the crater, his mouth gaping, as if it could swallow a fist. After speaking, Jis noticed from the corner of his eye that Guldo was gone. He paused briefly, then turned his head to look toward Guldo's direction. That fellow had already run a great distance, standing on an open field over 100 meters away, panting, looking utterly disheveled. Jis's anger flared, his face turning bright red. Guldo, you bastard. You used Time Stop just now. Trying to escape, were you? Jis bellowed, his voice filled with fury and contempt. I did not. I was just about to use the restroom. Guldo retorted loudly, his four eyes shifting guiltily. Guldo, I despise you. Rikum also joined in the angry reprimand, rising from the ground and pointing a finger at Guldo's nose. Guldo fell silent, shrinking his neck and lowering his head, unable to meet his teammates' furious glares. Rikum then glared at Broly with equal fury, his face red with rage, his cheeks puffing out like a frog's. This brat had descended from the sky and dealt him a heavy blow. He wanted nothing more than to give him a thorough beating. The problem was, that guy named Rez was far too powerful. The captain had been knocked unconscious with a single palm strike from a distance. He needed to find a way to slip away. He was injured now. His speed was definitely no match for Jis. The only one he could outrun was Guldo. Rikum's thoughts raced, and he quickly made up his mind. Kid, you just wait. He'll be back. With that, Rikum's energy erupted, golden aura flaring instantly. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance, leaving a long trail in the sky. The moment Rikum moved, Jis reacted as well, pushing off the ground and turning into a streak of light, flying toward the spaceship. His speed was faster than Rikum's. The golden flash vanished in an instant. Guldo stood dumbfounded, his four eyes wide with shock. Those two bastards. Why were they running faster than him? It was utterly shameless. Without hesitation, Guldo turned and fled, his short legs churning furiously on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, just as Guldo had sprinted a mere dozen meters forward, a streak of light whizzed past him, stirring a gust of wind. It was Broly. His speed was astonishing, like a golden lightning bolt roaring past Guldo. Guldo only saw a blur before the light had already flown far away. Broly overtook Guldo with incredible speed and easily caught up to Rikum. His movements were light, as if gliding through the air, a stark contrast to Rikum's clumsy escape. Then Broly gently patted Rikum on the shoulder. The pat was light, like a greeting between friends. Rikum was startled, turning his head to look at Broly with a bewildered expression. Upon seeing him, Rikum was greatly alarmed and leaped backward to create distance. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Vegeta, don't let that Jis get away. Rick commanded Vegeta, his voice calm, yet forceful. Gritting his teeth and enduring his pain, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and pursued Jis. The golden light arced across the sky, quickly closing in on Jis's figure. I told you that move is mine. You're not allowed to use it. Broly scolded Rikum, hands on his hips, his face a picture of displeasure with his lips pouted. Rikom was baffled, a string of question marks seeming to pop up over his head. Which move? Why don't you just say it? You used it, and I'm very unhappy. Broly grumbled, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Kid, since you've come after me, then die. Enraged, Rikom clenched his fists and charged, throwing a heavy punch at Broly. The punch whistled through the air, carrying all his fury and strength. But just as Rikom got closer to Broly, he suddenly noticed the latter slowly opening his mouth, gathering energy within. A golden light converged in Broly's mouth, growing brighter, illuminating his displeased face. A mouth blast erupted from Broly's mouth. A thick beam of golden energy tore through the air, hurtling towards Rikom's position. Rikom's eyes widened, his face shifting colors as the approaching light reflected in his pupils. He wanted to dodge, but his body was still in forward momentum, unable to change course. The next moment, the energy spewing from Broly's mouth engulfed Rikom. The golden light swallowed him whole. In his final moments, Rikom finally understood. So the move you meant was your exclusive mouth blast. Why didn't you say so sooner? If you'd said it earlier, I wouldn't have used it. But it was too late. Rikom was instantly obliterated by Broly's mouth blast, not even Ash remaining deader than dead. Broly ceased his mouth blast, dusted off his hands, and wore a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Vegeta had easily caught up to Jiren, appearing right in front of him to block his path. He hovered in the air, arms crossed, a cold smirk on his lips. Jiren's eye twitched, his face turning grim, with fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If you can't escape. Vegeta snorted, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. Though injured, dealing with Jiren was more than enough for him. His battle power had soared from 4,000 to 8,000, while Jiren's was only 4,800. The gap was clear. Do you think you can stop me? Jiren roared, launching a fierce attack on Vegeta, his fists and feet raining down with astonishing speed. Vegeta effortlessly blocked Jiren's attacks, his movements unhurried, as if an adult dealing with a child. Seizing the moment, he backhanded Jiren across the face. A crisp slap echoed in the air. Jiren screamed in pain, sent flying sideways, tumbling through the air, one side of his face instantly swelling up. What's this? Is the illustrious Ginyu Force only this capable? Vegeta sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Damn it, I won't lose to you. Jiren roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot, and he charged wildly, flailing punches and kicks at Vegeta. Vegeta handled it with ease, his form as agile as a swallow weaving through Jiren's attacks. After a few exchanges, Vegeta delivered another kick, striking Jiren square in the chest. Jiren was sent tumbling through the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He steadied himself, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, looking utterly disheveled and miserable. Haha, Jiren, I actually wanted you to go back and deliver a message to Frieza. Vegeta's lips curled into a faint smile, a hint of pride in his eyes. Because I am getting closer and closer to becoming a Super Saiyan. What? Super Saiyan? Jiren was horrified, his face turning deathly pale. Die. Vegeta rushed forward with such speed that Jiren couldn't react. He delivered a fierce elbow strike, slamming hard into Jiren's body. Jiren coughed up a torrent of blood, the sound of his ribs breaking clearly audible. Vegeta extended his hand, aiming at Jiren's head as a golden energy sphere formed in his palm. A powerful blast of energy shot from Vegeta's hand. With a loud explosion, Jiren was obliterated by Vegeta's energy, not even having time to scream. Thus, of the Ginyu Force members aside from Ginyu and Guldo, the other three were all dead. Move, trash. Vegeta snorted, spitting contemptuously, his eyes full of disdain. The next moment, he turned his head and glared venomously at the unconscious Ginyu. This guy had beaten me badly. He'll destroy him while he's out. Vegeta shot towards the unconscious Ginyu at incredible speed, his eyes burning with killing intent. However, just as Vegeta approached Ginyu, the latter suddenly snapped, his eyes open, fully awake, a cunning glint flashing in his gaze. Ginyu grimaced, feeling as if his entire body was broken, racked with excruciating pain. That casual slap from Reek had nearly killed him. Every part of him ached. At the same time, Ginyu was utterly astounded. How could this guy named Reek be so strong? He just waved his hand from a distance, and I was severely injured. This body of mine can no longer fight. There's no other choice. It seems I have to switch bodies with that little monkey Vegeta. This works out fine. Switching bodies with Vegeta will lower my battle power, but if I seize the chance to switch with that Reek, victory will ultimately belong to me. Vegeta charged straight towards the direction of Ginyu, fists clenched, ready to annihilate him completely. Ginyu raised the corners of his mouth, suddenly letting out a sharp shout. Whoosh! A golden flame shot out from Ginyu, moving at an astonishing speed, instantly enveloping Vegeta. Caught off guard, Vegeta unfortunately fell victim to it, feeling a flash of golden light before losing control of his body. When he finally reacted, he was astonished to find himself lying on the ground, his entire body in pain. The pain came from all directions, every muscle and bone groaning in agony. Looking up, he saw his own body floating in the sky. That familiar body was hovering in midair, a smug smile plastered on its face. For a moment, Vegeta felt dazed, finding the situation utterly surreal. What on earth is happening? What did that guy Ginyu just do to me? After switching bodies with Vegeta, Ginyu immediately began to move his new form, relishing the power of an 8/0 battle strength. Although it was considerably less than his own 1/2/0, this body was youthful and full of vigor. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed an energy blast towards the Vegeta below. Golden light gathered in his palm and shot out instantaneously. Vegeta, His expression changed several times as he attempted to evade, but he felt an indescribable intense pain throughout his body. That pain stemmed from Jinya's original injuries. Broken bones, internal damage, torn muscles, tormenting him. Boom. With a loud explosion, Vegeta was struck directly by the energy blast that Jinyu had released. Dust filled the air, debris flying everywhere. Jinyu wore a triumphant smile, grinning ear to ear. He had seized this moment perfectly. Reed was quite far away and should not be able to see what was happening at the scene. As long as I quietly approached Reed and then switched bodies with him, then I would possess immense power. He took a deep breath, striving to make himself look like the real Vegeta. With his arms crossed and chin held high, he wore that customary arrogant expression. The smoke gradually dissipated. Vegeta lay on the ground, completely unconscious, bloodied, and motionless. Jinyu, however, was as nonchalant as ever, adjusting his expression before leisurely flying to Reed's side. Well done. Reed patted Jinyu on the shoulder, wearing a look of approval. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Jinyu replied respectfully, his demeanor overly submissive. Reed's face bore a slight smile, yet his eyes held a profound meaning. In truth, even if Reed hadn't seen Jinyu and Vegeta switch bodies, he could discern from Jinyu's demeanor that this Vegeta before him had changed. Vegeta would never adopt such a submissive attitude. That proud little prince had always spoken with his chin held high. When had he ever been so obedient? After defeating Raikam, Broly turned to glance at Guldo. Guldo was trembling in fear, his face pale, and his 4 eyes filled with terror. He stood frozen, his legs weak, wanting to run, but too scared to move. Broly wasn't one to hold back. He opened his mouth and gathered energy. Whoosh! A mouth cannon shot out from Broly, a golden energy beam tearing through the air, racing towards Guldo. Guldo was terrified and hurriedly activated his time stop ability. Buzz! Invisible ripples spread out, freezing everything in place. Then Guldo turned and ran, his short legs moving frantically, the fat on his face quivering. Boom! Broly's mouth cannon missed, hitting a distant patch of ground and kicking up a cloud of thick smoke. Flames soared, debris flew, creating a massive crater on the ground. Immediately after, Broly paused, realizing he had missed. He scratched his head, bewildered, confusion evident in his eyes. He had clearly aimed at that furry dwarf. How did he end up hitting the ground? He tilted his head, looking at the large crater, and then at the spot where Guldo had been standing. That place was empty, nothing there. Where is he? Broly muttered, scanning the area, but finding no trace of Guldo. In the distance, Guldo was desperately running, his cheeks puffed up like balloons, his face turning red from holding his breath. He didn't dare look back, just wanting to distance himself from this terrifying planet. Broly scratched his ears and watched as Guldo suddenly darted far away, feeling a bit taken aback. He scratched his head again, tilting it in confusion. That furry dwarf had just been standing there. How did he blink and end up so far away? How did he move? Why did he suddenly jump and then appear in another location? Broly genuinely couldn't understand, but the excitement in his eyes grew more intense. He licked his lips, a broad grin spreading across his face like a small beast that had discovered a new toy. Whoosh! Broly grinned widely and charged forward. His speed was astonishing, the golden aura trailing behind him like a long tail, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. After all, what was Broly's battle strength? And what was Guldo's battle strength? The gap was not insignificant. In just a flicker, Broly easily caught up to Guldo. His figure resembled a bolt of golden lightning, appearing less than 3 meters behind Guldo in the blink of an eye. Seeing Broly chasing him again, Guldo's face turned pale with shock, his 4 eyes wide open, the fat on his face quivering. Time stop. Guldo immediately activated his time stop ability, invisible ripples emanating from his body, instantly enveloping everything around him. The sound of the wind ceased, the rustling of grass and trees halted, even the dust in the air froze. Guldo held his breath again, his cheeks puffed up like balloons, his face turning red as he quickly darted off into the distance. His short legs moved rapidly on the ground, each step urgent and heavy. At this point, he was getting closer to the spaceship. As long as I step onto the spaceship, I can escape this place of trouble. Almost there. Just a little bit more. Guldo felt a surge of excitement as he ran towards the spaceship. The few silver-white spherical spaceships were parked not far away, glinting with metallic luster in the sunlight, less than 20 meters away from him. 15 meters. 10 meters. No, I can't hold it any longer. Guldo reached his limit, his lungs ablaze, unable to hold on any longer. He opened his mouth, gasping for breath. Time resumed its flow. Guldo cast a distant glance at the spaceship. He was now less than 10 meters away. Once more, he took a deep breath, ready to activate his time stop again. When Broly came to his senses, he found Guldo had darted far ahead again, as if teleporting. The distance of over 10 meters had shrunk to just a few in the blink of an eye. Broly watched silently, noticing Guldo flying toward the spaceships, which were now not far ahead. Having finally found such an amusing prey, Broly wouldn't let Guldo escape so easily. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a mischievous grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Broly opened his mouth and fired a key blast directly at the spaceship ahead of Guldo. A golden beam of energy shot forth, tearing through the sky with devastating power. Guldo sprinted forward again, the ship now within arm's reach. He could even see the patterns on its hatch. His heart soared and a smile of relief bloomed on his face, all 4 eyes curving into crescents. Boom! Suddenly, Broly's key blast struck the spaceship. Golden light exploded, illuminating the entire sky. With a thunderous roar, the 5 spaceships of the Ginyu Force were shattered into pieces by Broly's blast. Metal fragments scattered in all directions, burning wreckage trailing black smoke as it crashed to the ground with crackling sounds. Guldo stood frozen, his face turning deathly pale, lips trembling, the light in all four eyes extinguished. My spaceship. That bastard. He stood there dazed, staring at the debris scattered across the ground, his heart ashen. Realizing there was no escape, Guldo's legs went weak, his body trembled, and his mind raced frantically, searching for a last glimmer of hope. After a brief hesitation, Guldo looked around and saw that the rest of the Jinyu force were already dead. Rikum was dead, Jis was dead, Berta was dead, and even Captain Jinyu was nowhere to be found, likely met with the same fate. He was all alone. Grief overwhelmed Guldo as he looked up to the sky and let out a piercing wail. The next moment, Guldo fell to his knees, kowtowing before Broly and begging for mercy, his forehead thudding against the ground, tears streaming from all four eyes. Thump. Broly landed from the sky in front of Guldo and asked curiously, "You're pretty fast. How did you vanish in a flash? Please don't kill me." Guldo begged urgently, his voice choked with tears, not even bothering to wipe the dirt from his forehead. "All right, I promise." Broly nodded, agreeing readily, and urged, "Spill it." I can control time, make it stop briefly." Guldo answered truthfully, his voice trembling. "Time stop." Broly's eyes lit up. He circled Guldo, feeling a surge of novelty, tilting his head to scrutinize the furry dwarf from head to toe, his gaze full of curiosity. "Yais." Guldo's mouth twitched slightly as he replied. "Sounds interesting. Teach me." Broly's interest was piqued again, his eyes sparkling. Guldo was speechless for a moment, his mouth twitching. "Well, it's not that I don't want to, but this skill is exclusive to my race. You Saiyans can't learn it." Guldo forced a strained smile, explaining hastily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "How do you know I can't if you don't teach me?" Broly glared, scolding him irritably, hands on his hips, refusing to let it go. Fine, I'll tell you." Guldo, on the verge of tears, quickly said. "I just say time stop, hold my breath, and time freezes. How long it stops depends on how long I hold my breath. That's simple." Broly's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Let me try." "Guldo, you idiot. As if you could learn it." "Time stop." Broly growled, then took a deep breath and held at his cheeks, puffing out roundly, eyes wide, his expression dead serious. Then Broly glanced at Guldo. Guldo's eye twitched as a sudden idea struck him. This little monkey seems like the gullible type. If he can't learn time stop, he might beat me to death. I'd better play along. With that thought, Guldo instantly froze his body. He held his breath, all four eyes wide open, standing as still as a statue. Seeing Guldo motionless, Broly's eyes gleamed. Still holding his breath, he walked up happily and poked Guldo's chest with his finger. Guldo remained still, rigid in place. "Did it work?" Broly asked excitedly, his voice muffled from holding his breath. "How do I restore time?" "Just breathe out." Guldo replied. "Oh." Broly nodded thoughtfully and let out a long exhale. You're so smart. I didn't expect you to master time stop. Amazing." Guldo showered Broly with praise, giving a thumbs up, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. "No." Broly suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes narrowing. "What's wrong?" Guldo froze, his smile stiffening. "If time was stopped, how could you still talk?" Broly asked, squinting, his gaze sharpening. Cold sweat instantly poured down Guldo's back. "Well, that's because your training isn't perfect yet, so the stop wasn't complete." Guldo scrambled for an answer, his voice faltering. "Really?" Broly looked at him skeptically, his stare piercing like a blade. "Really, cross my heart." Guldo nodded vigorously, raising his right hand in a vow, his expression as sincere as could be. "You're smart. From now on you'll be my servant." Broly, satisfied with Guldo's behavior, patted him on the shoulder. "Yes." Guldo replied, obediently bowing his head in submission. Though outwardly respectful inside, he seethed with resentment, all four eyes narrowing into slits, teeth grinding audibly. "Just you wait, kid. One day I'll make you pay. For now we'll just focus on surviving." High above, Jinyu kept glancing at Rikum, looking for the right moment to swap bodies. His eyes scanned Rikum, calculating the distance and timing. "This distance should be fine. He won't react in time. Once I swap with Rikum, he'll have immense power. Lord Frieza will surely reward me handsomely." A faint elusive smirk of triumph curled at the corner of Jinyu's mouth. "What are you staring at?" Raditz suddenly spoke, squinting at Jinyu. "Huh, master, what do you mean?" Jinyu started hastily asking as the smile instantly faded from his face. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Raditz snorted coldly. "I suddenly feel like you're just begging for a beating." Jinyu barely stopped himself from cursing out loud. Was Vegeta treated so miserably in Raditz's squad? Wasn't this brat a prince? How dare a subject speak such treasonous words to their prince? Did Vegeta's master hold such an exalted position on the planet that he could shout at the prince? Master, I am simply awestruck by your magnificent visage." Jinyu's eyes darted as he flattered, his face plastered with a fawning smile. "This is how I usually flatter Lord Frieza. Vegeta flattering his master like this should be fine, right?" Linosh burst out laughing beside them, her shoulders shaking. She quickly covered her mouth, her blue eyes brimming with mirth. Raditz, however, darkened his face. "You sure have a way with words." Linosh quietly sidled up and whispered in Raditz's ear, "I feel like Vegeta is a bit off. What do you think?" Her voice was soft, her warm breath brushing against Raditz's ear. "He's been replaced," Raditz replied with a smile, lowering his voice as well. "Oh my, so that's it. No wonder his personality changed so drastically," Linosh said, softly nodding. A flicker of understanding passed through her blue eyes. Raditz gazed into Linosh's eyes. She was subtly hinting at him, afraid he wouldn't notice. What a good girl. Linosh instantly lowered her head in shyness, her large watery eyes blinking gently, her lashes fluttering. She began fidgeting with the hem of her battle suit again, a blush creeping up her fair cheeks all the way to her ears. Broly, come here. Raditz shouted across the distance to Broly. Come on, follow me. Broly glanced towards Raditz, said a few words to Guldo, and immediately flew over. Guldo, having no choice, obediently followed, trotting along behind. Haha, this is the servant I collected. Broly pointed at Guldo behind him, grinning at Raditz, his face full of pride. Not bad. Raditz praised, then pointed at Vegeta and commanded Broly. I don't like the look of this guy. Give him a good thrashing. Broly was taken aback for a moment, then immediately locked his gaze onto Vegeta, his face lighting up with immense excitement. How could I refuse such a great request? I've wanted to beat up Vegeta for ages. Broly nodded vigorously, rubbing his hands together, his expression agitated, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Jinyu. Beat me. Just you. Jinyu was amused, a contemptuous smirk curling on his lips. After all, in Jinyu's eyes, Vegeta's current battle power had reached 8000. How high could this kid's battle power be? Even though he wiped out Rikum and the others, his power was probably just over 6000 at most. How could he possibly be stronger than Vegeta? Broly wasted no more words, transforming into a streak of light as he shot towards Jinyu with astonishing speed, a golden aura trailing behind him. Jinyu quickly assumed a fighting stance, his fists clenched, his eyes fixed on the charging Broly. Slap. Broly rushed in at incredible speed, grabbing Jinyu's head, with one hand, his fingers clamping down like iron pincers. He then used the momentum to drive Jinyu's body downwards towards the earth. Jinyu's body plummeted like a meteor, his struggles utterly futile. Boom. The next moment, Broly smashed Jinyu's head heavily into the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Rocks flew, dust billowed, and the earth trembled. Jinyu's head was ringing, stars exploding before his eyes, a ceaseless roar in his ears. Before Jinyu could react, Broly began grinding his face against the rough ground. The harsh terrain scraped Jinyu's skin, tearing it open as dirt and gravel embedded into his flesh, causing him to shriek in agony. Once he had scuffed him enough, Broly punched him, then grabbed his wrist and slammed him back and forth. Jinyu was swung around, hitting the ground with heavy thuds, each impact kicking up a cloud of dust. Jinyu's screams were incessant, growing more and more wretched, echoing across the wasteland. Then Broly seized Jinyu by the collar, hoisted him high, and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. Slap, slap. The resounding blows made Jinyu's cheeks instantly swell, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Do you submit? Broly bellowed, his eyes wide. You, I submit. Jinyu gritted his teeth on the verge of tears, quickly conceding. His head hung low, his body bruised, and aching, his bones feeling like they were coming apart. This kid named Broly was really quite formidable. Was his battle power higher than Vegeta's? I should have swapped bodies with Broly instead. What did you say? Broly was startled, then barked again. I asked you, do you submit? I submit. I submit. Jinyu answered immediately, his voice hoarse. No, you're supposed to say you don't submit. Broly frowned, shouting, sternly tightening his grip. Jinyu. What the hell? I submit, and you're still not happy. You're too shameless, aren't you? His eyes were filled with despair, his mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. You won't say it. Then I'll beat it out of you. Broly raised his fist. I don't submit. I don't submit. Jinyu yelled hastily, his voice tinged with a sob. That's more like it. Broly said with a satisfied grin, then slammed his fist into Jinyu's face. Thud. Jinyu's head snapped to the side, his vision going dark, on the verge of passing out. I submit. No, I don't submit. Jinyu responded quickly, completely confused, his voice hoarse and urgent. Why are you being so boring all of a sudden? I liked you better when you were rebellious and arrogant. Broly scratched his head, pouting in annoyance. Having said that, Broly flung his hand and tossed Jinyu away. Splat. Jinyu crashed heavily to the ground, his back hitting a protruding rock with a dull thud, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered onto the dirt before him, staining it a dark crimson. Jinyu ached all over his bones, feeling as if they had been shattered and reassembled, every breath pulled at his wounds. He grimaced in pain, grinding his teeth, yet dared not make a sound. Rez slowly flew toward him, hovering overhead and looking down with an air of superiority. The sunlight cast a shadow over Jinyu from behind Rez. Jinyu glared venomously at Rez, his eyes narrowed into slits sharp as blades, his chest heaving violently, breath ragged and lips stained with blood. Meanwhile, Jinyu calculated the distance between them. It was too far for a body swap. Failure would mean all was lost. Better to wait until he was closer. You dare glare at me? Rez chuckled, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he turned to glance at Broly. Broly instantly understood, a gleeful grin spreading across his face. He rubbed his hands together, strode forward, and crouched before Jinyu, without a word, unleashing a flurry of blows. Fists pounded his face, kicks struck his body. Each blow landed solidly, merciless and unyielding. Jinyu let out a pig-like squeal of agony, his shrill cries echoing across the wasteland. He writhed on the ground, kicking up dust, but could not escape Broly's assault. At that moment, Jinyu genuinely wanted to swap bodies with Broly. But could Broly defeat Rez? After all, if Broly was so obedient to Rez, he must be no match for him. If he swapped with Broly now, Rez would surely be on guard. Swapping with Rez afterward would become far more difficult. For now, he would endure the beating. He would find his chance and make them pay. Clenching his jaw, he bore the rain of fists, burying all his venom and hatred deep within. Broly gave Jinyu another vicious thrashing, the dull thuds of fists against flesh, dense and relentless. Then he stopped, shook the blood from his hands, and glanced back at Rez. "Any more and hell die," Broly said, scratching his head with a hint of reluctance. Rez nodded lightly, then descended from the sky, landing beside Jinyu. Lynasee followed silently behind him, her blue eyes calmly observing everything, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the one-star Dragon Ball hanging from her neck. Jinyu squinted at Rez, calculating how to swap bodies with him, his eyes darting as he gauged the distance between them, seeking the perfect moment. "Jinyu, did you really think I wouldn't notice you swapped bodies with Vegeta?" Rez said with a grin, looking at Jinyu. You know. Jinyu's eyes flew wide open, his face shifting colors, his lips trembling slightly. "Well, this is fine. I've always disliked Vegeta's body." Rez wore a smile, his gaze sweeping over Jinyu. "Swapping to that burly form is actually quite amusing." Body swapped. Broly blinked, tilting his head in confusion. But soon a thought struck him, and he pointed at Guldo, who was still dazed in the distance, beckoning him over. Guldo shuddered, his 4 eyes wide with terror. After a moment's hesitation, he scurried over, landing before Broly with his head bowed, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. "What does body swap mean?" Broly demanded, hands on his hips. "Well, I'm not entirely sure." Guldo muttered, glancing at Jinyu, his eyes flickering, his voice barely a whisper. After all, in Guldo's eyes, these people, though strong, were far inferior to Lord Frieza. If he truly rebelled now, and Lord Frieza found out, he would surely die a miserable death. Slap. Broly struck Guldo across the face with a heavy backhand. The crisp sound echoed in the air. Guldo's head snapped to the side, one cheek swelling instantly. His 4 eyes bulged, stars spinning before them, utterly stunned. "You're his comrade, how could you not know?" Broly scolded, glaring with dissatisfaction. "Well, it means exactly what it says. He can swap bodies with others." Guldo quickly answered, honestly, his voice trembling with tears, no longer daring to hide anything. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Broly nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Rez. "So that guy Jinyu is actually Vegeta?" Rez smiled and nodded. Broly grinned and moved to fetch Vegeta. But just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. "Don't I have a servant? What are you standing there for? Go bring Vegeta here." Broly ordered Guldo, his tone brooking no argument. "Yes." Guldo nodded obediently and swiftly took off. As he soared into the sky, he yearned to find a place to hide. Yes, why not hide? With that thought, Guldo cautiously glanced at Rez and Lynasee, noticing they wore no scouter. Perfect. If I hide somewhere, they won't be able to find me without a scouter. Guldo's heart raced with elation. After a moment's thought, Guldo decided hiding now might not be wise. He would first bring that Vegeta fellow over, then claim he needed to use the restroom. He flew swiftly, finding Vegeta unconscious on the ground. Or rather, he found Jinyu's original purple body. The body was tall and muscular, but now battered and motionless in a crater. Guldo bent down, hoisted the heavy form onto his back, and wobbled back to Broly. Thud. Guldo dropped the body to the ground. "Huh, Vegeta." Broly pointed at the purple body, laughing uncontrollably, doubling over until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. "Vegeta, stop laughing." Vegeta fumed, grinding his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, veins bulging on his face. Boss, I need to use the restroom." Guldo mumbled quietly before Broly, his voice tinged with urgency, his 4 eyes pleading pitifully. Broly waved him off, granting permission, his attention entirely on Vegeta. Guldo's face lit up with joy, and he quickly slipped away. "You look hilarious like this." Broly pointed at Vegeta, laughing even harder, his grin stretching from ear to ear. "Shut your mouth." Vegeta fumed, his face flushed crimson, and his entire frame trembling with rage. Broly, far from obeying, leaned his face close to Vegeta's, baring his teeth in an incessant grin while waggling 2 fingers before Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta's head lolled to one side, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from sheer fury. He was already grievously wounded, drenched in blood, with several bones broken. It was no wonder he collapsed after being provoked so thoroughly by Broly. "Hey, wake up." Broly, unrelenting, stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Vegeta's face. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of the slaps rang out, and 2 red palm prints instantly swelled on Vegeta's cheeks. Vegeta was forcibly jolted back to consciousness. He snapped, his eyes open bloodshot, and wild, his chest heaving violently. "Rez has something to say, so don't pass out yet," Broly said earnestly, his expression dead serious. Vegeta glared at Broly with humiliated fury, grinding his teeth in audible gnashes. Click, click, click. His lips quivered as he tried to curse, but he realized he could never out-talk this fool. "Vegeta, I think this body of yours is perfectly fine now. Since that previous body belonged to Jinyu, it has no reason to exist." Rez smiled faintly, extending his hand and aiming it at Jinyu from a distance. "Huh." Vegeta was dumbfounded, his face instantly turning ashen. "You? Stop right there." Jinyu was seized by terror, his pupils contracting sharply. "That bastard Jinyu is too hideous. I don't want this body." Vegeta blurted out, his voice trembling. Rez seemed not to hear, having already gathered a blaze of light in his hand. A silver-white radiance coalesced in his palm, growing brighter and illuminating his faintly smiling face. Jinya's pupils shrank, further his expression shifting repeatedly. In this critical moment Jinya could no longer hesitate. Body swap. As the words fell, a burst of light erupted from Jinya's body. Golden energy surged forth like a lightning bolt shooting toward Rez at incredible speed. Although Rez was not far from Jinyu, he could easily dodge at his current speed. Yet just as Rez prepared to evade, he noticed Lenoxy beginning to act again. Lenoxy pointed a finger gracefully at Vegeta, who lay on the ground, her movement light and elegant, her finger tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Whooshed! Vegeta's body vanished from its spot. No afterimage, no trajectory. It simply disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared directly in front of Rez. He remained in that half-reclining posture, his expression frozen in the instant of terror. Slap! Jinya's swapping light collided with Vegeta. The golden radiance burst forth, enveloping them both. Their bodies rapidly exchanged. Light swirled, forms shifted, and in an instant everything was settled. When all had calmed, Jinyu and Vegeta had swapped back. Jinyu lay on the ground, gasping, finding himself once again in that battered purple body. What have I swapped into this time? Vegeta exclaimed in alarm, hastily checking his body, his hands patting all over himself. Upon inspection, Vegeta was both astonished and overjoyed. He had swapped back. How wonderful. His own body felt so comfortable. He moved his limbs, clenched his fists, feeling the familiar power flowing within him, a smile of survival blossoming on his face. What? How is this possible? Jinyu stared blankly at his returned body, unable to process it, his eyes wide, mouth agape, utterly stunned. Whooshed! Rez flicked his hand from a distance, and a healing light swiftly covered Vegeta. The silver-white radiance cascaded like water, enveloping him completely. Vegeta's wounds healed in an instant. Broken bones reknitted, torn muscles mended, and all blood and grime vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was entirely renewed, brimming with vigor. Go get your revenge, don't dawdle. Rez instructed calmly. Vegeta's eyes lit up with excitement, and he immediately dove toward Jinya's position, leaving a golden afterimage in the air. Jinya's pupils shrank, and he hastily leaped into the air, dodging Vegeta's punch. Vegeta's fist struck the ground, leaving a massive crater. Then Vegeta glanced back at Jinyu, the corner of his mouth curling upward, and shot into the sky. Swish! He charged at Jinyu at breakneck speed, his fist whistling toward the face. Jinyu was terrified, crossing his hands and pressing downward to block Vegeta's fist. His arms interlocked before his chest muscles tensed, bracing for the blow. Swish! Vegeta accelerated like a golden lightning bolt, piercing straight through Jinyu's body. His fist tore through Jinyu's chest, emerging from his back. Blood splattered, and Jinyu's body went rigid. Rez stroked his chin. Doesn't this feel like Goku piercing King Piccolo's body? You and Kakarot truly are fated rivals, even sharing similar methods of eliminating enemies. Jinyu looked down at the hole in his chest, his face turning pale. It was a fist-sized hole front to back with charred edges from which blood gushed. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. Vegeta pointed at Jinyu again from a distance, an invisible force enveloping him. Boom! Jinyu was instantly blown to pieces. Flesh and blood scattered, annihilated beyond death. Uff! You piece of trash! Vegeta spat disdainfully, snorted, crossed his arms, and lifted his chin high. Guldo, hiding in the grass, pretending to use the restroom, witnessed the scene and trembled in terror, wetting himself on the spot. His pants soaked, all four eyes wide with fear, lips quivering, not daring to breathe. How terrifying. The legendary Jinyu force in the universe is now down to just me. I have to hide well, or they'll kill me too. He curled into a ball, pressing tightly against the grass, not moving a muscle. Having eliminated Jinyu, Vegeta returned triumphantly to Rez's side, arms crossed, striking a cool pose, his face brimming with pride. Your combat powers rising fast, Vegeta. Rez smiled, his gaze resting on Vegeta. What's it now, eh? Vegeta's heart stirred, and he asked expectantly, his eyes sparkling with excitement.